mic on. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I think we're live. All right, yeah. Yeah, we're live. What's going on, everybody? Peace, power, and profit to the family on this TGIF day, right? Thank goodness it's Friday. All right, can you guys hear me? Mic check, mic check. Doing a quick little combo check real quick. Make sure my peripheries are functioning properly. You guys can hear me? Okay, awesome, awesome. What's going on? So peace, power, profit over Chris. We got Brother Raul in the house. Peace, power, and profit to you as well. Family GPJ in the house. Always happy to see you guys in the house as well. Peace, power, and profit to you guys. Again, on this crazy Friday. And I only say crazy because we had the type of week in the financial markets that just pretty much defied all odds of sanity. And I'm only saying that because we literally went sideways the entire week. Not necessarily breaking any kind of major gravity points, not necessarily reaching any kind of major support levels, just kind of stuck in that same channel that we spoke about, over the past literally weeks, and no, precise clarity on the need or the means of the Feds to keep, and I would say the market makers and pretty much those on Wall Street alone to keep the markets kind of propped up where it's at without any kind of significant movement or expansion, right? So basically we're trading in a very tight range, very, very calculated bias that's coming into the market on low volume. So typically when you see that kind of stuff happening, you know what's going on there. That's a lot of bank liquidity coming in from the repo operations, and just certain ETFs are being bought, very structurally to kind of make sure they keep certain sectors of the market from falling. And so obviously we know that the tech sector pretty much has been the benchmark savior for the markets. A very crowded trade in the XLK. Even if you buy in the individual tech stocks itself, you just been fighting a uphill battle. If you're trying to take any of that, kind of overweight, top heavy type, position to try to, short that business, that business of that sector down, you're kind of going to lose that battle. Momentarily, I should say, until we start seeing, I guess I would say a loosening of some of the repo liquidity injections, possibly. Who knows? But either way, we are again stuck in that ugly range, going nowhere fast, right? And again, you have to find a lot of, individual runners. A lot of those has been on the small cap side. You had some kind of large cap and mega cap stocks that was been running to, obviously, with these earning plays coming out. Notably, we had NVIDIA had earnings last night. Companies like cloud sharing companies like Splunk. You had Palo Alto Network, excuse me. That was Network. They had earnings last night. So Palo Alto Network company, right? They also part of the cloud service business as well. They had earnings last night. And yeah, you had a few others as well that were notable. Some of the retail stores are starting to still come down the pipeline and release their numbers. Obviously, everybody watching the retail sector because who's spending money in these places, right? Especially if the doors are shuttered. Even with a kind of opening back up of the economy to a degree where some states are open, how many people are really flooding these department stores? And you would think, again, off-brand retail definitely would be a good use case value, because again, people don't really have that kind of excess money laying around to go to like a Neiman Marcus or Goldman Sachs Fifth Avenue or something like that. But who knows? Again, as of now, we're starting to see still a little bit of skittish nature of retail, shoppers. So it's still up for grabs in terms of that sector. So Ross stores obviously had earnings last night. Their numbers were pretty much, kind of what a lot of people suspected, even though they was trying to hope for the best. They came in obviously a lot lighter than, Wall Street was expecting. And so the stock pulled back. I think it had a implied move around about, I want to say about 8 or 9%, right? But it only pulled back as much as around maybe like, like 3%, somewhere around there, 2, 3, well, about 3 or 4%. And pulled back like $3 or $4, right? Which is not a whole lot. But again, everybody's trying to play the saving grace trade at this point, where anything that's pulling back that seems to have a favorable value based upon where it fell from off the March lows under the coronavirus, shakedown. Well, Wall Street is looking at these as opportunistic buys, and they're buying these dips up left and right still. Right, couldn't make this stuff up again, as if the coronavirus has gone away, as if we've gone back to normal, as if stocks are not already overbought in implied value, only because, again, you finna bake in a lot of negative news going into Q2, Q3 session due to people not spending, due to unemployment numbers are skyrocketing. Where are these people getting these numbers from? They're saying that people are going to be out shopping. I do not know. However, they seem to be optimistic, and sometimes, y'all know as well as I know, when the market is irrational, you know, the goal is to trade, follow the trend or trade with the trend, and don't necessarily try to, counter trend trade it unless you find that individual play is worth it. But outside of that, it's just not worth it. These people have a mandate to keep these markets propped up. They're not letting it fall. Respective to is again to the overall macro data that's out there. That shows there's a lot of uncertainty still out there globally, not just even in America, but globally. Supply chains, this, that, and the third. But, that's not up for us to sit here and try to, again, predict the actual moment when the market will turn. Only thing we can do is just trade, methodically within the confines of our, our bank account size, meaning, our trading account sizes, and also what the market is presenting to us. Right. So good time to kind of be very, thorough and positioning yourself properly, right? Staying very, very low leveraged, right? A lot of people trading in cash right now. They're not, not wanting to deal with, deal with the margin accounts at this point, not heavily at least, because again, you just don't know. Like tomorrow could be something crazy, and we're getting ready to go into an extended weekend with Memorial Day, Monday. So there's going to be no trading on Monday, right? And what aspects of news that has came out since last week and this week that seems to be still kind of press orientated, meaning people see, keep talking about these kind of news briefings and so forth. They're going to linger until the weekend. And obviously the main or the elephant in the room is the China and U.S. trade, fight that's still kind of going on right now. And they're trying to make it seem as if, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that serious. And, yada this, yada that. Right. But we know better, right? It's a whole lot of smoke and mirrors, a whole lot of, just kind of downplay it in the midst of a pandemic, right? In the midst of a 38 million unemployment data reel, right? In the midst of a negative 4.8 GDP, right? In the midst of, again, there's no organic growth coming out of a lot of these companies. Nothing that's really moving the needle, especially on the manufacturing side of the house, which is already kind of thinned out in this country. But nonetheless, as you can see on my screen, the Dow Jones is pumping right now, right? It was down as much as near 200 some earlier, 100 something. It kind of trended around the $100 range. 100-point range for a minute, negative 100 points, that is. And now all of a sudden on the back end of the day, here comes, the algos, here come the kind of, the pump protection team trying to keep the markets up off that, off that failing point of breaking. As of now, it seems to be 294. I mean, they're literally holding the gun line on 294, which is near still the top range of the channel. All right. So again, if I just run over to my trading view here real quick, just kind of give you an indication exactly what I'm talking about here. I mean, they're again, you have to just kind of be patient. And that's the always, the recipe of the day when you're thinking about, participating in the financial markets. If you're trying to buy any of these, especially these ETFs, right? I mean, you have to be patient, right? There's no other way around. You're going to have to be patient. It's really shallow to buy weekly contracts unless you really, will have a notable catalyst to move the stock, because again, a lot of those got grind up this week. And if you don't believe me, right, look at this here. Right, look at this mess here. This is ridiculous. All right, this was pretty much your entire week of trading. Right, you had the Fugazi gap up on the fake Moderna news. They still ain't rectified that. Right, the company, ticker symbol MRNA. Right, obviously it was false. Everything about it was false. The data was false. Again, they use it as a hype machine to pump the markets up. Again, getting it off the bottom of this trend. Notice what they're doing here, and they hovered above it, the entire week. Basically, we went nowhere beyond the gap up, but we went nowhere the entire week. And so again, the mandate at this point is the closer we are to 300, the more sinister the market makers, the fund managers, the banks, the repo operation injections are coming in at methodical levels of the market. You watch it how it come in, you can see the volume coming in, and also watching the dark pool, right? I'll show y'all some of the dark pool buys coming into the S&P 500, where they're just propping the market up. And it's killing a lot of the premium and the option traders, especially if you're trading, the ETF, the spiders, or in terms of the SP 500, SP 500, excuse me. So there's no really liquidity or expansion in here to make a lot of money. I mean, you're trading tight ranges, 30 cents, 70 cents here. Every now and then you get a full point in the SPY, right? And you got to definitely be, calculative in that perspective when you take that position. And you got to get out of there. You got to obviously have the day trades to be able to do it too. Because if not, again, you're going to be kind of stuck. So basically what you saw today was it pulling down, as you can see, ever so gently to test this top trend band. And look at there. What do you see right here? I mean, at a wick that barely pierced through it, and then they shot it back up. They gapped it back up off this point here, getting back inside the penalty box, I like to call it, right? Because this is the penalty box. Everything outside of this, this trend line here, this channel box, is outside the penalty box, right? So it's airing opportunity potentially, even though it's been out here and it ain't really went nowhere. They just propping it above that as a new launching pad per se to push the market, potentially higher. Just like we spoke about, again, I remain confirmed or affirmed, however you want to look at it. This 298, we spoke about that, and I was telling you guys, that 298, well, basically around about 298.30ish, but more so 298, it's massive headaches for the SP 500. It's a massive headache breaching point, for the markets. All right, this thing ain't stopping right at 288. It's so finicky. We want to do 298.02. All right. Oh well, y'all know what it is. But either way, that's proven to be major resistance here. And so again, you see it here. It kind of barely pierced above it on the wick here, and pull back. Obviously, never kind of breached above it really and held. Same here. Obviously, we had to pull back. The other day, yesterday, and obviously today, you see where we are. Right, they're doing everything to kind of grind up the rest of the options for the week and make sure that any put buyers are making no money. And so that's a very concerted effort to somewhat, go against anybody who's trying to short the market. If you have, especially weekly put option position, puts for the weekly expiration, right? Especially if you're not coming in at the top ranges, if you're not being methodical in that aspect, when you kind of seen the market, hit a point of resistance, and then you tell yourself, okay, this is a new resistance off the lows, off the March lows, especially coming out this channel box here. So, I mean, given for where we are, we're still in an extended trading range off those March lows from the coronavirus situation. Anytime you make a new high off those type lows, that becomes the overall, barometer of the success what the market has, been able to penetrate thus far. But it becomes a new level of what? Hard resistance. So every time you see those kind of points, when it kind of hits a point of resistance, this new discovery value or price discovery within this aspect of the coronavirus, it becomes a short interest, target area. So literally right around this point, this 298, like I spoke about, I think I want to say 2 live streams ago, somewhere around there, I was saying watch 298, right? And if it comes up near 298 and doesn't close above it, short the breaks off of it. And sure enough, look at here, we had a down day obviously yesterday a little bit, and obviously markets pulled all the way back to like 293. So that was a really good money on put buys. I actually scored on one of my little put buys in the SPY, right? And I kept one going into the day, thinking we was gonna get some follow through and break back inside the the penalty box here, and lo and behold, not happening. Right. Again, these people are ratchet and insidious and trying to prop this market up on what data? Hey, y'all know what it is. The market's always trying to climb the wall of words, they like to call it. But to me, again, it's more than just that. It's a more sinister, set of ideas that they're putting forth to try to, outlast the idea that the entire economy is going to be able to have some kind of favorable data when they do their first real true tally of people going back to work. They're trying to make that be a talking point to keep the markets excited, to keep investors excited to want to stay in. As if, again, everything's going to go back to normal even within the next quarter or even Q3. It's not happening, right? It's not happening. It's just too much macroeconomics that are in play, and the Feds keep coming out actually saying it, but they keep trying to disregard it only on the aspect that they feel like he's going to keep buying buying the market, or keep dumping money into it, right? So it's like I don't know, where do you draw that line, right in the middle? Where do you square this market at in terms of trying to make a good sound fundamental checks and balances aspect of it, as opposed to just saying, this market just overbought off the lows, it got to roll over, right? But it's hard to even take that thesis, only because you're getting, again, gap ups on on just a lot of hopium, and borderline, again, a lot of little fraud, fraud counterpart, talking points and things of that nature. Obviously, coming out some of these companies trying to produce this little vaccine stuff. So they didn't deflate it. They didn't let it come back down and give back those gains because it was false. They said, no, keep it propped up. All right. So again, that's what we're dealing with. Nonetheless, again, I know it's always seemed like, man, you just, what's the positive aspect of being in the market? Well, again, if you still long from anywhere, from April, stay in the trade. Again, y'all know how this stuff works. As long as you're above your moving averages, everything seems to be kind of still in a bullish, aggressive trend. I mean, you're still in a bullish trend. I mean, it's not like it's nothing changed. You stay in the trade. And I'm saying, if you scalped any stocks off the low, that's obviously, that was highly oversold off the precipitous drop that we had back in in the month of February, and you're benefiting off that now. At least to a degree where you're getting all this Fed helicopter money coming into the equity markets, and also they still talking about trying to come up with another stimulus package to kind of give to the American people, right? And we'll see what comes from that, because at this point, you're starting to get some bipartisan kind of acceptance within that in this next stimulus round, stimulus check round. So kudos to that, if nothing else. I mean, cut them checks, right? They should have been paying them checks out literally about 2 months ago, back to back. It should have been a check every month, as if your bill stopped, from 1 month to 2-3 months, right? So again, they're playing games, but y'all know how they work, or how they operate. So. But that's that. Just kind of challenging here the SP 500. This is what we're dealing with. Again, they're going to try to do everything they can to pin this thing at least above 294. And I'm saying that only because if you think about it, even though the trend band I have it here around 293.50, because that's what we went and tested the other day twice, actually, here and here. If they can keep it substantially right at a point where this 200-day moving average is at, which is right here, literally at 294, 68, 70, somewhere around there. If they can close it above that, man, that's a really, really bullish stance, right? That's a bullish stance for them, because that kind of, again, it dog whistles to anybody that's sitting on the sideline saying, hey, now we're in that kind of, bullish aggression above the 200-day moving average. We're kind of back to a somewhat of a semi-normal in terms of equity momentum. Right, this whole thesis of that we're still in this elongated bullish market, or bullish cycle, and there's no room for bearish, bearish overtones, right, dampening the party, the party and things like that. So again, it's just more reasons for people to say, let me, keep, driving along with the Feds. Don't fight the Fed, as they say. Right. Now, whether you find that to be, again, a good idea or not, that's on you. But yeah, they are, they're not letting up. Let me post the live link. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I got to talking there, but there's the live link, guys. If you want to come on to the live stream, as always, y'all know how we roll. Come on, share your day, share your trades, share your thoughts, talk about it. Let's get at it. Right. Well, I got a little time here. Right. So again, peace, power, and profit to everybody coming through. Again, we got Eoba Camille came through. Right. Good to have you in the house as always, Eoba. Right. Mr. Maroon Man in the house. Peace, power, and profit to you. We got Oba Marquise in the house. Oba Brandon in the house. Peace, power, and profit to y'all, brothers. Always happy to see the family in the house. Right. Again, y'all know how this stuff goes. This is our little, our little family. Right. And you're always welcome here. And anybody that's new, kind of listening in, possibly too, we appreciate you stopping by. And you're welcome here anytime, right? All right, you're welcome here anytime. All right. So again, that's just my little synopsis of a breakdown of what's going on with the SPY at this point, and that's only because, again, we're at a extended trading range Oh, excuse me, actually trading range too, but an extended weekend, I should say, with this Memorial Day hoopla again. And so that's going to be interesting in itself, because what are you really going to celebrate? Where are you going to go to celebrate? Right? Because they still got a lot of these parks shut down. They still got a lot of stuff kind of, still blocked off. I mean, you can still go to some various places where they have it open for business, but just to be kind of just out, just laid out somewhere because the parks are this and that, third. I mean, you can to a degree. You got to practice social distance, but I mean, hey, what fun is that? How much fun is that? But either way, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be seeing some crazy things coming out the weekend, because of the Memorial Day situation, where people just saying, you know what, hey, what coronavirus, right? And so, nonetheless, you guys be safe. You don't need me to tell you that, but I definitely feel comfortable saying it, because sometimes it's good to have people who really truly care about your well-being, speaking in your favor in terms of good energy, right? Because it's crazy out there. I mean, literally crazy. We're still having more cases starting to spike back up, and I mean, we just got to start dealing with that, until we come up with something. I say we, meaning they come up with some kind of therapeutic or whatever to make this a more livable virus situation. Then, you got to kind of, pick and choose your battles out there when you out there in the general public, right? Dealing with people who still have that not so hygienic disposition, and they can care less, right? They sneeze and cough, snotty noses, coughing all in the thin air, and no necessarily mask on or nothing. Right? Ain't washing their hands, come out the bathroom, like that kind of world, right? America, hey, it's a decadent culture. I mean, it's also some nasty people here too. Right? Don't get twisted, because it seems like everything's so much cleaner here, and this and that, the third, is some nasty people in America. Right? But whatever. All right. So yeah, we got Over Chris just came through on the panel. We got Ilba Camille. What's going on, family? What's going on? You guys, how's your day?
Hey, peace over power and profit. Peace over Camille.
Peace, power and profit, family.
Right, on this rainy Friday, right? What's the weather looking like in you guys' neck of the woods today? All right, we got some rain in this area today.
In New York, the sun is out finally, and it's like 70. I mean, it's been like kind of cool up here. So like today, the sun is out. After I finished my trades, I went out in the yard and worked out. And nice. Let me come on back in and see if you on, and you was on. So
see how the ancestors work.
There you go.
Right. I had extended lunch, so it worked out just in time, because I was trying to scramble to get the thing set up, and I was kind of politicking inside my household a little bit and get some stuff together, whatever. So I was trying to come on a little bit, before 12, but it didn't work out. But nonetheless, y'all know how it is. Anytime we can come together and commune, I'm all for it regardless. And I'm always appreciative to see you guys in the building, because I know y'all busy too, even though we kind of, dealing with this virus, but, it's Friday. If nothing else, you can, have you some me time or whatever. So it's always an honor to have you here. So what's Texas looking like, over Chris? Hot Texas, right? Still hot?
Yeah, it's hot, man. Hot, and it's partly cloudy. I don't know.
I got a little clouds today.
Yeah, a little clouds, but it's definitely hot. You know what I'm saying? Summertime come here fast.
Yeah.
It don't hit in June like everywhere else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, y'all get that Gulf of Mexico breezing out. Also that Mexican, little drifts in terms of that, that air coming up from South America, up through Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I can only imagine. I see Raul saying it's real sunny where he's at out there in California. Sunny California.
Yeah, California.
Yes.
Texas be hot.
Yeah, hot. Dude, man.
That mug day, you can see the heat coming up off the sidewalk. I was like, whoa.
It keep my melanin, dark.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, vitamin D. Yeah, interesting you said that though, over Chris, because that's, true story. The fact that, again, even though, being sheltered in on this, you can't go out in the yard and still go certain places, even though they still was cracking down like, but again, in terms of being able to fight something like this from a health perspective, because obviously if you're sedentary, well, that's not necessarily good for your health anyway. The more sedentary, you got to be out in the nature, expose yourself to, to what we consider to be good bacteria, because good bacteria exists in nature, right? But also in terms of that, again, you got, UV rays, right? Sunlight. You need an aspect or exposure of it to radiate your cells, and also, feed your little vitamin D. If you're not taking vitamin D supplements, what do you have, right? What's your alternative? So the sun is very vital right now, and just based on their words, not mine, but they talking about all this, coronavirus situation can't necessarily survive in extreme heat to a degree. And so that might have been why people in Florida were so overly bullish to be all up on the beaches and so forth. But nonetheless, they still walked away with that Rona because it was just too crowded.
Yeah.
So the sun and the salt water couldn't even work.
Yeah, I just spoke to my
stop each
sister.
other.
So like they're having like upticks now because they never, particularly in like Panama City and other areas, they didn't want to adhere to it in the first place. So like now they're having a whole uptick now in coronavirus cases where and they felt like because they had such low numbers they didn't have to adhere to anything. But now it's starting to pick up now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that aspect of saying, like Trump said, vaccine or not, we're opening it up, right? We're back. Now that was his word. We're back. Vaccine or not, we're back. Okay, you back. But,
Right.
You got that coronavirus on your back too.
Exactly. Not going out there acting fool. I be like, stay away from me.
Yeah.
I don't want nothing. Hey, I be covered up. I only go out to go to the store. Basically, I just, I be in the house or in my yard. I mean, there's no way. I mean, New York is not, and even if New York City was open, that is way too crowded.
We want to deal with that.
Right.
Exactly.
and people, I used to go up to the park on the boardwalk, but then, once they started opening up certain areas of the state, but not the city, I mean, people was just like running, jumping on the pull-up bars, no mask, no gloves, no nothing. I be out there spraying.
Rob Bowen. Where Rob Bowen at, old Chris? Out there.
Yeah, Rob.
Rob Bowen. He ain't paying attention to that food.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I got Lysol wipes. I be spraying down the whole everything.
Yeah, you gotta protect yourself. What's going on, Ober Marquise? Peace, power, profit, Ober.
Peace, power, profit. What's going on, family?
Yeah, you got it, man.
Hey.
Good to see you in the house.
How are you?
I'm good, just cooling in the house. I'm out here in DC too, man. So yeah, this weather kind of gloomy.
Yeah, we got the dark blues today. You know what I'm saying? So I was telling myself it rained a little bit too. Off and on it's been kind of moving through like a little front. So I was like, it's Friday, it's an extended weekend. I was like, I need to escape today and get me a little outdoor, some outdoor exposure. Y'all know me, I go fishing. That's like the best thing since sliced cheese to me. And I saw the rain. I was like, man, it might feel like one of the days I might want to just be out there even in the rain in it. I said, I'll wait a little bit till it stops, but I'm definitely gonna get out there. If I just can get an hour in, that done made my entire week.
Right.
But, just being out there, man, you need that kind of mental detox too, right? Sometimes just being in the confinements of your home, even though you can move about, it's still mentally you think you're still in a lockdown situation, right? Because everything's still closed, kind of, right? It's like, where can you go, right? You only go into central places like grocery stores and a few other little novelty things here and there, but it's not like business as usual, right? You ain't finna go sit up at the bar and just do all that kind of stuff like that or whatever a person might want to do. You can't do it, to that level. Now they do have some of the state parks back open. I know the scenic view, obviously that's always been open, obviously on the back side of 7 and I forgot what's that. What is it? This is 198. I forgot the road. Like on DC where you kind of overlook the Potomac, but as far as state parks, some of them are slightly opening back up. They still got a lot of restrictions, so you can kind of go up in them, but ain't nothing really popping, besides just kind of watching nature. But for me, I'm fine with that. But wherever I can go where it's kind of less dense, I'm fine.
Right. Exactly.
So
less density.
Yeah, right. Because I just don't feel like myself personally that we're anywhere near some level of complacency still, and it's obviously because there's nothing to really fight this stuff with on a therapeutic side of the house besides what we do on the on the herbal side. So again, people still fighting the root man right now. Right, the root man still pseudo, but the root man still he pumping. The root man pumping for business, and Joker sitting around here waiting on the vaccine. Like, man, okay, I'm gonna wait. Oh yeah, well, hey, you know, I like to say exercise, drink plenty of fluids, eat you a lot of fruit and some leafy greens. Stay away from too much acidic foods and greasy stuff and clogged arteries, because again, this seems like there's something new every day with the coronavirus in terms of its mutation, or just some of the things that's starting to happen on the advent of what it's doing to the human body, because it's jumping from one host to the next, and it's kind of pulling certain traits, and it's terraforming. Literally, it's mutating.
Right.
You know, now we're starting to see the effects what it was doing with the babies now, right? They coming with mad rashes and inflammation, like where that came from.
Right.
Now it's the whole issue with it lingers in, male testicles and genitalia, and it's, you can transmit certain aspects of it through your bodily fluids, right? I mean, per their words, not mine. So even that, if you haven't, obviously, for some of y'all single folks out there, I should say, if you kind of, can't wait to get out the quarantine and go get your quarantine on, then hopefully you ain't got you're not asymptomatic and you're carrying that corona down in your little peanuts, and you sharing that right on with the sisters. And but they saying that's they're saying
Right.
you can carry it, even in your semen now. This is crazy. Like, I mean, seriously, like it's this level. So you talking about this thing dang near it's just viral at all aspects, crazy, right?
They're saying even if you did contract it, you can still catch it again.
Yeah, so again, something that we haven't seen, especially in our lifetime, but just going off the basic data, historical aspect, this is something that just, until they can get ahead of this thing just keeps turning over. So that's why these vaccines, these new, these first wave or tranches of them are failing. So, we got the news with, Moderna, right? Again, everybody got all excited, and, again, reason to pump the market, they did that. It turned out it was, literally, again, borderline fraudulent. Knowing that people will be all eyes and ears and, on deck when you put some kind of information out there like that, people can go check those data sheets. And they didn't even disclose the efficacy aspects of it. They just got to use the wordplay. Like, Trump, he tweets a lot, try to wordplay the market up. And they use that as a fake catalyst. And again, market read up over 1,000% Monday. And then, it ain't even gave none of it really back. But nonetheless, Moderna, right, where's that right now? I think it's about 60, 68, 69 still. It pulled back obviously off that 80 range, notably so. But, it's still, is nowhere where it should be, based on the fact that the news wasn't, substantiated, right? It was kind of smoke and mirrors, right? Typically, you take a major haircut when that typically happens, and a lot of other biotech stocks, but they did not allow it for Moderna. And I'm only saying it because, again, I like to be, honest in my assessment, because I'm a long-term holder of Moderna, right? I'm in it, in the 50s, right? So okay, so of course I wanted to succeed, but I don't want it to kind of try to just be the first, on some fraudulent mess. That mess up the price discovery, right? Because now people looking at the stock all crazy, right? And it mess up its, ebb and flow, just kind of moving to the upside methodically. All you gotta do is keep your mind closed and just kind of keep, trying to come up with, with a therapy or a vaccine. But these idiots, again, want to be greedy. Wall Street. I know somebody from Wall Street pumped them up to do it. Probably some of these old dusty little underwriters or hedge funds. Man, drop that press release, man. Drop that press release. Let's send this market higher, man. Because that's all we need. Because people are hopeful. They want a way to, we open it up too. We need something to get the American people hopeful again. I could just literally see that conversation happening. And then someone contact the White House. Okay, yeah. And then well, send Jerome Powell out there too, right? Let him, I wouldn't put it past him. Again, I am not, I wouldn't, I was born. How the saying go over, Chris? I was born last night.
Last night. I was born.
I was born tonight, but not last night.
Not last night.
Last night, right? You know what I'm saying? So they literally think, again, they plan on people's emotions, right? Their need to want to feel safe and secure. And again, markets can care less literally once they've been able to establish, positioning in terms of just kind of pushing the markets, higher, more and more kind of, presenting better launch pads, so to speak. It's crazy. It's just crazy, man. And but again, that's what we're dealing with. So we're trained to spot these scenarios when they happen. Again, that's why we need to be less exposed, especially if you're already comfortable or front loaded some trades where you at least have a cushion. If you come in and take new positions, just be very cautious, because we're actually up at a point where we're banging up against some hard resistance at that 298. And they just trending it up there as if they got something, coming down the pipeline, just gonna go ahead and turn it, But hey, y'all guess is as good as mine, right? You guys' guess is as good as mine. But this coronavirus data in itself, it seems to be kind of somewhat just, in passing. Okay, yeah, we're still up, up to 95,000 deaths, right? And then it was like, well, we probably top out at this point within the first wave. After we weren't going to hit that 200,000 apparently, but seems like we're getting ready to hit it now, right? We're getting up near the 100,000. It went from, okay, we're probably going to top it around about 60 to 70,000 within the first wave, right? Because we're on top of it now. We got this and we this. Turns out, obviously, we done blew past that. Now we're at 95,000, right? So the next target point going to be, well, at least we not at the 200,000. Now they're going to go back to the original saying, well, we're not at the 200,000. Well, the 200,000, what, on a per annum perspective? Or you just saying now as far as the first wave, right? So they're gonna move the data around to suit the needs of the markets. Nonetheless, they're gonna make it always sound it's not that bad, it's not that big of a deal. Again, stay long equity assets. Again, if you are long and you cushion in, obviously stay in the trade, because if the trend ain't broken, it ain't broken, right? And who's to say that we'll ever get another flash crash like we did when the news first came out? You see what I'm saying? So within that, again, you're talking about, literally 1% pullbacks, 2% pullback. It ain't nothing staggering, right? And but again, it ain't nothing for it to pick up 3% in a day to the upside. So again, the trend is definitely to the upside. Literally right now they're just pumping it up here from the again. They refuse to let this thing, to do anything outside of a natural correction. When I'm saying natural correction, at least to the point where the moving average can actually coincide with where we are on an overall global metric. Right, but that's just in passing the conversation you could have with a broker, somebody, or your friend. Yeah, it'd be nice if we were trading here, because at least we'll have a more positive outlook, whether we can go to the upside more or to the downside. Because sitting up here at this point where it's at now, this could be a very dangerous trade. Again, that's just my opinion. Obviously, it could be a dangerous trade.
You can't send your screen over.
It's not okay. Hold on, I'm sorry. Was it showing? Oh, showing that coronavirus thing. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. 1 second. Give me, guys. Let's see, go over here. Yep. So yeah, again, just like I was saying, sitting up in this little penalty box up here. Well, outside the penalty box, excuse me. This is purgatory. This is purgatory for longs, number one, right? Because again, they already couldn't break through that point of resistance there. And they kind of, it ain't like they pull back a ton like they should have, again, based on that fake news coming off the Moderna news. But again, you're still bullish, but it's something crazy.
30%.
Say again.
Oh, my bad. The Twitter feed come through, and
okay.
The Moderna stock just skyrocketed 30%.
Oh, it's running right now.
Yeah.
What? Let me see what's going on. They got to drop some news or something.
It said Moderna stock price after biotech company announced promising early results for the coronavirus vaccine. Yeah.
Oh, they just saying it's up about 30%. Since it really began to get some news on it. Because right now I'm saying it's still at 68 here, 68.69, up $1.95. So it might have been saying, in essence, when it took off around that.
I guess so, because I guess so.
Right, and I think that would have been around about that. Again, roughly about $40-ish something, somewhere around there, give or take a share. you know, and then it kind of, you know, took off from there. So might have just, you know, who knows? But again, just watching it here at this point here where it's kind of trending right near 70 and it came down as low as what, like I don't know, 60, was it 62, somewhere around there? Right, and it's right back up, you know, kind of sitting up near that 70. So they trying to keep it also perched up near 70. And I was thinking about adding to my position when it came down to 62, but it hit that 62 in the after hour session that night when it pulled back, you know, off that stat news. And I was like, okay, you know, maybe I just want to wait till the intraday session. Then the next day, they kind of pushed it back up, you know, again, got off the lows. But I mean, I'm watching it here again. I'm, you know, I would love anything down near the low 60s, preferably high 50s. But I don't know if that's going to happen, but in a real world situation, it would be great to get it there. But, you know, to add to my position more so. But I don't know. We just have to keep our eyes on it, and we'll see what comes from it. Matter of fact, let me run over to the charts. I'm sitting there talking about it. And since we're on the topic, yeah, again, the pullback, all it is kind of pull back inside, you know, the linear regression band. You know, that's basically what it did. You know, coming off this little pivot point here, and now you're kind of sitting right back in, you know, potential nice little support, you know, that it had established, that has pretty much established itself at this point here, and can easily launch back up into the 70s. So, you know, how do you square that again? I just, hey, people just not, you know, happy to see this thing come down to any aspect. Same way how they was approaching up Gilead, you know, before it began to kind of roll a little bit and get outside this little regression band. And so it's kind of been left kind of on the table as, you know, cannon fodder, because everybody was just, you know, Gilead. Y'all remember like literally like 2 weeks back, 2 or 3 weeks back to back, Gilead was just dominating the airways. Right now, you barely hear about them. Why is that? All right, so now all of a sudden the remdesivir drug is not necessarily a notable, you know, talking point. It's on to the next, right? Inovio and Moderna and all those types. So again, they're just searching ways to kind of find ways to keep people, you know, excited for potential, you know, remedy or something like that. I mean, I get it, but again, this still is a lot of false, you know, false parading around as if we're even close, because we're not even close. That's what's sad about it, because again, even just knowing how biotech stocks operate within a phase trial, you know, 10-year or timeline, you got 3 phases you got to go through. Even if you get fast track, it still doesn't slow down the fact that you got to still go through those tests on a methodical basis, because any, you know, wrong move or wrong aspect of data could be catastrophic if you're talking about giving this thing to what, millions and millions of people, right? I mean, you can drop your entire population if something wrong, or the batch ain't right, or the you know, the properties of it ain't, you know, balanced out. I mean, you can really do some real damage. And so that's why, you know, no matter how much they try to talk it up and rush it, that's just not how this stuff works. The things takes typically, you know, over at least a year and a quarter, or a year and, you know, 2 quarters, or a year and, you know, year and a half, so to speak, before you even come to the production aspect of it, or even FDA clearance to a degree before you can get into production, excuse me. And so all this, you know, we'll have a vaccine by the fall. Man, they need to stop. Now, you may have one on paper, that idea that it's the closest to what we are, but you ain't gonna have no actual vaccine in hand, right? No serum in hand.
Right.
That's just, you can forget that, right? And if you, so, but you got some people out there banking on that. I guess they don't understand the science of this, how this stuff works. You know, they don't, you know, follow.
Yeah, it takes time. You got to have clinical trials.
Yeah, and again, not only that, it has to meet again a real major threat, you know, stress test. And before, again, even with the fast track perspective, and again, Moderna's just in the back of their phase 1. So I mean, it's not like they're even into a phase 3 and that like that, right? And we talking about the vaccine. We're not talking about these therapeutic drugs like remdesivir and hydroxychloroquine. Those are just kind of help meets, right, along the way, but they're not the actual, you know, so-called quote-unquote treatment cure for the coronavirus, right? Which that will come in the form of a so-called quote-unquote vaccine. But I mean, nonetheless, I mean, I probably ain't gonna take it anyway. I know that. Don't be saying that live on the Air African Report. Don't be saying that, man. Hey, I'm just saying, man. I'll get my little licorice sticks and my little roots, and I'm just gonna sit down somewhere in the corner. If I, you know, unfortunately do catch it, just put me on the ventilator if necessary. Pour me a little couple of, some sour sop, some mugwort, a little sea moss, and give me some colloidal silver and drip me some vitamin C in the IV. I'm straight. I'm straight. I don't put the virus in me. Just try them out fighting, because again, at that point, your body should kick in and build up a level of antibodies anyway. How you think Asians where they at now? Right, they did it through traditional Chinese medicine. Again, that don't necessarily mean they cured it. That means they was able to slow the spread. They built up whatever the antibodies they need to kind of help fight it and ward it off at this point to a degree. Again, it's a nasty virus. I mean, ain't no way around it. I'm not lessening the ideal of how serious this virus is, but again, it is what it is. So, but just be safe. Do what you can. And really, it's about good preventative maintenance in terms of health too. I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but you gotta take care of yourself. And people trying to cheat. It kills me, man, because people just be trying to cheat nature because they think they outwit nature, through these old chemical cocktails. I'm like, seriously? Like, dude, you come on. If that's the case, y'all, you be here 200 years. Like, stop. right? You out of here in 60, 70 years, in most cases 50. So I'm joking. So you ain't that smart. You ain't not smart nature yet, quite. So nature obviously gonna outlive you. It came before you, it's gonna be here after you. But if you can find a way to position yourself, at least have some kind of backstops and some kind of healthy outlooks or parameters in your life to help balance yourself out with all this chemical inoculation that you kind of befall into. Because again, if it ain't in the food, it's in the water, it's in the air quality. Again, good luck. It's like everybody like, man, this but whatever. Long story short story long. Again, these companies are still in play. You got Inovio, INO, obviously it's still in play. Again, it's riding this trend line beautifully. I mean, look how it's respecting this trend line here in terms of the linear regression band. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. And if I had to look now, even though I'm kind of upset with Moderna for pulling that stunt, I still got my eyes on Inovio, and I haven't even taken a long-term position on this one yet, because I initially wanted to kind of play it around this end of February point when they began to really talk about it, and even when it's all taken off and came back down and back tested some of this parabolic move, literally around this point here, around about $5.60, around about 560, 570. I missed the opportunity to even get in there, right? In terms of a long position, right? Because I was scalping, but I was like, man, why did I just go ahead and take a position there, right? Throw a few hundred on, a couple thousand, whatever, and see if you can, make something happen there, with a little margin pressure and put your nice little backstop on it. And but again, I missed it, but it has a really, really nice chart. I mean, just thinking about where a lot of these other little so-called therapeutic or vaccine trades are, and the charts are. This one is, it's trading very, very, again, structured. In a structured manner, I should say. So now, it's back down near this, the line here. It could be probably, attractive around, 1250-ish, anywhere around this point here to the 20-day moving average, which is around about 1180, $12, if you're lucky, right? All right, because these stocks are, when they strong, they just gonna end up getting stronger, as time goes, because again, their science is also now trading in tandem to what everybody's expecting, right? And so the more they keep making any kind of breakthroughs, the headways, that becomes even more bullish for the actual company and the stock. So again, even though we know Bill Gates got money in it, I'm like, old Snake Gates. I ain't no go hard on him. I'm gonna leave him alone, because joke like, man, what you talking about, man? Bill Gates good, man. All right, yeah, okay. But so
definitely Snake Gates.
Snake Gates, right? But yeah, so Inovio again, guys, really, really good. Again, if you guys want to come on the back panel here, let me post that link again, guys. Man, it's Friday, man. Come freestyle with the family, man. We family over here. We don't do dictatorships over here. We peers, and everything we discuss is always in the greater love of knowledge, edification, and market awareness. So if you got something to want to, you bring to the table today. Eva, Monica in the house. I see you, family. Peace, power, and profit to you, sis. I just saw the back chat. What's going on with Ilba, Monica? Brother Mathis in the house. Peace, power, profit to you, Oba. Right? Got some family coming through today on this, this Friday. Yeah, Sister Monica been making all the money lately, right? She don't hang with it too tough when you're making all that money. Like, nah, I got time, child. I got to get this bag and go. I
Yep.
get to see it. It's like one of them type sisters, like, man, look here, I'm gonna come hang out y'all for like 2 seconds. I'm gonna snatch my purse off the table and I'm out of here. You hear them car keys clicking and them high heels clicking away. Out of here. I'm out of here. Let me go get back to this money. And
Yeah.
I love it, because her energy now is just, I mean, it's always been infectious, but even more so because, again, like we always know, for us who've been in the game a little bit, when this thing start to really open it up to you and the light bulb goes off, it's like, again, like a child on Christmas, right? The discovery of how this thing began to materialize right in front of you is like nothing, like none other thing out there that you can kind of compare it to, right? Because you have free access to what? Produce capital on your own time, right? And under your own dime. And to me, again, it's just a no-brainer. And so I'm excited for that system. And anybody in the back chat who's also now been, taking this stuff and the information, what I'm saying, and trying to really, materialize it, right? The data, the studying, the due diligence, the patience within the market. Yeah, again, just putting yourself in that position to win is in itself is just awesome, extraordinary. So, I mean, you got the veterans like, Ilba Camille and Oba Marquise and Oba Chris and few you guys in the back chat, right? Again, it's no better opportunity when you got people who, again, have your best interests in mind that you can share this kind of information with, and you learn together. So you will always, kind of somewhat feed off each other, read each other's mind in certain aspects too. So it makes for a really, really good environment. All right. So peace, power, and profit to the sister Ilba Monica in the house, right? And loving the challenge you got going on. We got a Weeble challenge going on. Some of you guys might be interested in joining it. Check out the Dagger Squad channel. We kicked it off last week. This past Wednesday, I should say. Excuse me. But if we get a chance to come back on a lot later, or if she get a chance to even come on, I can let her explain it. So some of you guys can get involved if you want to be a part of it. You definitely can be a part of it. Right. So I'm loving that because that's the best way to get people involved is to make it fun. Right. So. And trading should be fun, right? It shouldn't be so tight and tense anyway, right? You're already dealing with a lot anyway, right? But it really makes the environment more pliable, right? So yeah, so that's what we're looking at for us. A couple of stocks. Again, if you guys got any stocks y'all want to talk about, look at, while I have a little time here, we can definitely go over some. We had the usual suspect. The penny play has been popping. Today we had XSPA. That was a popper today.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so it basically go ahead, Oba.
No, I was going. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, you got. Cause you was gonna, I guess, explain.
No, I was just gonna say. It halted and then it dropped, maybe about 20 or 30 cents. Well, no, about 20-some cents after it got halted. I think it was around like $1 or something. I think it shot up to like $1.16, and then it started to come down a little bit and halted. And it dropped down to like 80-some cents.
Right, and pivoted nicely off this 72 around about 10-15. Again, you got the buyers kind of step back in and kind of eat off that, off the pullback, and again the reversal came, rough around, at this point, rough around the pivot around about 10-15, 10-10, 10-15. You got some buyers come back in and kind of get it back above the VWAP. Trended sideways, at that point, respecting the VWAP, like a magnet, pulled below it just slightly, kind of tested the linear regression band. Here it is, the midlines. You can see how it respected it there, right? And just kind of trended in a bullish fashion ever since then. Getting back up as high as around about near $1, got rejected at that whole dollar mark, which is always hard to penetrate. I mean, anytime you break above it, you got to be able to close above it because it's tough grounds above, below it, where people are always trying to short into it or at least sell their positions once they cross that major threshold, that mental threshold of reaching $1. And so again, it still looks pretty nicely here, even on the back end of the day. Again, it is above its VWAP. It's testing this 20-day moving average on the 5-minute chart. And you don't have any kind of massive flash crashes at this point. I guess people are still holding, or they're sitting in it in a way where they don't necessarily feel the need to just kind of close out quite yet. I mean, y'all know it could be at the end of the day, rush to the exit, because it is going to be an extended weekend. So for those who may end up taking profit and getting on up out of there, they are in that position here where they can kind of gauge it going into that last the power hour, which is about 7 minutes away before we hit 3 o'clock. But that last 20 minutes, 15 minutes of trading will say a lot, right? That'll give you some indication whether or not this is going to be potentially a swing trade into next Tuesday, or they're just gonna cut and run, right? Because it did obviously had news. That's why it's up, right? You can go pull up the news on XSPA. So it's up, on that kind of callous, aspect. But so far, still so good. I mean, still bullish, right? Even though it kind of went up there, like you said, 116, 117, pull back. When the stock is still up on the day, right? Sometimes people feel like when the stock gaps up hard and pulls back, and it kind of goes sideways, and they necessarily can't make a lot of money because they obviously had to buy it at the top. And they said, man, this stock is garbage. Like, actually, it's not. It gapped up, dude, from 50 cents. So you had to already been in it, right? Those who was in early, they ain't calling it garbage. Right? But I understand from a day trade perspective, right? You can't really get no expansion.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, man, there ain't no price action here. I'm out of here. But if you know how to, again, trade channels and understand charting, as you can see, actually, you see what I'm saying? When it pull back here, anytime you have a pullback like of that magnitude on a stock that's gapped up, again, it went from 116 all the way down to 72. I mean, you talking about a 40 cent some differential right there, somewhere around there, give or take, right? So if you think about it from any kind of retrace, well, no, at minimum, you could probably get 90 cents out of it, 90 plus cents. So that's roughly still about 20 cents to the upside, right, on a 72-cent stock. Right, because I'm always doing plus minus ratio, split the difference, play the middle. Because typically that's how stocks trade. After they have a massive move up and they pull back, where that midline point, that's what stocks end up kind of leveling out and trading at. And literally, that's what the stock is doing right now. Where it's trading at 91 cents. Couldn't make this stuff up. So literally, if you played that bottom off that 72 pivot, that was your money bag. That was your money moment, right? You play that there, put your, again, a decent stop loss, a tight one. You could have did it at 68 cents, 65 cents. Or at least 65. In my case, I did around about 65, and then play for any kind of upside retracement, right? Off that initial profit taking that came out of the pre-market session from the gap up. Again, can't fault them people. They're gonna cash out, right? Right? They've been sitting there thinking 50 cent. Oh, I'm gonna take some of that profit. So you say, okay, let them, let's shake out that, the money takers, the money, money collecting. If there's any kind of volume, to come in, we'll see it and obviously start to kind of trickle it in a little bit down here. If you look at the bottom, and then income, a nice little move back up to that 90 cents handle, and it's just respecting that now as a point of support so far, right? So far, respecting it as a good point of support. All right, so stocks like this, again, gotta love them, man, for that reason, because they offer you so much opportunity if you just learn how to, chart carefully, methodically, and with some concern that, again, you're not trying to get caught up in the FOMO, right? You don't want to chase. You want to let the trade come to you, right? I always say, you want to pull back a good pullback when you have a stock that gaps up like this, right? Some people are like, no, just let it keep going high. That's not how this stuff works, right? You don't want that. Trust me, you want a good pullback, right? Because again, that's the new launching pad, right? When you establish a new support, then you can get some potential new buyers to come in and say, okay, well, I can come and I play with y'all. Well, you try to keep it out of everybody's hands, they ain't gonna chase up there on a stock that's, number one, that's been, trading at 30 and 40 and 50 cents like forever. Like, no, man, people gonna take profit. Right? These Joe got buku shares, like thousands of shares. Man, you got up 50 cents and you got about 10,000 shares. Man, look.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Shucks. Yeah, that's now a bubblegum ice cream party. We're gonna party tonight. And so, that's where we're looking at for XSPA. Still bullish on the back end of the day, even though it's pulling back a little bit here near that 89, 90 cents handle. But another one was what was the other runner today? I swung traded it and got me a nice little bag off of it. What was that ticker symbol? God dang it. It was dang, what stock was that trade? Oh, NAVB, excuse me, NAVB. God dog it. So Let me go over to NAVB. I don't know if y'all saw that one earlier. I posted it in our little room, but it's kind of, it's still up on the day. It's getting still bullish. Right now, this one here gapped up beautifully, right? I caught it yesterday in the after hour session on the news that, that they pulled out. And I got in rough around by 160-ish, and I added to it again when it kind of went up a little higher, started moving up a little bit, and it brought my average to like about 165, right? And so roughly I was in rough. Go ahead, over.
Is that NNDM stock?
No, NVAB. Excuse me, NAVB.
Oh, okay.
NAVB. NAVB. I'm sorry, NAVB.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it got jumped up yesterday after I was on some news, and I think I posted this one in the group yesterday. I don't know, I was busy yesterday a lot, so that's why I wasn't in the group a lot. But I don't know if I did, but it got to running, and off the gap up, and then again going into the pre-market session, it just went haywire, right? It went all the way up, up there near that 350 level. Right, so I mean, I was up there near 120-30% off the gap up, and I was like, okay, this is nice. Like Cat Williams said, this is nice. Ooh, this is nice, right? Let me shave a little bit of this right here out of the gate, and then I mean, just like clockwork, chart almost looked identical to what XSPA. It pulls back, profit taking, right? That's a massive gap up. The thing was up near 300%. You see what I'm saying? So again, you got to expect people going to take some profit, and that's magical because again, had you caught it yesterday, after our session, then you benefit. You benefiting anywhere from this point, at least around about 160, 170, because that's where it kept trending at in the after hour session, to all this up here, up this top point, and even where it's at now, and it's still curling back up on the back end of the day. I mean, look at it, it's curling back up right here. Volume coming in. Look at it. I mean, you see it down here. It's very, it's kind of in a spec looking like way, but it's you got some buyers still coming in the back of the day. I mean, this is good flow here, right? Got back above the VWAP here ever so slightly. If it breaks out obviously above this point of resistance here, this 273, 275-ish, right? Then that'll be something worth watching, right? For a back end of the day scalp, maybe for like 20-30 cents. Probably if you can get that, maybe push up to like $3 a share. If not, maybe $2.90. I mean, again, still ain't bad. You can get 20 cents on the back end of a Friday, going into extended weekend. That's a nice little, what's a nice little piece of change, right? Do a little something strange for a little piece of change. Right. And outside of that, I see top risk. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So still bullish on the day. Again, if you called it anywhere on the downfall, then of course it's garbage, right? This stock is garbage. Right? Ain't no money in this thing. Yeah, you riding the trend to the downside and thinking it's just gonna group, from here and just ramp back up. But I mean, that's a big move off its lows. Again, keep in mind that's not even where it came from. That was the launching pad. It came from down here. Look how ugly this is down here. Oh, that's the daily. Where is that? Around this point here, right? So about $1.22, somewhere around there, give or take.
Right.
It came from those areas, right? And around about $1.14, $1.15. So massive move, to go up there near 350. Right, to go up there near 350. So I had a nice little bag in this one here, and I had to sell into it obviously on the downtrend because I didn't take all the profit in pre-market when it was up in there 350. I took a little bit pre-market in Webull. That's one thing I love about Webull, because you can trade, literally the full scope of the pre-market session from 4 a.m. all the way to 8 p.m. Robinhood, you only can trade from 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Until 6, and so. If you trade, unless you go on your major accounts like TD Ameritrade and stuff like that, you can get in a little bit earlier here too. But Webull, you can pop your first trade off at 4:01 if you want AM. But yeah, so that's just it's still up. It's still up. It's still up. So we'll see what comes from it. But that's what that was a major gap up today. You had XTN. That was the one from the day before. Obviously, it's pulling back now. Obviously. So right now it's garbage to everybody because again, the stock came from like 67 cents, but it's still above $1.50. Right, so Joker's still calling it garbage. Like, dude, this thing's still up over 100%. Right, even though it went up there, with the way it went, way up here, off that gap up was massive. Right, massive gap up. But this one still has solid news that's keeping it up. Right, because it has a strong catalyst. So I'm still watching it. I am still watching it. for another position, right? I made pretty good off in this trade. Off the gap up, I did like I did with the other one. I swung traded into the pre-market session that did gapped up on May 20th, benefited greatly. Took my little profit, and I say I'm out, right? But it still looks good here above the VWAP, right? In my opinion, it still looks good, and it's trending right at the 20-day moving average. Couldn't make this stuff up. Look, I was just trending at the 20-day moving average. I mean, like a surgeon almost. Ain't no volume today, obviously, but whomever that's still in it, they keeping it, honest to the 20-day above the VWAP and above the 200-day moving average. So until something changes and maybe it tests the VWAP around about $1.40-ish, $1.48, I say, hey, stay in the trade if you kind of think it's a long-term play based on the news, because the news does carry some weight, right? So if it does any kind of, resurgence or a pivot comes in with new volume coming back in, I'm definitely going to be looking at it, right? So I got my eye on XTN. And so the post child of the day is none other than brought to you by Luckin Coffee. Boy, this garbage can. Ooh, boy, this is what you call. You just set this on fire with some big man. Look at this.
Ain't coming back.
Man. And oh man. Did I make off good on this one? I saved it for the last. Right? I was saving that bacon, right? Like Will Smith said on I Am Legend, I was saving that bacon. You came in and fried up my bacon. Right? You saved me, but you fried my bacon. I was saving that bacon for occasion. I was saving this Luckin trade because I knew, I had to pay that carrying cost and tasted work when I converted them puts. And I say, man, look, I'm going to hold it. So this one turned out to be a nice little payday for me. And when it opened back up off that, the Nasdaq giving them clearance to come back, come back into the markets. Well, again, it proved to be another, great short opportunity, right? And more people like, man, this thing ain't finna go bunkers, man. You finna get tore up, man. This thing ain't finna go back to the upside. As soon as it got down from 439, which it was stuck and halted at for that length of time, it came down and went as low as like 230, 240, around 240-ish. Snap back up like they always do. Obviously, you're going to have a rubber band snapback. Y'all know how the markets work. It went up to like 340, near 350. I got short literally right around about $3.30-something. Instantly, on this red candle right here. Couldn't make this stuff up. I didn't obviously follow them, even my old school, Well, you can say I kind of followed it to the T, but I typically wait between, and get to that actual, at a pivot point to see if you're going to kind of do a retracement, only for the fact that it was just halted for so long, and anything is possible when you have a stock that's been sitting and doing, and investors are really getting to what, make a move in it. And it's a lot of bag holders in the stock, because this stock fell from $40 a share, guys. $40, right? The big gap fell down was just recent though, when it kind of, got that news that they was cooking the books on April the 2nd, where it dropped from like 26 all the way down to around about $4 some change, right? And ever since then, look at this pattern, guys. What pattern is this, guys? What they call that? The basement pattern. That's what I'm gonna call it. It's the basement pattern. They're like going out in the basement there, bro. There you go. That's going out in the basement there, bro.
They had something called the where you used to climb the ladder. I mean, you going down the stairs on this one.
Man, I'm talking about downhill.
Right in the basement.
I'm talking about all the way down. Can you catch your footing?
Yeah.
You tearing all kind of paint off and drywall off that wall there on the way down. So this one here just, I mean, you couldn't make this up. Look at the pretty aspect of this stair step pattern all the way down. Literally, you couldn't make this stuff up, guys. That is beautiful for a short seller. We live for something like this here. And I tell you, man, and even where it's at now, $1.42, and they got an earnings coming up on the 26th, which is going to be crazy. And they fighting to stay delisted. Listed on the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq already pretty much warned them that they're going to delist them. And so they got like 30 to 40 days to appeal. So they're going through the appeal process. So it's just more time for them. And BlackRock obviously being a major holder of them, who's been handling a lot of their kind of, offerings and things of that nature, and sales of certain aspects of the asset. Everybody banking on BlackRock being a savior for the company just because they're in it. And just because they're in it don't mean they can't take L's too, right? Happens all the time, right? Again, they take L's too. They obviously try to make sure they don't happen if they can manipulate it, but when the selling is overpowering, they get slaughtered too. Right. So here you go. And so again, I hit it in puts. I got puts in it now. I already washed some of them out in a nice little bag, and I still got an equity short in it. And I closed out the one in Tasty Works. And so and this one here just been a home run. I sat in it, and I waited, and I was like, okay, when they open this thing up, I can't wait to attack it. And ever since it's just been lights out. Right? It's been lights out. So some people say, okay, man, well, at some point they got to pivot, man. They even just can't go out of business. Man, somebody gonna buy them out. But that's the talking points now, right? Typically, when it gets this bad, well, it's the only thing the Bulls can do is kind of talk buy talk, right? Because they know they garbage, right? They looking for a bailout basically, and so they got to have hopes, right? And I get it, but look, that's not how a lot of this stuff works, especially when you've been exposed for fraud. At this level, the CEO got fired, the COO got fired, a lot of people got fired. Not that they can't come back, but guess what? America don't want these companies on their exchanges no more. Then Trump also hit him with a dagger. And on top of that, then the Senate yesterday, the Congress the other day hit him with another dagger, right? That whole thing about kicking Chinese companies off our exchanges. Right? This thing gonna ratchet up, guys. I'm sure y'all saw that press release. That was a major blow.
Yeah, Alibaba is I think it was down 5% earlier today. Might still be down right now. Yeah.
Baidu was the first one to initiate that. The fact that they were saying, okay, we'll just leave. They tried to go ahead and front load it. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Look at these jokers thinking they're gonna try to play. I'll say good luck with that, because your wish gonna be their command. Because you keep mind, these people can care less. They already mad because they feel like Asian people gave them this virus, and you get these people upset you want to, trying to jump bad and think you gonna play, try to take the high road. They're like, okay, well, we're gonna oblige you. You the first one out of here. See you, right? Right. So you right here playing around and looking. That gap down, massive gap down on again, Baba, right? 212. All the way down, roughly around about 200 some change. Came down, slightly to 199. Pull back, and now you kind of down trending back again. Then it's 200. Reached the below it just ever so slightly down at this point here. But again, hey, good luck. It was already obvious, even with the trade war and the tariffs, that Chinese stocks were obviously heavily shorted and scrutinized. Y'all remember back in 2018, that's all people kept saying on Wall Street. Jim Cramer was really, blowing the dog whistle. Right. These Asian companies, Chinese stocks, is the Chinese stocks, and the Communist Party, this and this, all that kind of, vitriol, kind of, commentary on a publicly traded, company in the market, and kind of turning people against Asian stocks. Again, whether you for or against doesn't matter, but it's hard to even trade them, even on any kind of so-called quote unquote growth or whatever, because you got a variety of people wait on the sideline to short it. So it has been nothing short of that, even though it had a nice little rebound at some point. Think about it from let me go to the daily chart here. It just been trying to catch its footing ever since, because that's when it became apparent. And that's you couldn't make this stuff up. Look at 2018, right at that point where around the June, the summer of 2018, it got ratchet for Asia stock. Trump started turning the heat up on them, and here you go, right? It came from all the way from around about 210. That joker pulled back all the way down here to like about 130. I remember that. And then again, they caught a nice little bid because everybody got distracted, with other stuff, and them saying, okay, well, we're gonna try to work together, all that kind of back and forth like they were doing, measuring each other, right? With Trump and President Xi of China, came back, obviously made a new high, right? Came up here, made a new high around this 230-ish, and pull back again, but based on the coronavirus. And now, look at the chart now. Now it's kind of, that's an ugly. It's still somewhat better off what it was, but it's about a 200-day moving average. But now it's ugly because they got this Congress to deal with, right? This congressional policy they're trying to put forth out there to really dagger them. So it ain't looking good for the Chinese stocks. I hate to say it, even though I don't, but I'm like, hey, what can you, hey?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yep, that's it. Over. It is what it is, and so and then you can still got stuff like PDD, Pinador, right? This junk, this still running, right? This Pinador company, man, this little junk, this little trash, right? This trash again. You in it and you making money again, hey, fireworks, confetti, all that. I'm excited, but look at this. this thing when it took off literally at 30, and I mean it's running on the wing and the prayer that if we're gonna take anything else out of American markets, if they try to pull this coup and get us up out of here, these Asian stock, we gonna what? Run our little stock up before it happens. And that's basically what is happening right now. I mean, very bullish move. Again, they had earnings. Obviously, you see, the E down here, and they kind of came in, I think, in line to a degree. I think they might have beat on revenue. I have to go check again. But nonetheless, it's very bullish off its lows. Again, going back as far as, around March the 16th, and it's just running. It's just been running. I mean, going back as far as, you see, I got even some old stuff on here. I've been trading this joke here for a little minute too. But yeah, it's just been running, man. So, we'll see what comes from it. We'll see what comes from it with this, congressional policies that they're putting forth to get these Asian stocks up out of here. And there's a lot of Asian stock that really need to be off the exchange. They ain't gonna even say that it's not. It's some out there just garbage, right? They are straight pumping that garbage. The Asians, hide out in them and manipulate the floats. That's why a lot of them have very, very low floats, right? They rather do a lot of offerings, right? Because they like to keep the floats very cheap. So they come in and spoof the bid on a certain stock. They kind of pick a stock they're gonna get in one day and run it up like a pump and dump, and they just run it up. And then obviously they pull the rug on everybody, American traders, and then pull all their funds from it and stock crash, right? Leaving all the American people bag holding. So they have a notorious regimen of doing that, right, to American investors in terms of pumping up their little stock, Asian stock thing, pulling the rug and getting out of there. But nonetheless, PDD is banging, right? Again, I don't know how long it's gonna last, but we'll see. So again, the other one like Hulia, that's another one, right? Hulia is another one. It's starting to kind of look just like Baba, right? Pulling back now, V-shaped to the downside. Again, it broke its 20-day moving average. It's definitely below the 200 at this point, especially on the daily at least. But again, it's definitely in the downtrend. Can easily come back and test some of these points of support around about $14 some change, right? Not too far from that based about nil book, right? But again, anything below that can get real messy, up into these little areas here, 14, 13, then test some of this 13 and even possibly back down in the 12s. But and again, keep your eye on it, because if this stuff ratchet up with this Chinese, Chinese stocks on American exchange and stuff, then you want to come find these ones like this, especially ones who were kind of sitting up a little high too, and they can take a beating. So VIPS is another one, right? That's another. Keep your eye on that one. That's a little Asian stock. You got IQ. I guess that was, I think they're like the fake Netflix, if I ain't mistaken. The Asian Netflix company. Yeah. So look where it's at. It ain't even playing the radio. It just gave back basically all this game. Going back even off the March lows, right? We're close to the March lows. Around this point here, it kind of zigzagged up, came down, went below it, got all the way back up again, came down. So it's in an ugly bearish trend. I mean, if that ain't a bear flag, that's obviously a bear flag. And the linear regression band definitely showing which way it's headed. Downtown Julie Brown style. And it's below that mean line too. So at this point here, if it can't get back above that line there, it can get real ugly. Thing can slip and eat up all this weight here. At least down to around about 1466. Right? Even right now it's at 1465, so about $1. About get about a point off of it of expansion to the downside, potentially if everything go your way. But again, let them keep ratcheting up this conversation with Asian stocks, and this tension starting to flare up with Asia and China again. Asia and China basically in America again with this tariff and trade war stuff. These gonna be the first victims, because that's how it was before. Wall Street just turned on the Asian stocks. They started shorting everything that was Asian. I mean, like wolves, right, on a little bunny rabbit. He ain't got no choice, no win in the fight. Right? So Wall Street could be a brutal beast. Y'all know how they play that old, patriotic mess and attacking, seeking the hounds on these little stocks when they get mad at the people, politics and governance. And they did it with Russian stocks when they were fighting Russia. I don't know if y'all remember that, but them Russian ADR stocks, man, they were tearing the Russian stocks up. They were shutting the brakes off of them. What was that one Russian stock? I think is it not YY? It's what was that? We traded a couple of them too, Sister Camille. Back in the old room, you were day trading some of them. Yeah, and that whole mailing the election, all that stuff, man, they wouldn't tear the Russian stocks up. And Vladimir Putin like, man, look at y'all can get off my back, man. I'm gonna leave some Russian bear on y'all. Beating them stocks, beating the brakes off them stocks. But yeah, that's that's the broader market. That's you got to keep your ears and eyes and your mind open to, again, all these different aspects of the global market, because at any moment when you're having these kind of spats like you're getting, with Asia now and Russia and everything, everybody, under a lot of pressure because of coronavirus, and you still got certain fights that you didn't, you had to put on the back burner before all this stuff happened, and you didn't really, forgot about them, but it ain't nothing to put them, pick them back up and cause more conflict than you need when you people trying to even stay safe from the coronavirus. So it's making for a very ugly, global fight. I mean, you got Trump fighting the WHO. You got the CDC and the FDA scared to go against Trump, so they fighting Bill Gates. They don't want none of his little test kits, none of his little vaccine companies to be the front runner. They fighting Fauci, right? Now you pushing back even against him now. And man, this is some soap opera here, guys. I'm telling you, I got my little vegan popcorn, just sitting back in my chair, like watching all the fireworks. This is the funny stuff, right? Y'all know this. You got Jugger marching on people, Capitol ground with pistols and rifles and open back up all that. Man, look, the
crazy, man.
But they say the inmates are running their asylum right now. Jugger wide open out there right now, bro. So for what it's worth, again, we just have to be cautious and very, very methodical in our approaches. Again, using that word methodical, because you have to have a methodology in terms of how you're going to trade these stocks, because it's hard really it's hard to bake in all this stuff that they be trying to make it in, because it's still just so much agonizing data that's still out there. Like, well, we already know that Wall Street is divorced from what Main Street. It's been that way, right? Because they know Main Street is always going to be last to eat, right? They're going to be last to eat, but guess who paying for the meal? Main Street. How can I pay for the meal, cook the meal, and then I'd be last to eat?
Crazy.
This is crazy. Again, like I always say, people vote against their own interests and try to play all high and mighty. I don't want nothing from the government. You're a fool to say some dumb junk like that. I bet you Goldman Sachs ain't saying that. I bet you American Airlines ain't saying that. And all the people getting these bailout checks, I bet they ain't saying that. They're like, oh, I'm gonna get richer. Ooh, this is nice.
Yeah, people don't understand how it works out here.
They don't. Again, they just they follow these old pseudo factions, fascist little groups and this, that, and third, and they thinking like broke is some kind of value of power. Ain't no power in being broke. Yeah, and saying I don't want to, get this money and get this bag, in its perspective, just because you're trying to prove a point. You ain't proving no point. When you are living in a very, for whatever you want to call it, a very, weird society in terms of governance and all that, man. If they pass now,
we gotta stop that, man. We gotta stop that, yo.
Yeah,
that is not. If we talking about Black African power, you can't do that without money.
Exactly.
It's silly.
Yeah, any aspect of again, just think about what it means when we say self-preservation. How you preserving yourself, trying to play. I'm gonna bear across the bear the cross game. Right? I'm gonna bear my cross and be broke to set a point. Like who? Your stomach?
Yeah, they don't understand. They don't understand how
man.
the United States was formed and why it's very powerful. I mean, all those. The reason you have the wealth gap is because of things like the New Deal, the GI Bill, and so many other government programs that made certain groups wealthy in this country. Those were all by the government. They didn't just work hard and work a regular job and have that type of money. That doesn't. That's not how it works.
Man, this is old wealth, right?
Yeah, it may be crumbs, but it's free crumbs.
It's like
you make a cake.
Right. It's like that video I showed with the guy named Vic, right, up in New York, right? It's your money. It's the taxpayers' money. That's what's fun about it. They get fed off your money. They literally looking you in your face, spitting in your face, telling you ain't gonna do nothing for you, and spending your money.
Exactly.
That's like somebody going in your pocket right in front of your face, and they ain't got no gun on you, no nothing, and you just sit there letting them do it. and you be like, man, but I'm much bigger than this. I'm a, you know, I'm on, you know, I'm gonna prove a point. Man, look,
because they don't understand money. A lot of people, because we ain't never had no money, they don't know anything about money and how it really, really is made and how it moves and where it
yeah, they
comes.
running from the ideal of it, you know, and I'm like, shucks, you know, why go through all that, you know?
They don't know money. They never had it, and they never studied it either. You know, so that's
Yeah,
why.
it's tragic.
Yeah, it's just
Tragic.
it's like talking to the average person about the market. Everybody thinks it's gambling because they don't know anything about it. Oh, this is the world's money in here.
Right. You know, that's why I posted
The
that.
world's money.
Yeah. That's why I posted that meme today, especially in our group, because I want to keep us honest, right? No matter what happens, you know, at least people in our little, you know, our little circle, we're gonna make sure people stay, you know, humble and honest because we know what this market really like. And people, a lot of people think it's just, again, you know, unlimited, you know, gambling house, and it's not that kind of reality, right? We're here trying to establish some real benchmark precedence aspects of, you know, putting your best foot forward in terms of your natural due diligence and understanding how to work something where you ain't necessarily have to worry about nobody checking you, right? You don't have to worry about nobody running down on you. You don't have to worry about nobody telling you, you know, gauging your money and all this stuff. You can literally work this at your own pace and your time, right? And your understanding of how to materialize, you know, investing and trading. Again, regardless of your background, any of that stuff, none of it matters. You got air and opportunity, right? So if you don't have the type of things that society obviously presses you with on a daily basis, if you was out there trying to be in the workforce and all that kind of dumb stuff and clearances and all that kind of stuff, then man, I'm like, okay, y'all give me this opportunity, y'all didn't mess around and let the wrong person in it. That's how I always look at it, right? Because I know given the opportunity and the time, give me time. Again, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, right? And I may take some L's here, I may have some W's here, but once I get really founded in this because it ain't going nowhere, imagine what you guys gonna be. That's the part where you gotta say,
oh yeah.
And then before you know it, when the light bulb comes off, then you come around, the market starts to slow down like Neo in the Matrix. Before you know it, you found the way you maneuver through to get the leverage accounts. You find a way how to get the bags and, you know, get yourself in the right position. Then you start having a $20,000 day, a 10 grand day, a $5,000 day, and then before you know it, any loss that you might have had even before that get wiped away like really quick. And it might seem like, man, just bad. I can't seem to get ahead of myself. That's because, again, don't try to force it. Don't try to force a square peg in a circle hole, right? You know, take your time, right? Because it ain't going nowhere. So you got nothing to lose in that aspect. You just trying to gain the knowledge, right? The mental welfare perspective to say, well, you know, I got time, right? I got time.
Don't trade if there ain't no trade.
Right.
I ain't
you know,
gonna
a lot
lie.
of
and that takes and that's a part of learning the market as well, having discipline. You know.
Right. That's literally the secret sauce.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I got in late on XPAS today. I got in a little bit late, fooling around doing something. And since I was using Robinhood, I could have bought in early. And, you know, I'm sitting on the phone playing around. I'm like, man, I gotta get in this trade. And, you know, something pop up on my dang screen. I forgot about the trade, so I got in late. But luckily, you know, I still got some profit. But you know, I would have got in. I would got more if I would have just did what I had to do. You get distracted so easy with this thing, y'all. And
it can, right? And that's why I'm always saying, you know, I always tell people, you know, again, this is a type of, especially again, we speaking strictly day trading now, because that's, you know, you it's like you on the job, right? You on the job when you day trade. It'd be no different. You was on the job, right? You know, if you on the job on the assembly line somewhere doing something, you don't got time. People come tapping on your shoulder. You got time for phones be ringing. You got time to be, you know, running into the door because somebody at the door, because you on the line, right? You in the, you know, engage in the opportunity, your job, but. And investing in trading, y'all know nanoseconds is everything. Nanoseconds is everything sometime in a trade. We talking about a shift of about 2-3%, you know, in a few seconds. That's with leverage behind it. Man, that's a lot of money. You know what I'm saying?
And limit orders, you know, do you do limit orders or what? Lot, Chris?
Huh?
Do you do limit orders?
Yeah, I did. I've been doing them lately. I ain't gonna lie. Like the day before yesterday, I did a good limit order on. I think it was XTNT. Oh yeah, I made 140 off that.
I used to run that
trade.
up and down.
Nice.
But see, I'm telling people, I'm using my own money to do this because and that's even more dangerous. So, when you're doing this, you got to be paying attention because if you don't, that's money you losing. Not with a leverage account or margin account, that's somebody else's money. But with your own, you got to be on your P's and Q's. So yeah, I slipped up a little today, but I still ended up getting a little profit.
That's one of my worst habits, man. Like it's times when I get in trades and I done made a great entry, and I'm in profit and I mess around and get distracted and come back and now I'm down. You know what I'm saying? When I did everything right, but you just mess around and not paying attention.
You gotta set a take profit order.
Right. That's what I start doing because I'm like, if I don't set that, you can be out of there, bro. Like real
Trailing
quick.
Stops, stop losses. The things that we definitely took for granted when we first started out because it was like, okay, it's just straight price action, right? Because you watching the real time, right? It's kind of like my finger on the trigger, right? But now it's like, okay, well, that you may be inundated with potential things that may kind of pull your attention here and there. So you got to put those backstops in place. So that's what I'm always saying. And I'm saying obviously out of experience, you got to always have your backstops in place, especially if you only got one day trade and you don't want to blow it. I get it. You like, man, not today, right? Not today, Wall Street. Don't y'all mess up my day trade. I only got one. You say to yourself, okay, well, that's when you have to be even more cautious about where you want to enter in at then. Because now you're trying to maximize what little profit you can get out of it and save your day trade. At least that way you don't blow it on a whole lot of wet. Just chasing. So you say, okay, well, let me put myself in the best position. And on top of that, I might have to be a little bit more flexible in terms of what I'm willing to lose on the fact that, you're dealing with a stock that has that level of what? Volatility or this, that, and the third high trades. You might have to, give it a little room to breathe, right? But in doing so, again, at least you put in a backstop to not necessarily go beyond that what your target will be in terms of what you're willing to lose, right? So you just go ahead and set it. As soon as you set that trade, you kind of been watching for a while, see how it's trading in a certain channel or band or ATR. It might be trading in about a 20 cent, 30 cent channel. And if you're trying to come anywhere around the middle or on the lower end of that channel, right, in a patient perspective, then you already know what your upside potential will be, right? Because the ATR always reveals itself to you at the peak or the resistance to the down to what? The demand zone. So a lot of it really boils down to solid price action awareness, but also the supply and demand zone when you're able to map those things coordinately in a coordinated fashion. If you miss your target or your opportunity to get in at those certain sweet spots, then don't chase it. Right? It's just not worth it. Even though you probably can get lucky and you catch it at the high end and still volume may come in out of nowhere. Okay, you spike up, get to that 3, 4, 5 cents, 7, 8 cents, 10 cents. That's fine, right? But you don't want to make that a habit, even though you can do it, and that's fine, but don't make it a habit. Because it ain't, it's just, what I'm saying, it's just not worth it. So I'm always telling people pay for stocks at the price you want to pay for them. Don't never accept a market order unless you just know you're in a parabolic trade. If it's a parabolic and you know it, no matter what you're getting at, you're still going to get some gravy, then that's the only time I advocate a market order. But outside of that, always limit in. Always limit in, right? And then when you do limit in, scale in with your limit orders, right? That way, at least you can protect yourself if it flash back down a little bit. If you kind of get in this a little too early, you can, pad that bottom a little bit until that thing kind of really starts to bottom out and make us pivot back to the upside.
I think over so it's a lot, in the back.
Sorry, yeah. I got my little screen share up, sorry. Let me go.
So let me ask a question. So is there a way that you can have your stop loss, your target, and put in your limit order at the same time? I haven't, I don't even know how to do that, honestly.
Well, you got to put the order in first before you can set a stop loss. And now you can have your mental target obviously in play already because you're already saying you looked at the chart, right? Say for instance, like Lucky, right? Lucky and Coffee. Just on a hypothetical aspect. All right, I added to this stock throughout the day like crazy. As y'all can see, that's one my position right here. I got on Lucky. I got about 7,000 shares. I'm cleaning this out. I ain't swinging this over the weekend on not on trading it. right? Not them $7 share, but I told you I got share like around about 335. You know, when it opened back up off the suspension, and I added to it, right? All the breakdowns I added methodically to it, and so I added the bulk of all these shares today. Obviously, you know, of that 7,000, you know, it came in that most of it came in today, right? But again, just looking at the chart here, when I'll show y'all on Trading View, this stair-step pattern to the downside. I'm letting the trade unfold itself to me, right? So anytime I see trending right at a moving average, and you seeing weakness that it can't necessarily breach and hold or close above it, because y'all know my rule. Anytime a stock moves above it, what a significant moving average, VWAP, whatever, it has to be able to close above it and hold for at least what? I don't know if you remember, what I used to always tell you, it had to close and hold above that moving average for how many candles? At least 5. Right? At least 5 1-minute candles or 1 5-minute candle, right? That's confirmation to let you know that you do have some significant follow through and bullets coming in now, starting to feed off that pivot crossing or that, you know, that
right, or that it right, closes above the last candle.
Right, and also more importantly, that moving average, which also signifies what, right? Strength. It signifies strength, right? So if you look, even at this point, if you're going back and looking here, that's all right here, all this right here, just money, right? Definitely add. Trending right in the 9 moving average, but when it crossed over the 20, came back to it, I'm adding those little pivots at the 20. Anytime it came up to the 20 and tested it, I'm adding. And then it when it flushed, you know, rough around about 1038, 1040, and make that flush down there, I said, you know what, and here we go. That's what everybody been waiting on. It came down to 137. I said, now I got to wait for it to get back above the 20, because it's going to get back above it, obviously, you know, coming down near the lows like it did, you know, hitting 133. I said, at some point, it's going to bounce, right? It's going to bounce at some point. It did, got back above the 20-day moving average, came up here, pulled back to it here, trended it here, got back above it here. And as soon as it got back around that point, when I saw it came back to that point of resistance from this point, that was a what? That was a confirmation. So 150 became what? New resistance. So that's all I need to see. I had to see it unfold before I could be confident. So guess what? I added a gang of shares at 150, 149. I added a ton. I said, "Oh, you have to come get me today? And it's a Friday. Oh, y'all gonna have to come get me today. y'all gonna have to come with it. But you better bring that Rona. You better bring you some anything else you got. So look here, not today.
Yeah,
so
that's tough right there.
Yeah, I dusted the bulk of my shares, you know, from my 331 position at that pivot, because now what happens at the point when you get out of the rush hour trading out the from pre-market into what the first hour and a half of trading, what happens? The volume particularly thins out, right? Because all that rush hour traffic volume dissipates, right? And now only people left are just bag holders and anybody just kind of adding into their short position, because all the day traders they out of there, right? They out of there. And so once I saw that and I looked at the volume, look at the volume. See, the volume don't lie. See right here? This is the beginning. See all that volume there in the beginning there? Especially when it started flushing here from 138. 159, somewhere around there at 1038, somewhere in there. Right. All this volume here. And see right here when it kind of picked back up and you had a little green retracement, that was just shorts covering. I mean, I'm no fool at this. All that is short covering. Shorts covered. Bulls tried to kind of come in behind a little bit, add a couple of shares because they're averaging down, they bag holding hard. I mean, the bag holding real hard. And so the volume got thinner. See right here? In come the red specs, in come that thinning of the volume. And now it's trading on air and opportunity for short sellers. So after that, I just stayed in the trade, right? All right. And then again, even came down to this point of resistance for support or resistance to the downside. Trailing around this 133 again, 134. It didn't break. I was hoping it break then, but again, massive order showed up on level 2. People trying to get it off those lows, right? They were successful in doing it. I give them credit, but nonetheless, going into, we got about 20 something more minutes left before the bell rings 24. I'm looking for it to come back down in the 130s, right? Now, I'm not going to say it's going to probably come down and break this 134. It possibly can, right? But if I'm going to take some profit here, which is going to be some of the bulk of these shares, at least over half, right? I got to take at least over half. That's, that's a lot of shares, but it's a dirt cheap stock. But nonetheless, again, it's in a downtrend. It is in a downtrend. Right. What do you do when it's left for dead and the news is not favorable at no aspect? Right. So, But that's all it is. You just trying to you just always look at the past performance as a potentiality or for future profitability or future potentiality, right? As I'm always saying, let this trade reveal itself. Sometimes you have to be just a little bit more, patient. And I know sometimes like, man, if I missed the trade because the market sent it somewhere and I was waiting on it, you like, God dang, I waited on that thing. Like, again, go back to Will Smith saying, I was saving that bacon, man. I was saving that bacon, right? You was saving to fry that bacon up for a rainy day.
Yeah.
And it left without you, or somebody fried it when you came on. Like, man, where bacon at, man? Somebody's gonna fry your bacon up. But it happened.
Right,
just wait for the pullback.
Yeah, it happened. So you again,
pull back to the area that I had that happen to me. I had been watching this trade because it's been like I've been trading it up and down, like within a little. What's the word I'm looking for? Not really consolidation, but
a range.
Yeah, thank you. It's in a range, so but there's all this liquidity below it, but it's still trading within a range. And I always so I've been scalping it the whole time because it's just up and down in this range, waiting for it to break market structure. But it left, on a nice run yesterday. I was so pissed because it just like I turned my head for a second and then it dropped.
And it took off.
Oh, like one
Been
long
there.
candle, like right where I was planning on entering. Well, I just waited for it to, because usually when you get like one long candle like that, that's like that's a very abrupt move, and the market's going to correct itself. It's going to go back up. So I just waited for it to go back up again, and then I took it back down.
That's what happened to me. Well, the thing about that T, what was it? TNT, whatever, some weird name. The thing is,
XTNT.
Yeah. So I got lucky with that trade, and not that I got lucky because I bought in at a good price in pre-market, but what happened was that thing. I think what was that? Did it shoot? It was so volatile. It kept stopping. It kept halting.
Yeah, it had all those. Yeah, it had all those. Halt. That was what killed the momentum. I was so upset myself because I was in early because I swung it from the the previous day. I was like, man, we finna rock it, bro. We finna rock it. That thing was up near $3. I said, we finna rock it. We finna hit, forward above. But man, those 20% flash crash in the 1 minute candle halts that come through Nasdaq when they halt the stock. They just started scanning that stock. I said, man, they finna kill the momentum. As soon as the momentum is killed, people gonna take their money elsewhere. They don't want to be sitting here dealing with that all day.
Man.
Especially after 3 halts, and you might get that what they call it, a T13, T12.
Yeah, T12. Even though they were solid on their books, but again, when you typically have that, you always have that skittish nature that could happen, right? Even though if you didn't check the finance mix, they were complying and everything, but it's just the idea when that happens, it's like, man, they finna probably pull some crazy. They finna pull a stunt. Let me get up out of here.
It's a little joke.
Yeah, so
I mean, usually when they open, like when you're going long, they halt it once. They don't go up higher. Then you might get another one. It'll run up higher, but then you want to kind of get out of there because once you start getting like up into like 3 halts, they get
yeah.
Well,
it wasn't XTNT. It was Foomware. Foomware. I got lucky.
That was another one too. Yeah, it had like 1 million halts too.
That
one. But they had news. Mm-hmm.
They got me good though because I placed a sell order, and while it was halted, it jumped up to $2.99, and they got me out. And I got in like around $2.
Oh.
And they got me in. I had bought like 50 shares, and I sold 25, and they got me in at $2.99. And I was trying to see if they was gonna let it go back up, but I said, you know what? I don't think once it hit a red candle, and it came down to like 284, I think. So I was like, oh no, I'm gonna go ahead and sell. And so when I sold, man, guess what they did?
Pop back
They
up.
sold me out. at 217. No, it dropped even lower. It dropped
No,
lower.
they didn't do you like that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it could be brutal.
So
I already know. Man. Please,
I got some profit off of it, but it's still like, man, well, how did y'all let it drop that far down like that, man? Why was halted? I was mad, yo.
They just feel you wherever, because especially if it's moving that fast.
Yeah.
When it's moving like that, the broker will just fill you wherever.
Yep. Wherever within that range, liquidity slippage, if it's in there, it's like whatever trade share was in line first, what market makers in line first, some get precedence over others sometimes. That's why you end up having a lot of slippage.
Right.
You have a sort of weak order book or market maker that your shares may be allocated in. Others will get precedence over them sometimes. So that's why others end up getting slipped, because it's like everybody rushed for the exit one time. You might have been in line early, like, man.
Right.
That's cool though, because I got that 299. So I mean, half of my shares, it hit that high, so I was good. I wasn't tripping. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I just took whatever that little second 25 shares I sold. I took the little profit from that, but I was lucky to get that 299 because it didn't go no higher than that on the day. Right. It went right back down afterwards. So I got lucky on that. Yeah. I was like, man, y'all some suckers for not letting me get my other half off, man.
Yeah, again, it's a brutal world. Again, it's like they only do it to the retail traders, especially when they're dealing with the penny stock, because they know you at the mercy of the UDP halts, the LUDP halts, and all that kind of stuff, and the so-called root. Because again, I start that cheap. It ain't hard for to hit 10% or 20%, right? Because it's dirt cheap, right? You're talking about a matter of 10 pennies or somewhere around there. 20, 30 cents, which can have fast crash, and that already at your halt level. Like, man, it's not like a limit down in the SPY, at 5%, 7%, 7%. These little penny stocks, but they can just keep doing it until they just, if the order or if the people on the floor don't say, well, let it run, at a certain point they'll just let it keep halt, like they did with XTNT, and even fun. They just mess up the momentum, kill all the momentum. It's like, okay, I'm out here, bro. I'm gonna do it.
All right.
So, it's a dirty world out there.
So, I ain't tripping though. I've been 100% on my my last 5 or 6 trades, so I'm not complaining. Solid. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to. Even in Forex, you know what I'm saying? I haven't lost in Forex in a while. So.
Me too, man. It's been scaring me. I've been slick being scared. I'm like, man, like
I may be winning too much. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to slip up.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I love it. Hey, get that money. Get it.
It's okay though. But I haven't traded Forex this week. I've been sitting on my hand. Well, I do got one trade that I'm swinging in Forex. I think it's Euro Shift, I think. But I haven't really done nothing else. I'm trying to just chill.
Right. Yeah, I traded gold today. And that's a wild stallion. So I got a nice bag on that.
Yeah.
I seen him like, yes, sir. I see you.
Yeah. I see you. Killing over there. Get that bag.
Yeah, even Bitcoin turned, off that, last crash, flash crash it did. I know y'all can definitely trade over there on y'all can trade it on Meta 4. I know y'all can trade over there on Meta.
Bitcoin sometimes on Saturday, because that's when I be doing a lot of my studying and getting my charts ready.
I'll be on Kraken.
It pivoted. Go ahead, open. Sorry.
Now I was saying, I'll be on Kraken trading that my crypto. I ain't know you can trade it on Meta though. I ain't know that.
Yeah.
You can trade it.
Oh yeah.
Ethereum, you can trade with Ethereum, or you can trade what is it, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and is it Litecoin? I think you can trade two. Yeah. Is it just Bitcoin?
No, you can trade Ethereum too.
Yeah, I know Ethereum should be on there because it's ERC20. They allow that, because that's an international, portal. So I know Forex definitely gonna have that one on there. Nothing else.
Oh yeah, they got definitely trade you know, Bitcoin.
I gotta check that out.
I just gotta find the right one.
No, I don't got a platform.
Well, our sister Tay, she be tearing it up. You know, to my over Chris, Sister Tay that sell the Lazo tea on Facebook.
Yeah.
Man, that sister been on fire. I got to get her in the group, man, because man, she remind me so much of Eva Camille and some of the other sisters in there, like Hadia, that's in the group. That's also in Dr. D group, and you know, man, look,
she be killing.
Talking about. Yeah, you know, it don't have to be like hundreds of $1,000s, like you know everybody, but she like 60 here, you know, 70 here, you know, 30 here. 100, that's what it's about. It's about those basic hits. You know what I'm saying?
Once you got the consistency, and once you got consistency, then you can start to size up. You don't, you don't make stupid mistakes, you know, blow your whole account, you know, blow up and whatnot, or the greed.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, some days, especially like with everything like being in the channel, you don't have a lot of range, you know, because I be trying to hold. Because some days you can get $300-400, you know, depending on, you know, some months, whatever the market is doing. But sometimes when it hit like 75, you better take it, especially if you're only in at a 1.00. You know, I mean, if you in there with two or three lots, and it just gives you that short pop, then you'll have about $300. But if you only in there one lot, and it you know, goes about 30 pips, 30 pips. If you want to reverse, then you know,
take that.
With your average, that's what you get.
Hey, I'd be like $100 a day. It's cool with me.
Fast.
You know,
sure.
Because I just trade in the market. You got to learn how to trade. You got to trade what the market is giving you. You got to be able to see whether or not, you know, you're in a pattern where it's just holding in that particular zone, up and down, and then you got to wait for the break market structure. Then, you know, when you like in a range, like once you get out of that range bound market, which the U.S. dollar is in a range bound market right now.
It's a lovely range too. Yeah, you're right.
That's why I like the ATR, the average true range. That definitely help out with that.
Yep.
Definitely plot. Like you just draw the range. You just draw like I do like a 60-day look back, and I draw the high that day to the low of up where we are today, and that gives me my range.
I'm taking that gas money. I'll tell you that much.
I know that's right.
With the quickness, I always tell people, a bird in the hand beat one in the bush. I guarantee you had more. You leaving with more you came with. That's a win.
Exactly.
That's a win. You ain't finna convince me ain't a win. I'm gonna go old school on joke. The devil is a lie. The fake devil is a lie. You know, you ain't even tell me I ain't gonna take this little, you know, 30, 60, 80, 100, whatever, couple hundred, whatever. Man, look.
People don't realize it's hard to make $10 in the market.
In certain cases, it can be very problematic and tough because again, you know, markets are right. It's a very finicky landscape at times. At times when you don't have the level of expansion based upon the broader market, often being in that chop zone. When you have those choppy days, that's the worst market to trade because again, you don't have true expansion. You don't have, you know, liquidity breaks or flushes where you have the outflows, you know, trying to catch up with all this kind of, you know, pent up demand of expansion, either up or down. If you're in the chop zone, it's gonna be, man, you gonna have to be trading like a surgeon, literally, like a surgeon.
Exactly. Like I remember when I trade in the chop. Now I'll be like, whoop! I know right where the, you know, the breaking market structure is. Where it's gonna fall at. I know it's gonna be. I know when to take my profit now. Because before I wouldn't even be trading no chop. Like now they just got a straight up chop market. So, you know, within those little zones. So I know how to.
You gotta stick and move.
Like with the, you know, when you really put the work in, you see yourself grow like that. I remember June 3rd will be 3 years trading for me. And I remember my first day.
Congrats, sis.
Facts.
I remember when AE hit my email and all this stuff. And I was penny trading.
It's like it ain't looking back because it's like let's go to work, right? And I say that because again, we all have the innate capabilities to learn this. That's why, you know, for me, I really rationalize that a lot in a way where people who are trying to find a reason why they think they can't don't really truly understand that they already well equipped out the gate with natural skill set. They just, again, you know, how the people when they can place it, you know, again, as the saying goes, you know, those who are most comfortable are least likely to change. That theory. And unfortunately, when people put themselves in a box, even a monetary or fiscal or financial box, they like to kind of trend in that safety zone. Not too much. They don't care if they can go over or not, you know, but not too under, right? They're trying to protect their backside more so than expand the upside. That's the wrong mentality to have when it comes to wealth and generating wealth, right? Or wanting to generate wealth or riches, even riches, right? You got to understand that your backside is the past. Now, no, you need to realize you got, you know, air and opportunity between now and unlimited expansion, right? When it comes to even the financial market, what I'm saying, because there's no cap on this. You know what I'm saying, it's not like you know you can only make so much money at a job because they're gonna cap you, right? No matter how many hours you work, you know you only gonna get that. So you know you have to kind of shed that kind of thought process and say, okay, well, you know, I have unlimited air and opportunity, right? Yep. So you be a little bit more indifferent to the idea of, you know, positioning yourself, posturing yourself with the right amount of knowledge, with the right amount of, you know, practice and this, that, the third. So when you get into the actual game, then you ain't sitting there, you know, having what they call, you know, buyer's remorse and scared to hit the, you know, hit the buy button, right? Or you know, seller's remorse. You scared to hit the sell button after you didn't got to make a little money. You scared to hit the sell button because like, you know, you anxiety. No, man, look, smash that thing. Smash it.
Press seller buy, my heart be palpitating the whole time.
Yeah. It can be, again, it's nerve wracking, you know, and I'm saying that because it's just the idea that when you really put it in the context, guys, you think about this for what it really is. For once in our lives, we don't have no person standing between us and opportunity. We go straight to source, straight to market, and pull from it. Right? No racial craziness, no nothing, none of that. You know what I'm saying? So why wouldn't you want to bring your A game? You see what I'm saying? The one thing that, again, psychologically defeats us is the fact that we still got workers' mentality, employees' mentality, in order to kind of keep you confined to not necessarily want to, you know, expand your horizon the way that you really can, because you know that as long as you can clock in and clock out, you safe, right? Right? You do no more than just that, right? Just no too much more on the job. Now I want to do too extra because they're gonna give me more tasks. Now I'm gonna do just enough and get up out of there. You can't take that kind of mentality into the investment world. You have to have a different, you know, aura about yourself, right? A different, you know, thought process, and realize that, again, given the proper training and time to get to a point, but once you in here, you know, hey, you get to dictate how you want to write that check. You know, that's the part about it. And if it's taking a year or 2 years or 3 years, a couple years, 4 or 5 years, so be it. And once the light bulb really truly goes off, think about it from a place where you sat on a job for 20 years and only made a certain, you know, about a 3x, you know, probably pay increase, if that, right? In some cases, because again, for some people, they go for 20 grand and they cap out at 20 years around about what, 60,000, somewhere in there, 70,000. That's about 2-3x fast back. Look what you had to go through to get that. Think about that for a moment, right? Here it is in the market. In 5 years, you could be at, you know, 10x, 50x, 100x, 30x, 1000x in no time. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And you're doing it at your own at leisure. You see what I'm saying? Your own at leisure.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, you know, so for me, again, it's just, I'm sorry, Raul, I just saw you there coming in. Yeah, so it's just, you have to really, you know, see it for what it's worth. You have to own it. Number one, you'll never be successful in this unless you own it. You have to truly own it, right? And I say own it, you have to convince yourself that, you know, this here, again, this is my ticket, so to speak, right? You have to take that kind of mentality behind it, because only then will you have the intent to want to research, to want to study, to want to, you know, associate with other people who are in the industry. Again, like I always say, permanent interest, not permanent friends, not permanent that. We only have permanent interest, right? But that interest can be so strong that you already know the bond that comes from it, it ain't gonna never get severed because you know what it's like to go to battle with somebody, right? And what you had to go through and learning this, you already know, man. Look, I ain't even worried. 30 years from now, you know, hey, what's going on over my keys, man? I know you, you know, yeah, you know, and that kind of reality, you know, Sister Camille, over Chris, everybody. That's the kind of bond you want to be around because again, you're generating income, right? We're talking about, you know, things that can, you know, give you fulfillment in life, take care of your family, build out other equity investments and home, you know, again, building you a nice little, you know, a surrounding that you know that you're deserving of. And again, the instrument that we're using is an unlimited tap potential value to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So again, you should be excited to want to learn. You should be excited to want to get better. Right. You should be like, okay, yeah, this is nice. Right. Because I could do this on the park, beach, job, in it, bathroom, wherever you at. You know what I'm saying? You ain't not in no, you know, four walls in the classroom. No. Right. So I just want to, you know, leave the family with that. So if you're new and you're really sitting there trying to make sense of all this, I guarantee you, if you stick with it, you stay around people that you know who are, you know, solid in the game, and you can tell that their intent is there because they show you through their demonstration, their work ethic, their study habits. Then, man, pick it back off that, veg it back off of it, I should say, and sponge off of them. Sponge off them like it ain't never before. Steal from everybody, right? Find your own niche or your own niche, but steal from everybody. Why wouldn't you, right? It ain't costing you nothing. Hey, I'm gonna take that technique. I'm gonna see if I can take that technique, hold it in my, you know, to my decoration, that kind of reality. And you just keep going.
Right.
Build your solid little strategy, something that you can find, investing and trading to where it's in layman terms to you, and go execute. And at times when you need to audible and rebrand your strategy, because you know strategies often sometimes become obsolete in certain marketplaces because the market is nutty, right? You gotta know how to audible and switch it up sometimes, right? Yep. Sometimes you gotta go southpaw, right? You gotta switch up on your go southpaw, right? It don't mean you can't still box. It's just that you gotta change your footing to kind of adjust to your opponent. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta have different methodologies, and you gotta recognize when the market has moved into something different.
Right, and there lies
stash party.
Stash party. Turn up the volume on that thing.
Right? You say I'm already headed. I'm on the way. On the way. Right on over there and get these woofers popping. And y'all know I got these 16-inch woofers over here. These 20-inch woofers over here. Then you got them 10. You got them 10. Just keep it clean.
You got them 10s.
They 10s, but they nice.
They nice though.
Let me.
Right. Oh, they got that move. They got the music.
R&B song with auto-tune.
Y'all ain't doing that two-step. Y'all ain't got that two-step hand with y'all. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't got that two-step. Again, while I'm sitting there, I'm gonna miss out on the part of them looking stupid. They ain't got nobody. They ain't nobody. We got Scott's Miracle Grow. Okay, Scott's Miracle Grow. Right, more.
Oh yeah, Miracle Grow. That's like plant stuff, right?
Yeah, no, they took that really big marijuana because everything
They got the stash song. That's so fun.
Can't beat that.
Get that Friday jigging music. They got that jigging music.
That jigging music.
That jig jump music.
Take it easy on us.
Yeah, what's going on over Brandon? Peace Power Private overseeing the building.
What's going on, family?
You got it. Happy Friday to you guys.
I know.
Wrapping up the week.
No, I'm just saying, I ain't no overseer, two-step to this.
Yeah, man, that's right here. I could have wrote this. That's about right my lane. There. Not too fast, not too slow. Too hard for me. Boy. You pull one of my Allen Iverson moves, trying to go out, and right down to the float. Your ankles just left you, your mind, your ankle left your mind.
Go hit the city boy with it.
Yeah, so you guys don't have your little stash account, guys. Again, you ain't signed up, man. Go ahead and get your free money. It's free. Literally free. You just building it out. Again, just do this magic. You do this every day when they go live. You build up a nice little portfolio. It's new change, but it's money. It's opportunistic understanding how to value your money. It don't have to be $5 and $2, again, 60 cents, 30 cents, whatever, 16 it adds up. It adds up. Cut it out. I know it's jigging too much, but yeah. So again, peace, power, profit to the curators of procuring cash, right? You guys, peace, power, profit to y'all, because Jugger's right here playing around, man. And Jugger's sitting around right now, twiddling their thumb, looking crazy in space, and didn't even know they can go pick up them some little change, right? Just by clicking the button, logging on.
Easy money.
Easy.
Yeah, I had my alarm set. I was like, I'm not missing it.
You see what I'm saying? Can't beat it. You see what I'm saying? Can't beat it.
Money everywhere. You just got to know how to get it.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So for us, again, it's no brainer. We study to show ourselves approved, even in moments like this, because it's the opportunity. We're just chasing opportunity.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. Oh, Brandon, you taking the trades today? So you just came on, and Brother Raul on. You guys on? What's going on, gentlemen?
No, I haven't been taking any trades lately. I just been studying mostly.
Studying? Nice.
I got a story for you guys. My girlfriend's mom is a doctor, a primary care doctor, and today some lady with a heart monitor comes in and starts arguing with her to give her hydroxychloroquine. Like,
oh man. Uh-oh, that Trump Kool-Aid kicking in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like that's just serious. People really just be getting messed up with that. So it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, Trump pretty much, again, he greenlit everybody, started the fire sale. This whole idea, I've been taking it for weeks, like, man, and then every time, it's weird because he know they're going to, the smart people will come behind the counter his, that talking point. As soon as he came out, started saying that, in come the company's like, hey, look, or the articles coming out, man, there's something called heart problem, this, that, and the third. So, I mean, that's why I say, man, these people, man, under these circumstances and these times, they're really showing their true colors. They really are, right?
All right.
Again, you're supposed to be the leader of the country, and you, man, I know some Trump fans out there, but bro, y'all, you can't convince me on no planet that this is some solid rationale leadership that is substantial in terms of you getting good block instruction. I know good block instruction when I hear that. This is something out of Wild Wild West. And I ain't saying this or saying he could be 100% wrong or whatever. I'm just saying that if you got people around you and you even fighting with the people you got around you, and y'all can't even come to a consensus, that in itself shows that this is y'all all over the place. And so don't take this drug. Then you got the agencies that are put in place to be the so-called professional entities to protect the so-called American people in the FDA and the CDC. They come out right behind you after you say something like that. Like, look, don't take it unless you get a prescription. It can cause heart failure, all kind of problems. And he up there, I've been taking it for weeks. Mm-hmm. I've been taking it for about a week, and everybody that again on the Trump Kool-Aid, right? That red dye number 5 is messing with their neurons. Right? They messed up on the MSG or something. They did. Let me get some black market. How can I get some hydroxychloroquine? Right? They gonna exhaust every aspect, right? Because they feel like if he's taking it, and he fine, and I'm good. They don't even know if he even taking it. It ain't like he going on public TV saying, "Look, down the hatch." People just Man, yeah, I can imagine.
That
Raul,
Kool-Aid.
I know, whoever that was, they were like, man, look, cut off the TV, man, cut off the TV.
It's wild.
So, again, if it ain't, if they ain't pushing it at the level, again, CDC, FDA, and the NIH, even though we know they're still holding all those organizations, right? But still, I don't know, man. I really don't. I mean, I really don't know how to position, or even dealing with the idea where people just kind of just making these kind of incendiary claims. And you know what, man? This is what I would say. A moment like this, now this is what I would say, like I'm a rock squad, but even though they ain't they ain't at the level they probably think they are, but they a lot further off than a lot of other people though, because at least they will embark on the opportunity to kind of pull up any kind of information they can, considering it. But all these so-called people tell you to take this and take that, and I mean, it's a whole lot of this pseudo mess, right? Because again, you don't even have the continuity of your government agencies who's supposed to be the professionals in this field that can even come to a consensus. Mm-hmm. Right? So how can you just say, okay, I want those cautious to win, I'm gonna be a lab rat, beta test on me, let me go get some of the hydroxychloroquine, let me go get some, this and that third. And weirdly so, even though it's still getting press release because he keeps touting it, the stuff that is somewhat just natural, they're fighting it and censoring it. Like vitamin C. How do you censor vitamin C? How do you censor vitamin C? Seriously, again, said the vitamin store, bro. I said Walmart. You gonna take it all off the shelf now, or everybody, because now all of a sudden you don't want people to take vitamin C, even if it wasn't no coronavirus? Like this kind of stuff that blows my mind. Seriously, I can't. Somebody help me make sense of that, right? You're kicking in, I guess, quote unquote, the health doors of the people who got so-called, homeopathic, naturopathic like licenses, and raiding them and taking all these vitamin C supply to do what with it? Burn it? What you gonna do with it? Keep it in lockup, confiscation? Seriously, bro? I said Walmart. Right. So you gonna tell me now all of a sudden vitamin C is bad? All of a sudden it becomes bad. You couldn't make this stuff up. So this is the landscape we're fighting. So people are just looking for outlets. I get it. I know that they're worried. I know they're worried. I mean, who wouldn't be? In a situation like this. I know I ain't never been through a pandemic before. Right? This is a newbie for me. Right. But what do you got? How do you cope with it? The deal of it. So everybody's just trying to do something. I get it. And they want to try something, but this is why. Understand at least having some kind of value of due diligence and methodology behind how you can even verify peer-reviewed information is important. So, again, you have to have some kind of backstop. Right? You have to have some kind of level of autodidactic energy to just research. At least, just don't go out and pop it just because somebody said it. Go pull up everything you can on it, everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, all that, and then weigh it against other people's, remedies or whatever the case is at the third, and see whether or not it really fits your narrative. At least at that point when you exhausted all the information that you can find and you still feel comfortable after that, then go down on your laurels, right? Go down even in that, at least at that moment, right? Because now at least you feel a bit more confident. It's the same way when we trade, right? Again, what, why, where, and when. If you don't feel confident, don't take the trade, right? It ain't worth it. Again, yeah, you can get strike lightning and get lucky. I get it, but it ain't worth it, right? You might probably be well positioned somewhere else. Probably even just sitting in your pocket till something really show up and present a great opportunity. But I understand what it's like. It's hard, man, fighting human emotions, right? Human emotions to kind of, pretty much direct you or steer you in a way where, you wouldn't necessarily go there. Probably had not the situation seemed so dire, but since it is, it's even more moments now to be even more cautious because you tell them what people sell out there on the market now. All kind of dirty medicines, and y'all already hearing about how they had all these old food games of fake N95 masks. You ain't stopping nothing. You're talking about this an N95, man. Look here, man. A joke the pad gas and sell that man let on up. Man, this ain't stopping nothing. Right? So,
Yeah.
just being honest, so it's gonna be people who gonna be preying on, you know, people's simple ignorance and also their what, their anxiety. Yeah, just how, you know, people. This is, you know, the kind of market sometimes people sit around and wait for when everybody kind of scrambling because they know you know you're not thinking clearly. But nonetheless, again, you have to be solid. You have to be solid. You're gonna have to pick up some books. You're gonna have to cut on some internet or something. You're gonna have to do some research. There ain't no other way around it.
Right.
You know, so we can't escape that. But yeah, man. So you know, if you are thinking about taking out hydroxychloroquine, hey, good, you know, good. Hey, it may work. Again, I know all medicines don't necessarily, you know, apply to every human, you know, physiology in a way that they think it's a blanket treatment, man. That's how that's what big pharma does, right? It's a blanket treatment. That's not true. Again, chemical affinity is different per the human genome, but I'm saying what per person, I would say, because again, there's pre-existing conditions, there's different aspect of what a person may be dealing with, clogged lymphatic system, you know, all kind of stuff, bad gut bacteria, all kind of stuff. So that stuff adverse effects. You know, we're not talking about a person that's like, you know, a fine-tuned machine or well athlete, you know, that's solid. You know, and even that person got to be, you know, you got to watch them because if they got a lot of, you know, roids in their system and it ain't natural, that can cause adverse effects.
Yep.
Right? How many wrestlers was at their prime and just woke up one day and this thing hear about them joker dead, right? Like, bro, he just looked like a machine. How did he just roll over the next day at his prime dang there? Right? So, man, anybody can, man, y'all, we learning the hard way. Anybody can get it when it comes to this virus, man. Whether it's true or not, but you know, I just hope none of us get it. But I don't want to test it. I'll tell you that. Go ahead. Is somebody finna say something? Sorry.
No, I was saying I'm not trying to catch that.
Yeah. I don't want to test
find out.
Yeah, I don't want to test that, Rona. I'm just, you know, that's just me. I don't want to test it. Even if I may not have a choice at some point, at the way that this thing gonna probably, you know, still take off, especially with the second wave. So second wave potentially going to be, you know, all those who didn't catch it. You know, it's going to be circling around our wagons potentially, right? But I don't know. I again, that's hyperbole to a degree. I don't know, right? I've never been through something like this. You know, so but yeah, we'll see. You know, we'll see. So, but yeah. So again, I guess you over Brandon, you know, you and Raul, y'all kind of, again, y'all, like I said, the medical residents in the house. I mean, outside of that story, Raul, y'all got anything else that y'all been hearing on the medical side we need to be preparing for?
Not too much. I mean, you just hear contrasting info from everyone on the news and stuff like that. So how do you have like Moderna and stuff like that saying they have effective treatment and they don't? So it's really hard to really gauge where we're at.
Right.
I sound like the markets.
Yeah. You know, the medical industry, just like the again, the medical house to a degree. So it is, again, it's a lot of, you know, speculative, you know, data points that are out there that still, again, it's not peer reviewed at the point where everybody can come to a consensus, at least, because ultimately everybody want to be first and everybody want to be right, but they're scared to kind of jump on out there because if they're wrong, they can get punished, right? Because I mean, this is the worst time that you know, the scream, what the little cry wolf or whatever it say. This is the worst time to jump out there and be in that position. You got to know that, you know, your data is solid, right? For everybody watching, right? So, I mean, I can only imagine, but yeah.
Well, the
What
market.
about you, over Brandon? Go ahead.
I was just saying the market's got a vaccine. It's called the Fed. It's printing money. So
yeah, that's it. That's really it. You're 100% right. Yeah, that was a bomb dropping moment. You're right, because they are literally, you know, but you know, like anything, you know, it comes with some side effect, but yeah, people ain't worried about that now because they feel like they got the scent of security. I call it the scent of security. You say that back in the day, right? They call it, like, bro, you got that scent of security on you, huh? Right. Okay, I got you. Go on with yourself. But that's basically what you got. You know, you got a marketplace. They got the scent. You know, the scent of security don't necessarily mean it is security. It's just the scent of it.
All right.
But that Fed vaccine is something serious. And tell you what, the way these markets going, the way they're trending, and have been trending, it's again just a point of just knowing that, we're literally knowing what about 47 points, off the all-time highs. That's what's so crazy about it.
Actually, I have a question. So I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think I saw something about the Fed starting to buy mortgage-backed securities and stuff like that. So is this similar to the mortgage-backed securities back in 2008? So if people aren't paying their mortgages because they don't have money,
bond market,
they can just get defaulted, right? And then we can have another subprime crisis, or am I wrong?
Right, but the only difference now is that now they got a mandate to moratorium those bills. Before they didn't have a moratorium on backstop; it would just default because of the crash came because it all bottlenecked and everybody got swamped, and you had too many subprime loans out, which all came to a head almost like a domino effect. Right now, at least you got a moratoriums right on bills and mortgages, and which gives them enough time to come up with some kind of way to try to stimulate those debt books, so to speak, right? And that's why they have to buy the bond market. That's why I say anytime you have any kind of major economic headwind, the first thing the Fed's gonna go do is go buy what?
The bonds.
Bond market, right? They gotta go buy the bond market because that's the overall backstop to all the true debt. If that go, so does the economy, right? So does the Corporation of America. Right, income the vultures, right? Income China, everybody else in to pick off the carcass, right? Same thing that's happening right now with what? Amazon and JC Penney. What Amazon do? They run them out of business because they can't compete with the Amazon. And as soon as they get to the point where they get ready to go bankrupt, literally the same day they got ready to announce bankrupt, what Amazon do? Oh, we in talks with buying some of JC Penney assets. Slick joker, slick joker, right? You on the deathbed, bro. Somebody got that, got your little ventilator, got the tube squeezed. And you be like, look at sign the paper, bro, sign the paper.
Yeah, man.
So if we went to negative rates, hypothetically, and someone took out a loan, because you get paid to take out the loans, right? So if I just have money in my bank account or something, and then when I needed to pay it back, I just have to pay back the money I owe, and then I get to keep the other money, technically, right? Is that how that works?
Right, you paying basically at zero interest, and basically at that point, you in most cases when it comes to the housing market, just again based on the little knowledge I may know, you're just basically paying a lot of the money down perspective. All that stuff can go out the window, right? You probably gonna be getting it the same like the VA. Like what we obviously in the VA, obviously everything we do is no money down because of service connected scenario. They like to give you those kind of incentive value. But then now Joe Public obviously has access to that at a negative interest rate aspect, and you're gonna have companies fighting for your business. Now they're gonna throw all kind of perks and incentives at you. No money down, right? Again, they may even throw you a purse back at you. See what I'm saying? For the loan back, especially if you go through the procurement of a closing and stuff like that. Sometimes you get a little money back and everything divvied out. You probably get a lot more back at closing now than you would typically get before, on the fact that they got a lot more, less taxation. So there's more money to be kind of, pooled, through the buyer, that they can retain now because the taxation ain't so extreme, and everybody can still eat off that one real estate deal. See what I'm saying? So they're getting you get all the overages, or most of the overages back, I would think. And again, it gets ugly because when you have that again, now, it somewhat still lessens the value of the place to a degree, the market, because again, if it's saturated like that, their property values are not necessarily so potent if your dollar is weak. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I can care less if I'm forget like a 3,000 square foot house, a 4,000 square foot house. I can care less, right?
Right.
To a degree, because you got your dream home, this, that, and third. But at some point when the markets do rebound, then so what? It could be a great opportunity, right? Because at some point when things begin to normalize, the interest rate goes back up, incomes, property value hikes begin to normal back out, and now you get, you can see the fruit of your labor from that investment, so to speak. But again, it's a gift and a curse because again, if it crashes the economy before you can even have established the type of economy that can value or give a valuation on the housing market or the equity markets to the nature where your property can sustain, curation properly. If everybody in depression, then no matter how big your house and how expensive it is, people ain't gonna pay for that. They ain't gonna pay for that. What you mean 10 million, man? Look, bro, I give you about 700,000. I give you a Popeye chicken sandwich, and that's it. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
That's the aspect of the real estate market that people got to keep in mind. Just because it's cheap, don't necessarily mean it can keep. Now, over time, it may bounce out because we know historically markets do balance themselves back out, right? And then, they kind of return to some kind of aspect of normalcy. Right? Because the greed is real in America. The greed is real. They will find a way. Right? But and then in these moments, this is where you have to be very strategic, in your investments, right? So again, if you're doing refis right now, definitely take advantage of it because again, who wouldn't want to refi almost at a zero interest rate? That's a no-brainer. I mean, that's just a no-brainer. In this moment, nothing else, I would say that. If nothing else, that's a no-brainer. Because at least at this point, you already kind of, properly established and all that kind of stuff. You just kind of reformulate the paperwork. That's about all that is when you refi, right? At a lower interest rate, right? Especially if you're doing a cash out option, or you just kind of, just kind of get the option to get the payment down a little cheaper, and kind of take advantage of a couple of few little months and no mortgage payments and stuff like that. So it's an incentive, right? It's an incentive. Right?
Yeah, it reminds me of a no balance. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was saying it reminds me of how you can transfer your credit card and do a balance transfer to one of your cards and get a lower interest rate, like a zero interest rate card.
Oh, definitely. That's the come up now, especially on the credit market, because the credit market now they had to loosen up them reins. But some of them still skittish and scared because they know people ain't got no money. But I mean, what do you do? Because that's how they make their money, right? Through interest. If you ain't got no, you ain't loan out no car, no loan out no credit, you ain't making no real money, right? So look, they got to play ball, right? So like I said, especially if you do like a card allocation, and you do it through another service, and let them eat up all the fees and charge, and you come in with a lower interest rate, and shucks. And they throw you a little extra credit on top of it. So,
give me a zero down on the multifamily.
Exactly. I'm saying smart people like us know what's up because given that that you can do that, especially on the credit side. Well, you bar against that, you finna go put that money in the market.
I'm telling you,
you can go put it in the market. Just keep it 100. That's how people came. A lot of people became wealthy because they utilized the credit market.
Exactly.
So I'm saying you coming in 25 grand, which obviously puts you above the PDT, and your monthly payment, especially on a very, very low interest rate like it is now. I mean, come on, it's just to put that in the context, you probably paying, maybe $300 a month, somewhere around $300-$400 a month.
Exactly.
If that on that 25 grand, you just take it all at once, and how hard is it really make $300 a month in the market?
You get that in 2-3 days.
Costs. Exactly. You carry them carry costs for it ain't nothing. So you know it. You ain't got that card paid off, and everything else house money, right? Everything else house money. So that's how Jill can flip stuff, But again, it takes having a plan, and it takes learning how to read the economic landscape in terms of the treasury market. Again, basically, you got a complicit Fed, which we do. And then you going out there hustle the same way they out there hustling everybody else, right? You got to learn how to out hustle them before they hustle you. That's just simple as that. So, but that's it, Raul. That's it, man. You just, this is the climate for it. It is definitely the climate to make these kind of power moves, right? You ain't desperate, say desperate. Like people who really messed up because they lost job and they were already kind of tight, and then you can make some moves and you ain't thinned out in terms of credit. And all this stuff. Well, right now is the best time to clean up your credit, number one. But number two, also to leverage it, if you can, right, into a strategic level of investment values. And not just run out to pay, well, even if you're trying to pay your bills off with your credit now, but at low interest rate, okay, it's better now than before if it was higher. Still, that's still positive. I don't say it's not positive, but if you're trying to turn some profit, then you already know it's like you got to put that money to work. You got to put the aspect of that credit to work, and that's what credit is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a backstop, to your actual, cash generating aspect of your life to kind of protect you, your backside, having that equity that you can tap into, right, through the credit market. But if you put it to work, then again, it pays for itself. It pays itself off, and then you just playing, dealing with house money at that point.
Yeah, it's just great to have it available. You know what I'm saying? Just so when the opportunities come up, you can act on it.
Correct. That's 100% right.
Use it right.
That's it. So again, that's where financial literacy comes into play. Right? Because I already know. Yeah, look, bro, $2, $3, $5, $100,000. I don't care. Look, if I can get my hands on, market. Right? Nothing else. Right? I ain't finna go buy no bubble gum, no tuna fish sandwiches, and I ain't finna look at it. Look, I'm straight.
I just finally got the last negative thing on my credit, man. I seen mine go up 70 points. I'm like, hey. So I'm just building now at this point.
Yeah. So now it's time to leverage it, especially if you must throw a trade line on top of it right now, on top of all this low interest rate.
Give me 2 primaries and a trade line. It's going down. And I got a Navy Fed account, so they be real generous.
Yeah. And Navy Fed, Penn Federal Credit Union, USA, all them, the military institution. I know that money good to go on that side of the house.
Facts.
So credit union, even some of the local credit unions that do pretty well, they outbeat some of these basic banks.
Yeah.
Incentive value wise, you learn how to shop, methodically for them. But leverage it and leverage it right now, because we've all had credit at some point and then mismanaged it. It's a part of learning. I know our first credit card, I mismanaged that joke. It was like, man, what's this? Credit. Credit. All right. Let's go right on to the PX. Right, what y'all want to drink tonight? Next week we're gonna use your card. That's what we were doing. We're roll the card in the military, bro. Like, you gotta use your credit card this week, man. I ain't got much on the man. What you been buying, man? You supposed to keep it on up, keep everybody happy, man. Man, I took you up and showed up, man. You simping on you messing up the little party.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. So now it's like, we're trying to do better, right? We're trying to do better. In our decision making, and it's a process, but what you do have at your benefit is the ability that you can find a way to generate your little revenue. If you can, again, find use of consistency, right? The game is to find consistency. It's kind of like you said earlier, Chris, removing the distractions so you can focus on doing it. It's not that you can't, you just got to get everything else out of the way so you can operate. You get that stuff out the way, man. I tell you, it could be like night and day. It can be a little bit like, I always tell myself, man, you know what? If I could just move to an island about a good month, and knowing what I know now, if I could just move to an island about a good month, all I need is Wi-Fi, food, and one little maid, I'm straight.
Yeah, like Anton Cruz
on the side of the island till I need you, right? You stay on that till I need you, but let me go to work. But I come back, man, looking like I got a Rick Ross beard and shit. Like, man, what happened to happen for, man? Look, bro, I got them bags, bro. I got a red wagon wheelbarrow full of that.
Yeah. That's like Anton Cruz say, man. Like sometimes you gotta put your smartphone on silent. Just what I'm saying.
Right.
A lot of them distractions come, all them everybody messaging you, all the notifications. Sometimes you gotta just get in your zone, and focus.
100% right. I mean that's priceless because of the fact that you need that. I'm saying that obviously in the day trading landscape, because it requires you to be attentive, right, on point. So it's not rocket science. I keep saying that to a lot of people too when they ask, well, man, what's it like to really day trading? I heard this, I heard this gambling, I heard this, that is, it'll kill your nerves and everything, man. And look, you just got to realize the landscape you're dealing with, right? And you have to slow it down to your level, right? And you don't chase everything just because it seems to be bells and whistles going off all around you and all this money seems to be made. Find your comfortable place in it and then strategize and go out there and execute. And it seems, again, it's simple in the aspect of me saying, but once you put forth a plan to do it, at least, that's half the battle. At least have a plan. That's all you need. Gotta have a plan. And if it's kind of causing you a little, hiccups here and there, then go back to the drawing board again. But at least you got less exposure. You're not coming in gun ho. just I got from just chunk this at it, just see what happens. No, just methodically slow roll your way to it. Because again, the ultimate goal is as always been is that we're trying to be long-term value investors. We just trying to get to a point where even through day trading, where you can put something away, and now you can start letting that money go to work, even though you're still working for it on the daily aspect of day trading too. That's what everybody going for, right? I got about 20, 30, 40 racks over here, right? I got 100 grand over here, and this here. I got another 40 over here, right? Your head's balance, you're looking pretty good on that, but you got money working, right? It's working, it's working, and you got the intricate vehicle to what? To generate more, to what? To backstop all of it, right? Because you can go into the market to keep generating, right? On the day trade side. So once those things really come into fruition, I tell you what, again, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever the case, give yourself enough time and credit to let that happen. That's all I'm gonna say, because it will happen if you got the intent to want it to make it happen. Because it ain't nothing separating you from anybody that we see on a database that can just sit around. Oh, again, when you see Ross Cameron, you're like, man, that joker, he ain't doing that, man. You can't be making that. And it's like, and you demonstrate it. It's like, okay, boom, whether it be real money, paper trade, whatever the case, you got to learn how to, schematic perspective, learn how to demonstrate that consistently, right? So when capital come in the play, even if you're doing it on the paper trade side, people that learn still, which is the best way to learn. Paper trade, don't try to come out there and be commando. You don't need to, right? You don't need to come in, and say, I'm gonna just bet the farm out the gate, because they just, you see other people doing it. And no, pace yourself. And I tell you what, they ain't gonna shut this thing down no time soon. Trust me when I tell you that. Right? They ain't gonna shut the stock market down. I don't care who you is, where you at. Right? I don't care what virus hit. What virus. Just could be on a gas mask, full mock suit, and still day trading before they shut this junk down. Bro, that ain't happening. Take that money. But ultimately, again, and knowing that should be your cue to study harder, right? To pace yourself with your learning, your training. Again, being in peer-reviewed environments where you can ask of your peers and stuff like that. Right? So again, you're not missing out. I tell you, not missing out. And then again, even if you come in, you have a niche for like penny markets and things like that. Man, these little penny players just look, these things always gonna be banging. Especially you got times like this, because you have a heightened sense of what? Uncertainty. So this is when, again, I say out of chaos, that's when what? Inventions are born, right? So these little stocks, these little penny stocks here and there, little $5 place stocks, $10 place, that's when you catch these ones that were kind of dormant, and they were just kind of get overshadowed by all the bigger players. Now they come out and they started, a whole nother trend. And those investment vehicles go from, small, nano cap, small cap, to mid cap, up into large and what? Mega cap, literally overnight. And let me show you one. I remember day trading this stock right here, and this is another one that just took off like overnight, man. This some of y'all probably know. I'm talking about. Well, when I show it, let me show you real quick here. Hold on, I'm gonna share my screen. Right. I remember trading this mess. Down in the basically in the dirt level, right? In the dirt levels. Let me show y'all this stock, man. This AXSM, literally December 2018. Literally, just say January 2019. It was trading at $2 a share. $2. Right now, it's at $81 a share.
Wow.
Yes, tough.
To make even more insult to injury, okay, let's just go back to 2019, right? Again, $2 a share again. Let's go to 2020, right? Let's go to 2020, even 2020, right? Because it took off 2019, obviously. It was at $2 and it just went tearing up to the upside. Even at 2020, it just committed. So at 48, right? And then 48, 50, some odd, somewhere. It still went up there and hit like 80, 110. It went up like what, 112, 115, somewhere around there, right? At its peak point. Right. So basically from end of 2018, basically, beginning of 2019 at $2, all the way to 100 and 10, 115 around about the 29th of April to 20th. So you talking about roughly about what, a year and what, 4 months, somewhere around there? You went from $2 to 110. Them type plays. Them type plays. You see what I'm saying? They like, man, come on, right? Another one, right? Not that they trade a lot. This one here, I've been trading this one for a long time. When I say long time, I knew this was gonna be a banger. I knew this was gonna be a banger. I was trading it back in 2017. This right here was the same way, $2.85 a share, MRTX, right? Right, cancel play, right? $2.85 back in around about the May of 2017. Right? Gaps up, around the fall of 2017, $4, $5, and then it haven't looked back. Have not looked back. Right? Went up as high as rough around about $130 a share from 285 in about 3 years. Those type of investments. Right? When you go from $2, $3 a share to 130 plus in roughly about 3 years. Actually 2 years and some change to be exact. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? So again, our goal, your goal, everybody's goal is to find these plays and front load them early. Once you get a little money put away from your mad money and your trades here and there, and whatever the case, if you're day trading out, you just still long investing out the gate, that's fine too. That's even solid. These are the kind of opportunities that you're just searching for. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? I got a position in this one here on a long hold. Right, I'm down here, around this little area here on this little gap. But no, it's like about 30 something now, because I average into it over time. It's I got it in my USA, excuse me, my USA one. Right, but again, this little man, these companies just crazy. Another one, Sage. Y'all probably remember seeing Sage back in the days, right? Sage just another crazy one. Let's get beat up now. They finally deflated that joker. But this one here, man, this thing here was killing short sellers. Right? It was killing short sellers. I think it was pretty much 2019, 2018, 2017. That everything was crushing short sellers like crazy. It gapped up from around about it went from way down. It was like down here. No, when was that? I want to say end of 2017, mid 2017, because it was like $40, $50 a share, somewhere around there. Anyway, it went all the way up to like the 200, right? And around about February 2018. Right? So, massive move, about $150, move, in under that of maybe a year, about a year. It went from like $40, $50 a share up to basically 200, right? In about a year. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Now again, it's taken to the woodshed. Now, obviously, you see it. They deflated this joker. I think it missed on some kind of efficacy data, something like that. They were trying to get bought out. It was attractive for a buy deal, and something happened. Whatever the case, it's down here at 38, back at 38 pounds. But again, when these plays present themselves again, hey, and it was obvious too, because now you had a massive double top off the pullback. At the end of 2018, when everybody kind of sold off in the rebound, it went right back at all-time highs, up there near 190 plus, and couldn't break through. And the rest is history. But once you see that stuff and learn how to spot it, you can trade it. Right? It initially doesn't have to be a long-term hold just because. No, you up over $150 a share in a year. I'm not arguing with that. Right? I'm not arguing with that. And you can just wash and repeat, find something else. Or start looking at it because it seems to be attractive down here at this. If they still got any kind of use case in their pipeline of drugs that they're trying to put out there, if it ain't just that bad, it could turn around and be a good investment. Right? But you gotta do your research. So Luck and Coffee, Sage. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's even worth back because I was thinking about saying, if it comes down to $1, right? Because I heard people screaming 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents. It very well could probably go get 50 cents. But I'm more up to see if it can even come down and touch $1. Now it came close today. It was about 30 cents off from hitting $1. Now, if it can come down and hit $20, excuse me, $20, $1, before its its next earnings date, so to speak, or whatever, or excuse me, even this appeal that it's going to put out, if the Nasdaq accepts it, and that's just one of many other problems, because they still got to deal with that congressional letter where they're trying to outlaw these Chinese markets in American exchanges. If it happens now, because it's really open. So look at this on the RSI. This is the daily chart on a per annum basis, meaning annual basis. This thing is sitting at 16 on the RSI. Could it go lower? Yeah. It can go down to about 10 on the RSI. At 10, it'll probably be around about near $1. But at that point, it'd be right at near $1. Somewhere around there, $1 and change. Maybe under, who knows, a little bit. But again, at some point, it has to have a small, what they call a hiccup bounce, right? So the same way I got puts in it, and I shorted it in a mega short, that perspective. But I'm not a fool to realize that it can't, obviously resurface or snap back a little bit based upon, it being so expanded away, from its natural aspect of, movement. So again, let me see. Go to the, what's the better chart? Let's do the 4 hour. All right. So look at the 4 hour chart. Again, sitting at 16 on the RSI. Now, it probably ain't gonna go back and get that 20 MA. I ain't gonna go that far. Probably the 9 MA, because the 9 MA probably gonna be around about $3 or $4 somewhere around there, probably. I don't know, give or take. I could be wrong, but somewhere around there, I believe. But it's not far fetched that it can't snap back and test, $2 or $3 a share. And only because that stocks also have what they call muscle memory too, right? The same way, the body got muscle memory in terms of working out, certain stuff like that. It can easily snap back to where it kind of gapped down from after they opened the stock back up after it was suspended and halted. It can easily snap back to that launching point, to the downside. In this point, it's around about $2.88, $3. So any abnormal volume that does come back in at the point since it's been red for the past forever, then I'll be trying to play some of the upside call position. They dirt cheap. You can buy like $1.50 call. Probably right now, I think $1.50 calls are, let me see. Right. You want to buy them out a little bit, obviously, but obviously I wouldn't do it right now. I'm not saying do it right now. Me personally, I wouldn't. But given the opportunity to, let me see what Lucky Coffee look like here. Just GP. It's all right, guys. Y'all ain't let me know y'all in the back chat. Y'all get to talking. I didn't even see them in the back chat. Sorry, Mo. Sorry, over Brandon. I get the grind and breaking down some information. But yeah, so real quick, let's look at Lucky Coffee. Those those calls for any kind of extended retrace bounce, right? Because at some point, it's either gonna go to 50 cents and lower, or that dollar may end up becoming, that benchmark pivot point. Now, this is this week's expiring contracts, right? This is all this week's expiring contract. It just pretty much expired just literally 45 minutes ago, right? In the option market. All right, you had a 1.7 put ratio, right? For every one, a whole whole $100, 100 aspects of puts, you had about 70 kind of calls, kind of trending it, right behind it. It's about a 30% differential, obviously. Now, interesting to know. Now we know why it probably had a heavy put volume this week. It opened back up, obviously, right? And people like, oh, it's garbage. It's gonna be left for dead. This, that, and the third, right? Again, I was that person. Right? I may have made off really well, right, in my puts and whatever. Now, if you look at next week's expiring contracts, even if you go a little further out, we'll do a couple of them out. Mm-hmm. Look at next week. Look at the next week's put by call to call ratio. So what does this tell you? You got a 2.63. For every 200 puts, you got 63 calls. Right? Look at that ratio. So somebody is doing what? Front loading puts. Because they feel like it's got more what? Downside than up. A lot of these puts here, I guarantee they were bought today. I guarantee. Look at the time frame. Last trade 16-14. Meaning this when they want they settle. This was people that were buying right at or near the close, and they bought puts for the next week. They're like, oh, I'm going to keep matching the gas on this. All these 16-14, 16-13 settlement time frames is obviously, you know what that is, right? That's after 4 o'clock. I mean, that's late settlements. of those puts that was coming in almost near the bell. Front load those puts. I mean, you almost got 10,000 contracts at $1. Look how cheap it is, guys. And y'all can't tell me y'all ain't got 14 cents or $14 to kind of what play into this what that downside trend strength. If that news really turns over in this stock, you'll get anything at this point on because it obviously on eggshell can send this thing spiraling to $1 and underneath $1. If you just get 70 cents off this, off that move into like Monday, Tuesday, you already up what? Shucks. 30 to 60%, somewhere around there. Off $14. You see what I'm saying? So it's crazy. I mean, it just the amount of money, obviously a little more possible, but you can make really well off some of these little cheap little businesses. Again, the 50-cent ones are what? 4 cents. Yeah, 4 cents on the bid. You can buy a gang of them, right? You can buy a gang of them 4% ones. If that thing comes down anywhere under $1, you're gonna start printing, right? Especially early in the week. If it happens even early in the week, like a Tuesday or Wednesday, that 4 cent gonna start printing. Them contracts gonna start leveling up. Right. So again, the $1.50 puts right now still only what 34 cents. Look at that heavy. Look at the volume on it. Heavy on the volumes. Heavy on the volume. Right. And the calls still look a little dismal. Now that's what I'm saying. As far as the snapback, it's okay to hedge yourself. Because guess what? Even if you hedge yourself for what? A $2 call strike, it's only what? 12 to 14 cents. The 250s are what? 8 cents. $8. Man, I like going to gas station. Man, let me get 8 on 250. I'm at 250. Let me get $8 at 250 a gallon. Right, so again, you still got an opportunity where you can play both sides. Now, again, if you're gonna try to play it for next week, because it's been down what? How many days in a row? Pretty much every day since it opened up, since that retrace, it popped what Monday, and then it just pulled back from there. Oh no, it was Tuesday, Monday when it opened up. It was one of them days, Tuesday or Monday. What was it? No, it was Monday. No, it wasn't. What day was that? It was right. When did Lucky open back up, guys? Was it like no, it was the 20th. Excuse me, it was a few days ago. I could be wrong. Anyway, you can see it's been down ever since, every day. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4 days of just going down. So basically, it's been kind of left for dead. So at some point, you're going to have an RSI reset or RSI bounce. It's going to kind of, whether it be $1, be it a 50-cent move or 70-cent move. Well, again, that's money that's printing, right? Right. That money can be printing. Hey, what's going on over T? I'm sorry, I'm just seeing the back chat. When I'm on the screen, I can't see, so forgive me, guys. What's going on, Eva Monica again? See you back in the house. All right, brother Brandon, you guys back. All right, but that's what I'm talking about as far as mad money, right? Putting a little bit of your mad money to work for you, right? Because that ain't gonna hurt you, 4 cents, a 4-cent contract or 8-cent contract. I mean, again, I've done some crazy things at contracts at those prices. Again, I'm not saying it's always going to happen the way like that, but yeah, lightning does strike in moments like this because you have an asset that's highly, highly what? Under pressure. And Lucky Coffee. Like, who wants to deal with Lucky Coffee right now? That's a fund manager. And if you do, you're taking a big gamble with investors' money to play for any kind of retracement because there ain't no good story coming out of that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no good information coming out of this right now. Because of what they're going to, and number one, you got the U.S. government on your back, bruh. You got the government on your back. Let alone short sellers and all that stuff in the market. You got the U.S. government saying we don't even want y'all trash on our exchanges anymore. Like, imagine that. You see what I'm saying? So again, people like BlackRock, they got still sizable position in them. They got they finna take an L. They already took an L, but they got some real decisions to make, some hard decisions to make. Do they cut around like a lot of the other fund managers have done already? Right? Because keep out, some of the fund managers are in at over $26 a share and just been trying to average down and getting slaughtered, just like an average day trader. Could make this stuff up. But for me, I look at this and say, okay, well, if they got a 30 to 40 day block window to appeal, the Nasdaq wanted to kick them out of the off and delist their stock. Well, okay, let's be smart about it then, right? If they granted them that, and there's no kind of mandate that came down to kind of break that breach of that policy compliant rule under the Nasdaq, meaning Congress didn't enact that policy in a way where it overrides the Nasdaq and say, hey, we want them out of there. Then guess what? Let's go about like a month out from now. So you got what? This week, right? So it just happened this week, right? The appeal. So you got next week, following week after that, then you got what, around about June, the 12th. So I would try to stay safe within that time frame, right? June 12th. Now, even if you go that far out, look at the put to call ratio, even at June 12th, at the point where they even can appeal this situation. Look how cheap the puts are. Couldn't make this stuff up. The dollar puts are only 24 cents to 22 cents a contract. And you got a little volume there. 306 contracts already written. And guess what? They came in today. See somebody thinking just like I'm thinking right now. Look at this time frame. Those contracts came in today, right? 1305, 1604, right? Those late day settlements. People bought them right at the end of the day. They thought about it. They pulled the trigger at the end of the day, right? $3 put buy. Somebody even bought 70 contracts in that at 12 o'clock today. They bought those things early, right? And from the last print, it's already up 115%, from that perspective. Because they just kept falling. So many people probably bought some of those, a mixture, just in the midst of the stock, just kind of just fall. But that's not even bad. $1.81 for a month out put contract. So if this thing does end up going anywhere under $1, and as they say, and it's like a lot of people been saying on Wall Street, it can go to zero, 50 cents to zero. Man, these people gonna make a killing. Or they could, do pretty well at a value where it's still a lot of ample liquidity in this stock because there's a lot of people still bag holding. Right? So the volume is still pretty decent. Now I get a little stand out a month from now in terms of the put to call, volume value, but that's still decent for this type of scenario to dealing with this stock because it's under pressure, right? To be delisted and also have, just the fact that they are a fraudulent company, right? It's going to take a lot, so they got to do one or two things. They either got to get bought out because that existing real estate that they're in, they're leasing, or even that they own. I don't know the schematics, but they own or they're leasing. Somebody can come right in and take over that real estate. So yeah, I buy them out. So that's the whole chat about, could Starbucks be the one to buy them out? Right? So, yeah, right. Because that's that, Amazon buying JCPenney stuff right now, right? But I mean, again, JCPenney ain't no Luckin Coffee, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a American bread scenario. You can't, again, people already thinking about the Asian stocks and Asian companies. Like, man, look. But that's the only way somebody will find value in that. They just want the real estate. And that's why Amazon buying JCPenney, they want that real estate. They want that beachfront property real estate. JCPenney got standalone buildings, not necessarily even attached to strip malls, stuff like that. They got standalone building location. Amazon turned them things right into it, man. Look, bruh, y'all already know how they thinking. So guess what? $2 puts, the $2 calls out a month from now, 25 cents. The $1.50s, 40 cents a contract. The 250s, 8 cents, 16 cents, 21 cents. IV over 307%. Crazy IV. Right? And you got some people that was buying those calls for any kind of hedge. They hedge in their position. I can hedge 16 cents a contract for a 250 push in a month out in case anything crazy happened. After I done sat there and made, a ton all shorting it. You got to think like that, right? Think for the retracement at some point when you have a very scrutinized volatile stock. These contracts are pennies on a dollar.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Literally pennies on a dollar, right? So yeah, you're right. Over to Pier 1 went under, right? They folded. They had to fold the calls like Kenny Roddy. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold. They fold them calls at Pier 1. I was so tempted to find a Pier 1 and ride by. So I'm waiting for that liquidation sale.
Right.
Without talking about getting a little piece of furniture down in my office with my earbud the other day. Man, let me find out they're going to do a liquidation sale at one of these Pier 1. I'll wait for that 60 to 70% off, 80% off. Let me get that. Y'all going out of business. So with Luckin Coffee, again, they got real estate, some so-called, quote unquote, expensive real estate in Asia, with their stores. And if they can't get turned around, and they've been hurt because of the coronavirus on top of that, and they got hurt behind the coronavirus too. So they picked the wrong time to play, I don't know what they were thinking, try to cook the books. They got caught, number one, cooking the book, and they got hit double twice with the coronavirus shut down, even in the idea people even want to come shop at their business. Right, in the month of April and all that. So, but again, that's just how I think in terms of strategizing, put plays, call buys. I mean, dirt cheap, like I said, dirt cheap. I mean, you would, again, like I'm always saying, you would take $8 and you would blow it on a bologna sandwich, right? An overpriced bologna sandwich at Subway. Right? Like, man, bruh. That's what I'm saying. You paying for that Subway name, man. Look, I'm gonna buy me some puts. I'm just gonna get me a little cheap little cheap little sandwich, like $1, a couple dollars, and I'm straight. Put the rest of it in, in a potential income generating asset.
Right.
I got a month I can sit on this. I can sit on $8 in a month, right? You can afford. Excuse me, sit up. Hey, look, Ronald, that's you, Ronald. Swallow a little spit, don't look. Drink a little soda. No, but you can afford to do that. You know what I'm saying? So again, if it's 25 cents, you bought $2 calls, or again, you're a little bit more liberal, right? Because you got a little dry pot on the side you can play with. Those $1.50s. The $1.50s are only 30 cents to 40 cents. The call. So if you have any snapback, if you want to hedge, if you just made a good little bag off the upside, to the downside, you can hedge this thing with some $1.50s. That's a month out. A month out. A month out. What's the chance of this company actually going all the way to zero, right? Even before they potentially can get delisted. You see what I'm saying? You gotta look at it from that rationale perspective. They got at least 30 to 45 days and nothing else, supposedly, unless something crazy come down and that contract get void under the laws of compliance. But again, you talking about what Luckin Coffee ended at the end of the day? What right now it's at $1.37. So I mean you roughly how many pennies off from $1.50? Matter of fact, the VWAP sitting right at, you couldn't make this stuff up. The VWAP sitting right at 150. Could not make this stuff up. VWAP right now on Luckin Coffee is at 150 on the dot. So if it has any retracement, right? Because it obviously it moves, it moves when it moves, because again, it's still got a decent little low float, but you roughly about 13 cents off from hitting that strike price, and you got a month out. And the more time you have, and the closer you are to your strike, that's more collective alpha you can collect, right? You don't have theta burn issues, right? Your delta is so much more sweeter when you got more time, and number one, a cheap premium. And you close to your super close to your strike price. I mean, you can almost smell that 150, right? But it's still so far away. It's still a lot farther away, right? Because of what it's dealing with, right? In terms of, people leaving the stock for dead because of what it's dealing with, right? With this whole bad publicity. And everybody kind of, but then you got to turn around and use that bullet stick like, well, at least BlackRock's still in it. Okay, and right? They still in it, but they bag holding. Right, they got them bricks, bro. I'm talking about ooh. Them little hefty garbage bags can only sustain so many. Right, them bricks, but yeah, so that kind of thought process. A month out, calls of 30 cents, 20 cents, whatever. The $2 calls are 25. I mean, seriously. Yeah. So and the puts, again, the 50-cent puts are only what? Look at that. The 50-cent puts are still about 10 cents, 4 cents. A month out. Again, and like we said, the dollar puts are 24 cents. All right. So, yeah. So, again, I'm just trying to shed a little light so you can see that you guys can afford a lot of the stuff. I mean, you got to be resourceful, not to, find them, find these kind of little plays. But once they kind of, make themselves famous, because they make themselves famous, obviously. Didn't nobody do it. They made themselves famous by cooking the books and got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and the stock been punished ever since. Again, I'm happy to get my little bag, right? Get my puts paid and my naked short, naked short paid. But and there's a lot of other things out there that are somewhat in that same boat where you have low premiums, but decent volume on a daily, and they're fighting, some kind of aspect of clarity or trying to be safe, so to speak, because the stock is in trouble. And if I could be just Moderna, just think about Moderna. I don't know where it's at in terms of the option market now, but again, after it went all the way up to like 86, 87, it fell back like that. Shucks. Who's to say, right? Who's to say? Who's to say? Okay, so after hours, you got a couple of plays moving here. Look at this. This old Gene company called Gene. It's up 30% after hours. Let's see what this is about real quick. Hold up. Is that Gene? Gene. Let's see what this is about real quick. They will pick a Friday going into a Memorial Day holiday to jump up and just start running. For whatever reason, I have to go do the news on it and see what's going on there. But these are your post-market runners so far. You got this company here, like I said, Gene. All right, this is what I've been doing for the past week. I've been making a nice little bag in my Webull, trading after hour movers, with the strength of their news, depending on their float, depending on the short seller sitting in the stock, basically short ratio. And then again, waking up the next day, stock is up $1, $2. I just been crushing it this week on those types of little plays. I don't know if Gene gonna be that one, but it's up 30% after hours. I'm pretty sure whatever news it is, it's probably carrying over. And you got EVFM is up 21%, and then 22% after hours here after. And you got decent volume. The million shares traded, and the 2 million shares traded, on extended weekend after hours. That's good shares. 2 million in after hour session. So that's some solid news. Whatever it is, that's some pretty good news for whatever it is. It came from what 243 and went up as high as $4. So nice little gap up there, about $1.50, $1.50. So that's a nice little bag. If you had a day trade late, the trade week on the back end of it, man, look, you caught that thing anywhere off the first initial candle and plugged in somewhere between 270 and 280, and you still end up catching, up to $4, about $1, $1.20, somewhere around there in profit, in what 1, 2, 3 minutes. That kind of money. That's why, man, look, ain't no in the world, I'm not gonna keep myself, solid in learning this, mastering this craft, because those kind of opportunities, when they strike, you can capture that. Right? That's a little extra on the way out the door. See what I'm saying? A little something strange for a little piece of change on the way out the door. All right, so that's your after hours runner. So anybody know the news on GENE, post it in the back chat, share it with the family. All right, but it's up 30% after hours, and also EVFM, again, up about 21.5% after hours. It came from like $4.99, somewhere around there. Went up as high as $6.79, so pretty decent. Again, about $1.80 a share. In a few minutes, off the top, the trough to peak, move in that stock. Coming back down now, it's bull flagging. So far, let's see if it holds. At least I would say this 585 area, somewhere around there. If it can hold that support and stay up, it might be something to look at going into Tuesday when we open back up, for whatever the news may be. Because it's definitely a biotech stock. Look like biosciences. Looks like what the company is. So some little biotech stock might have something to do with the coronavirus, or if not, whatever the case, it's moving. Right. That's a nice little 20% bag after hours. Now it's up to 22%. Right. So guys, so that's about, for the gist of it. Again, just sharing what we know best, right? Filling in the gaps of conventional wisdom and natural knowledge, and understanding how we apply it to the financial markets. This stuff, again, is not outside of your wheelhouse to learn, to get better, to be solid, right? To expand on your knowledge base. It's not outside you guys' wheelhouse. Just got to stay humble, stay hungry, and stay searching, right? Stay searching. Find those usual suspect type plays, right? And master them, right? You don't have to chase every single stock. You can just find your nice little, 5 or 6 of them and just follow how they move. And then once you understand their patterns, their movements, and their, how they react, you can just trade them same little 6, 7 stocks back to back, just rotate them in and out. Like I'm gonna say like Tesla, Roku, Boeing. Let me see who else. We're definitely lucky now. Let me see some of my usual suspects. Who I trade a lot on average. Even Royal Caribbean, definitely of late. Royal Caribbean really been getting that hammer. PCG, one of my old nemesis. Beyond Meat, some of my old nemesis. I said Boeing. Who else? Get my usual suspects. Space. I've been in space a little bit lately too, so I can say that for now because those are just a couple new ones. But my usual cadre is Boeing, Tesla, PCG, and Roku, and I would say possibly, them would be my top 4, right? They keep a lot of liquidity in them, right? So that's why I'm always trading them at some point, but once you learn a little bit of their natural patterns of how they trade, on aspects of certain aspects of volume and news pieces that come out about them, you just already know what's going on with them before they even start moving, right? You know how to position yourself. So all these stocks have different personalities. Kind of like, if you got like 3 or 4 different children, all of them have separate personality, and you got to learn all their personality. That's what these stocks are. To me, exactly how I look at them, right? In that same mannerism, right? So, one of them might just be, problem child. The other one might just be weird child. The other one could be, whatever. You just know them all for who they are, and you just learn how to trade them. Right. So that's about it. So again, great day, great week, weird week, I should say. Weird week in the financial markets. By all intents and purposes, markets just literally went nowhere. Right. The SPY literally went nowhere. Right. For the entire week, you would think. But next week, they got to let loose. They got to, what they call, release the Kraken. One way or the other, they got to release the Kraken. They're going to have to release the Kraken. Right? Because, again, it's just imperative that, you're going to try to stay range bound with all this kind of economic headwind. You're trying to wait everybody out. At some point, it's going to come back and bite them in the behind. All right? They're just trying to buy time to kind of see if they can spark enough interest to keep people want to come in and put fresh money into the market. So every little time they try to gap it up higher or build a new range, it's just that. And all I'm saying is, like, I'm not even worried about that, right? Because you can't convince me that the levels that they're trying to protect, when I say protect, because I mean they're trying to stay close to the resistance point, to lure people in, right? To protect, the interest of keeping the market propped. It's smoke and mirrors. It's literally smoke and mirrors, right? I'm not impressed. Again, you close right at near the top line, the top aspect of the trend line, the T line perspective in there, right at near the 200-day moving average, all right? But I'm not impressed, right? And so I know you want to try to close above it. That's what this is all about, right? Because they need that psychological victory that closed the market above the 200-day moving average, which is, again, this yellow line here, right? In order for them to feel like they got a little bit, more strength and momentum to go up there and test the resistance around about 298-ish, 30, or somewhere around there. After that, if it clears that, I'll be the first one to tell you. If it clears that 298.30 handle and close above it, then it's definitely going to 300. It's definitely going to 300. Hands down, it's going to 300. I mean, I don't know what's going to do after that. I know some major resistance sitting up there at that $300 level. Right? It's some mad, piranha sitting up there. Right? All this right here, this stuff here, this stuff sitting there. Right around that 300. Right? And then it's a psychological number everybody been kind of waiting on anyway from off the March lows. So you're gonna have some massive profit taking it, if nothing else. But But that's just my perspective, my opinion. So I'll keep my eye on it. I do like, again, more downside value than I do like upside, because your upside is minimal. It's very minimalistic to 300 at this point from 296, right? It's up near 295, near 296 after hours, but nonetheless, you only got so much, space up to that point of resistance. So you really got to prove yourself, right? But underneath that, you have a lot of air and opportunity, right? You got gaps that still got to get filled. They ain't been backfilled yet. I mean, at least a minimum of gap filled back down near 286 and nothing else, right? I'm just looking at the chart here, this little gap here, right? But I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see. But again, that's just my little assessment, and then we'll keep our eyes on it. We'll keep training, our mindset to kind of, see these things as they unfold. Politic it around a little bit, kind of make sense of it. Right. Again, sharpen our skill sets, basically. So you can see those candles now. Right, you can see those candles now. Yeah, get that trading view. Trading view is free, guys. It's free. Get trading view, guys. It is free. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna go on and pop it in the back chat. And then you can go, sign up through Facebook with it. You can sign up through Twitter with it, And again, I use the free version. Free version. I used to pay for the premium one, that real expensive one. I used to pay that mess annually. I said, hey man, I can keep getting people about $300-400. Now, I know a little bit more than I know now, so I don't need it. I'm straight.
Free 99.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Save a little money. It has some intricate use case for it if you want to, pay for some of the, the a la carte things that TradingView offered. Because I had app dial, I had some NYSE ARCA data that you had to pay for, and a few other little market makers and stuff that you can add to it to kind of really get a more clean insight. But again, over time, I just found out that I didn't need it once I became a little bit more solid in my being able to read the market. That I could still look at TD Ameritrade or even a Webull, whatever the case, and get the same kind of print readout that I need, right, to fit my style. But that's the link, guys. So again, go open up your free TradingView account. You won't beat it. I tell you what, it's the best charting software platform out there. I will say that hands down. Everybody use TradingView, right?
Mm-hmm.
For schematic wise, and just to kind of use ease of entry, the GUI, various fluid use of it, and all this, that, and the third. So really good use case for it. But yeah, it's free. $3.99. There you go. Over T, you go open up your TradingView account and practice with it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. As you can see clear now, the rain's gone. Yeah, rain gone over here. Well, so far it is. I'm still a little southern guy, so I can smell the fish right now. I ain't even nowhere near the water, but I can smell them.
I'm telling you.
Well, I'm about to get out of here about another, what's it, about 5:15? Yeah, about another hour. I'm going to get ready, suit up and go. I got a little place, not too far from my house here. And, up here again, I'm up in these old, I don't know. Y'all know what they are. Yeah. They got it all, so they think they bought it, but they ain't doing it. Again, for me, I still have some of the most practical ways, to entertain my time. So it don't take me having to go to places like Top Golf. Everybody right here going to Top Golf and all these little expensive places and trying to harden out. Man, I'm gonna go right over one of the fish creeks that ain't nobody fishing in because they looking at this stuff like it's just water, right? And the fish being there just be like tearing it up, boy. I'm like, look, I'd be slaying them, boy. Shut.
So you just usually catch them and throw them back?
Yeah, I just strictly sport fish. I'm working out because I throw everything back. I mean, unless I know somebody that want like every now and then. Like, when I go to the state parks, like I don't know if you probably, I'm pretty sure you are, but the Afurakan River, Marquise, you familiar with Afurakan?
Nah, I'm not. I'm not familiar with
it.
That.
It run parallel, somewhat to that of Potomac to a degree, even though Potomac, what it is, but
yeah.
But it's a well-known state park. One of the noble parks, obviously from Virginia. For a lot of people go to it a lot. They do a lot of water shows, fire ranging, but Afurakan River is one of the premier water attractions in this part of the area between DC, Virginia, you know, the DMV basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got some good fishing at certain aspects, like Bull Run Marina and Fountainhead. You know, you can rent a boat, all this stuff, paddle boat, all this stuff go out. But yeah, that's a nice one. But a lot of the golf courses, even where I'm at, because you know, there's a ton of golf courses where I'm at. I'm right around literally the corner from Trump National, right? So Trump National is, if you haven't, man, when he bought it out, I think about 5-6 years ago, somewhere around there, and they revamped it. But it's one of the more expensive golf courses in the country. One of them, the annual membership, right? A couple of my neighbors, they go over there, and I know a couple other guys I know that's retired, you know, government workers, whatever.
Yeah, I'm over here right by the Capitol.
Yeah, yes, yep. So you're right in think of the membership for Trump National. It's I think it's like $200,000 a year.
Well, oh my goodness. I know.
It's 200,000 racks. And on top of that, you got to spend at least a minimum of $50,000 inside the gift shop or inside the concert shop and stuff like that.
Man, these folks love golf, man. Same thing in Orlando, bro. It ain't nothing but golf courses everywhere.
Yeah. You know, so them jokers, man, I'm like, shuck, man. It's crazy, you know, but I'm like, man, okay, y'all go ahead on, you know, that's fine. You know, so between Lansdowne, I do like here on Lansdowne, Gunkin. That's another pretty decent. They got pretty decent membership out there, but you know, those are the more premier. You know, up here, people, you know, whatever.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah, you think fishing helps you be a better trader? You know, just the patience aspect.
Oh, definitely. Everything I do has a rhyme or reason. Me personally, again, I like Texas Hold'em, right? Texas Hold'em builds up your nerve, right? It builds up. It builds up. The market is one big bluffing mechanism too, right? You got to learn how to not be phased when the market bluffing, right? The market got to shake you out all the time, right? They see a stop loss, they can't win. Let me knock you out of day trade. You set you a little too tight. Let me come get all that. So you got to learn how to know when they're trying to bluff people out of the market. You got to know when to, stand your ground. And so a lot of these skills that you pick up in a natural setting definitely correlate to your trading, trading ability. Hands down, especially again, Texas Hold'em. That's why most people who are very, very good, investing, investing sharks or whatever you want to call them, gurus, whatever. They love poker. They love
poker. Yep. The game theory.
Shamat Palapatia.
Yeah.
He was featured on World Series of Poker, something like that. He loved poker. Wow. He's young, super young. He loved poker. A lot of them love poker. All these of them get together and go play some poker.
Yeah. The game theory.
Yeah. And this is more back in the back chat. Couldn't I say? I'm always on vacation. It's 100. Yes, won't need a vacation. That's it, Yeah, fishing, man, that's it for me. But yeah, that's it. Your patience, you learn a lot, and it gives you that. It gives you calm of mind. The more you got in nature, getting the fresh, the air and all. Everything about it it's detoxing. It's so detoxing.
Yeah.
You deal with a stress market. And I'm saying stress because the market is crazy anyway, regardless if you ain't phased by it or not. When you see it all, you kind of like, man, what else you could throw at me? I didn't lose 1,000. Again, my biggest loss was like 17,000, right? In a day, and matter of fact, in about 3-4 hours.
Mine was 5.
Yeah, so I'm saying once you done had them losses, bro, you like, man, okay, what else you got at this point, right? Totally, and that's what I'm saying, like, it's totally not my fault. Well, again, when the market ratchet, it can do anything, right? It can be right in your thesis, but when it's ratchet, it can tell us about it. Right? Yeah. And it's like, how did I let that happen? It was obviously a mixture of my fault and their fault because, again, it was a stop loss. I had stop loss set and none of them triggered. This was in TradeNet. That's when they were having all the issues and the glitches.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
They didn't trigger. And I'm so happy they fixed a lot of that trash now. Cause, but I couldn't, and then I could do it, right? Because at that point, the trade was still hot. It wasn't like it just, it caused, some kind of level of suspension and just open up and just dump. It was still hot. It's at that point when it was frozen, I had to recycle because it was like recycling come back in. My stops were already kind of cleared. So I'm saying, so to try to scramble and reset it, it just couldn't happen. It just didn't happen. The stock that at the time that I was trading at this dump, it just couldn't happen. So I was like, okay, y'all got me.
Yeah.
But that was that week I was up though. I will say this, I was up like about 26 grand that week though. All right, that was one of the weeks I banged out. I hit CHFS trade, I believe. I think I keep saying that. It was one of them. I gotta go pull it up. It's been a while since I visited, but I hit that one, then I hit a couple others. I was up like 26,000 on I want to say 3 days into a week. So I was banging.
That's love.
How when you get like that, you trying to juice it higher. This one I was like really, really getting into trading at that time. I was new still to them, to them at least.
Yeah.
People like God, all them, they was already trading, trading at that point. Man, I was like, shucks, man. Look.
You was geek.
Y'all let me in here. I didn't know. I was still learning the platform. But either way, I gave back, 17 grand at 26,000. Then the next day I gave back another. I took another because how when the range it pulls, you kind of lose a little bit of your confidence and bravado. The next day I gave back about another 2,500. Right, so it was like about 2,500 to 3,000. So I gave back, every bit about near 20 of it, and I ended up pocketing 6. But I mean, I could have easily have been just sat on my hand and just cashed out that 26 racks. So I didn't trade them. I literally didn't have to trade anymore. I don't know why I did it. I know why I did it though. Like anybody, like I'm gonna grow this.
Yeah, got you on fire. Feel like you on fire like NBA Jam. He's on fire. Like
man, it was so crazy because that first day after I hit like it was like 17. No, it was like 14,000. And the next day I hit another big. The next day was like it was somewhere around there. It was like right at about 13, somewhere around there. It was like 2 days consecutive, back to back. And funny thing is, they contact me at trading. Like, hey, we know we just seen you. We see your account. We see that you're on fire. What are you doing? Like, what is it that you're doing? You want to share it with us? Share it with the people on the live on the webinar. I was like, yeah, I'm just doing what I like. Doing what you. I was like, man, you might have called and jinxed me. Probably that's probably what it was. They jinxed me. The next day. And again, I was up on the trade too at that time, but again, like it's a distraction. I got up, I went to do something myself. I'm gonna set these stop loss. I ain't gonna play around, so I did like a tier kind of stop loss, but I had them too close. That was my problem. I had them too close to each other. I didn't expand them out a little bit, so in the case of it, if it did flash crash or whatever, it'll at least kind of catch some of them more extended ones down, and anything would happen. I had them too close. Man, blue pass all that, man. Blue pass all of it. And then the system was, I was like, I was sick. But again, that was just a learning curve. But again, you lose a little bit to gain a lot more. So overall, it's been a great experience. But again, you build up the kind of nerve that a poker player learns to have, right? Straight face, poker player, patience, right?
Yeah.
Stealth, steel nerves, right? That's what that stuff does. It builds that kind of, mental aspect of it, because you have to learn how to be indifferent to money. If you're a person who's scared to let go of money, then day trading is not your forte. Be the best investor that you can, or at least a swing trader, right? But if you scared to let go of money and real time aspects, don't do day trading, right? Don't do it. I repeat, don't do it. It's not for the faint of heart in that perspective, because you'll never get a chance to really trust yourself, meaning even trust the indicators. The indicator saying, hey, stay in the trade. Guess what you do? I'm out of there. Right? Trade say stay in the trade. You're like, nah, man, look, bro, look, I can't stomach it. I'm out.
And you get mad, get out, and shoot up. You start chasing.
Right. Or if you're short, they go down even more. You're like, right? You're like, I should have stayed in that trade. But again, but even in that moment, we always say what? A bird in the hand beat one in the bush. Period. At the end of the day, if you profited, you profited. Right? No and about it. But you just got to get better at your charting, right? At your technical, schematics, technical analysis.
Yeah.
So
Gatekeeping.
Yeah, exactly. So when you're looking at Luck and Coffee again, just rehashing this one again here. Again, I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. I could not make this stuff up. Massive gap down from 26 to 7, snaps back up. 8-7 pulls back, and just down. It went to just downhill slalom racing. Right, downhill slalom. I mean, look at the stair step pattern. Like, you couldn't make this stuff up. And that ain't the most textbook stair step pattern I've ever seen in my life. As a trader, right? People live for these kind of stair step patterns, right? When we talk about this, and you hear people talk about the gurus or been in the game, man, ain't nothing better than a stair step pattern downtrend or even a uptrend. When you kind of got that up, consolidate. That's the most ideal trade of all time. And so, for me, again, all I need to hear that news. I heard the news fraud because I was trading up in this area, off and on, up and down. Chinese coffee come, man, y'all fake Starbucks. Let me get it. And that news came out, and I was so mad I wasn't in it because that's the first thing. Like, man, I would just trade the thing maybe about a week or so ago. Man, if I had some extended puts, that's the first thing came out. Why I ain't having no extended put? Can't catch them all. But after that, it was just, hey, as you see here, right? So I'm not fighting this trend. I'm not fighting this trend. It still want to drift lower. I'm with it. And it's weird too, because if you look at any time it came back to the VWAP here, got close to it, going into the next potential day, it kind of came right up close to it. I guess stuck in more bulls and got flushed on the next day. Same way here. Brought it closer to the VWAP, flushed them on the next day. All right. Again, you couldn't make this stuff up. Same way here, even where it's at now. Right. And it's really oversold, but so what? Look at the RSI on the 1 hour chart. On this aspect of a yearly, it's been riding oversold since May 2nd at 11 on the RSI. Right. So that's how come when I say people, man, this thing got a 13 RSI and 11, 12 RSI, man. That thing, it got to go back up. Man, look, they've been saying that ever since April the 2nd, excuse me. And it's just been going lower and lower because, again, the economic headwind of the fundamental analysis is more damning than the technicals at this point. Sometimes you don't have that kind of, convergence. You have a diversion where the fundamentals are overriding the technicals at this point. Forget the oscillators and the indicators. The damning aspect of the news alone is killing the stock. It's draining the buyers. It's causing fundamentals to bail. Right? They filing 13L filing forms and they getting it. I'm sold, right? Yeah, I dumped that loss, took that L. Not holding that fire, that trash can that's on fire right now. And so you look at it from that perspective. But again, like I was just also saying, given a use case for a bullish case, for any kind of retracement pop, rubber band pop, back toward, like I said, look at the 20 moving average on the daily chart. They make this stuff up. Remember I was saying the $2.250? Look at it right here on the 1 hour chart. It's sitting right at 253. It's sitting right at 253. And them calls even about a month out from now, or what? We're like about 15 cents, 18 cents, like I showed y'all, somewhere around there. I tested for that on any kind of retracement. I done made thousands. I'll pay 18 cents if I done made thousands for a potential retracement in case anything crazy happens. All it is called hedging. So in the event it does happen, guess what? You still eat some more to the upside too. It costs you really a whole lot of nothing. That when you think about it, it costs a whole lot of nothing. So it's just different ways to look at it. It's no rhyme or reason. It's just what suits your optics in terms of how you look at the market. Man, again, it's money, it's liquidity. Right? It's liquidity. The name of the game is liquidity. Right? And you find it and you get after it. Right? You find it and you get after it.
Facts.
That's about it, guys. So a lot, we gonna unpack. Again, I want to do something again. Because like I said, we've been on fire with the training. Again, big shout out to Sister Monica, Eva Monica, really challenging the community to kind of get behind, really putting their all this creative energy they got. They've been sitting in the house on the Weibo challenge. But now it's really challenging people to say, hey, you're right. I sat around the entire month and a half, 2 months, and sitting there worried about, even do I have a job and all this money still being made. I'm back with hustling. Y'all over here still making money? I must be back and hustling. So this is a great time. It was a great time. It still is in some cases. Some people still ain't back to work, but to still acquire bits and pieces of this game and put it together like a puzzle. Right? It's worth it. By all intents and purposes, it's worth it. And I'm not just saying that just because it seems like it sounds good. It really is once you find out how to make your own money. Right? Live it on your own time. Right?
Facts.
I think to me,
and you see that growth. You see that growth, and you learn about yourself too at the same time. Just
along the way.
So
true. And that's what I love about it, because again, you find out how resilient you are, how good of a multitasker you think you are. Right? All the stuff that we sit around, kind of big up themselves about to a degree. When you put into a put up or shut up moment, the market will put you in that moment real quick.
Yeah, that's facts. And I'm so happy, man. You introduced me to Mark Douglas earlier on, man, because like that did everything for me. Like just facts, just really understanding the mental aspect of it, and just that growth that you and now I just I'm proud and appreciate myself just from now. Like you said, I don't get that anxiety, when I'm up or I'm down in the trade. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's systematic. You know what I'm saying? It's mechanical almost.
Right. It's what's called pull and plug, whatever the saying go. But it's just that kind of reality where you're gonna have that tug of war. It's constant. It's a constant tug of war. You just want to be on again the side of the rope that's got getting all the leverage as much as possible. Right. It's okay to give back a little bit, lose a little ground. Again, like I say, it's okay to lose a battle just to win the war, right? It's okay to give up a battle, right? That's your game plan. As long as you win the war, that's all that matters. So if it's base hits, then guess what? Base hits always becomes what? The theme of the day. Get consistent at learning how to what? Walk away with a W. $1, 10, 20, 30, 100, 1,000, whatever.
That consistency. It reminds me of playing basketball too. You know what I'm saying? If you playing the game, you got to keep shooting, even if you're missing, whatever. You're just trying to have a good percentage. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep doing it.
Right, throw them buckets up there. You know what I'm saying? See what stick. That's what matters. Right, you see what I'm saying? So this ain't nothing that we haven't that we're not privy to, I should say. Right. It's not that we're not privy to the idea of being in a position where we can do it. Again, it's nothing barring you from it. It's nothing barring you from it. It's all about again, opportunities, right? Opportunities you have to present it. So once it gives you that, then you go out there and perform, right? We go perform, so to speak. Right. Because at that point, the rest is I love this stuff, man. I love it. I love it. Dude, I was just in there talking about this stuff. It's just the one that went. It was, and they get reverse split. So yeah, it's up running after hours here.
What stock you talking about?
That's CHFS. I was just talking about that garbage, and it's running here after hours. I mean, it was up for days.
All right.
Yeah, right. See what I'm saying? Outside the university, the stock university, it's up like 20% after hours. I mean, it got plugged. It went, like I said, that's when it got paired by. It went from like $3 or $4 to all the way up like 26, something like that. That's when I got short. I wrote it up, then I got short on it. Right. And I wrote it down from like 22 all the way down to like, gosh, almost like 13, 14, somewhere around there. And that's when, trading it, they have all the issue with, you buying in tight on the bid with a lot of shares and you have all that slippage. Man, I crushed that stock. Man, I literally about an hour and a half, 2 hours, if that. I was up like that $14,000. And all I remember was that's when we was in the old Discord room, the stock trap Discord room, and we're still in the other one too. And people like who was that in there? ATL Trader and a few others out there, but we always be kind of there. What's the buddy name? I forgot his name. Ain't there something? Connor, yeah. Connor used to be in it because he started out with trading before we did. And I messed around, like, I did hit a lick. I posted that doggone. I'm looking like, God, dog, after for what you done did, boy. What you done, man? You done broke them people's platform. Well, I was like, man, them jokers that messed up and let me in here. But that's all I kept saying to myself. I said, okay. It's experiences again. So to be able to duplicate that's what matters. That's what matters to me. I want to be able to duplicate that. But I don't want to always look for that. You see what I'm saying? I just want to be able to be consistent at learning how to put myself in a position to duplicate that. So a small victories go a long way, So
yeah. And Oba, man, I've been having a blast, man. Like as far as understanding economics and the different economic school of thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Like modern monetary theory, Austrian economics, Keynesian economics.
Keynesian, yeah. They say Keynesian. The Europeans say the Keynesian side. Yeah. We say
oh, I just said it wrong.
Yeah, you hear him say Keynesian, right? The
Keynesian, yeah.
Keynesian. It felt weird because from the aspect of how it came about in terms of that, the lexicon, how they translate it, with the E is more of a aim sound to it than it is the Easian. You know what I'm saying?
Keynesian.
So they say the Keynesian, yeah. But it seems like it's you're right. You're right.
Yeah, just understanding the global, macroeconomic workings, especially when you trade Forex, you know what I'm saying? Like just understanding, like the different ways in which the central banks influence everything, with the injection and withdrawals, the central bank monetary policy, fiscal policy, you know what I'm saying? Like unemployment levels, GDP, balance of payments, like, man, all of it is just, it really helps you just understand how everything is working from the top down, man. And it's just, man, there's just so much information.
It is. And again, in order to be in the game, you got to learn what? You got to study the game, right?
That's facts.
Like that movie, the game chose me, right? The game chose me. Go out there, learn all the ins and outs of it, because for the most part, again, you got nothing to lose from knowing, your battleground, right? Or your opponent, or, the layout of what you're trying to peruse. So the more you become more, interested in it, the more it reveals the secrets of it.
That's facts.
If you have no interest to want to learn it, it'll be hard to really earn from it. You see what I'm saying? You can make money, but I want to know all these jokers think. I want to know what the market makers think. I want to know what the hedge funds think.
Exactly.
Like the program, what kind of psychological algorithm they feeding off of. What's the the feds when they go to injections. I want to be able to see it when it's happening. I want to know when they're gonna make a move. Like every day at 3:00, the injection coming. You guarantee it.
Yep. Understand that monetary supply, M1 money, M2 money, all those things, man. And it's just like, I want to understand it the way that a hedge fund understands it, not even just the hedge fund. Like, I want to understand it the way the Fed understands it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, because you're dealing strictly with a primary source. You dealing, the banks obviously know what's going on, because again, in the repo operation, the Fed take the money from the treasury and give it to who? The banks. Banks definitely know. It's almost like criminal insider trade. They know
it is.
When they're gonna do it. So when they do it, because they're giving it to, and ain't no secret, they're giving it to people like JP Morgan and BlackRock you know, any repo operation. You got to obviously be able to kind of, you know, handle that kind of level of cash and have the, you know, the credit rating and trust of the credit department. So they've already been kind of commandeered, almost like a defense act, you know, commandeering saying we're using your institution for liquidity injections. Right? So the bank like that, they got tranches of cash and releasing to the market based upon that to help their liquidity. All they doing is buying funds, right? You know, ETFs, whatever. Mortgage-backed lending through the bonds and this, that, and the third indirectly in the bonds. Now the Feds themselves directly buying bonds. Forget the fact that the banks do it. So I mean, it's just man, it's like you saying all this money again, all this money that they always say that they ain't got, but somehow Wall Street ain't missing no meals. So again, when they say that Main Street, Wall Street is decoupled or it's divorced from Main Street, they have never lied. They have never lied. And if people really knew, you know, what we follow every day, then it'll be what to get their ish together, right?
That's real.
Hoovering them to get their ish together, because ain't no way in the world you can convince me that a person can sit around and talk that tough talk. I don't need nothing from the government. I don't need nothing. I don't need nothing. Let me go out here and pull myself by my bootstrap and go out here and blah 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 blah. Man, look.
So you making this money and all they doing is devaluing your money. Like at the end of the day,
you have to work hard for it. Like no man, get in that same soup line, get the government contract, get with some more, get some of this free money, man. Get the banging the same way they banging. Again, you don't have to be you know, mentally, you know, of the system to be a part of the system, right? Again, using the same way they trying to use you.
Exactly. They don't have no problem using you.
Man, like it ain't, like it's going out of style, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you know, so this is what we got to do. We're following the money. We always say follow the money, right? You know, going in next week, Friday, close the business. You got term operation 4-day calendar date. So the next operation for Friday or Tuesday, when the repo market open back up, you know, you got one party going on. So you got this little ratchet little I don't know what this is here. That's about $1 million. And that's, I don't know, because you got what, $1 100 million. Yes, about $1 million. I don't know what that's about. That might have been just an overdraft, and they sent it towards that contract. It's probably gonna change between here and Monday. But yeah, you got right here. So you got one that's closing on 8. See, there you go. See the 8:30 Trump. Y'all know if you watch the market every morning around by, I would say definitely between the hours of 6 a.m. to around by 8:30-ish, somewhere around there, and then again at 9 o'clock. Those last little bit of injections that come into the market, because keep in mind, this contract got to close by 8:30. And typically that's how you always get that pre-market. Even though the market may be failing coming into it, and then all of a sudden, here come a tranche of money, right? Here come a tranche of money. Get up off the low, especially one day when it's failing. And so again, they got this stuff so calculated, man. It's just sickening. But what can you do? Again, they so-called fighting what they consider to be what? To try to backstop people hurting for the coronavirus. But they disrupting the free markets. They are criminally disrupting the free market. The market needs to be able to fail on its own. Companies need to be able to fail on its own. That's a part of the rules that come along with it, right? If you can't, you know, sustain, you got to go insolvent. Once you become insolvent, you out of there. You don't get just, you know, do-overs and. But anyway, y'all know.
But that's the Austrian economics argument. You know,
right, exactly. That's what it is. Yep, you're 100% right. Right, and so this is their levels of backstops to keep the bubble prop. They got 22 billion coming in, you know, Tuesday. So when we come out of this long weekend, depending on how bad the news is gonna be over the weekend, I say bad because China's still ratcheting it up. Right, Trump gonna do something stupid over the weekend. It's gonna happen. I mean, come on, he can't get right. What you expect from him? He's gonna do something. Right, he can't get right. He got a Twitter in his hand. Something's gonna happen, obviously. I know we're gonna get some spike cases, you know, 3-day weekend, even though people just went back to work barely. Some of them, not all, but the idea that people feel like they're free and it's a Memorial Day weekend, we'll see how they're gonna act. I don't know how they're gonna act, but something's gonna happen. I hate to say it that way, but maybe. But nonetheless, they got a $22 billion tranche waiting. They got kids sitting on the sideline waiting. Right. So
$22 billion mortgage-backed securities, they feel wow.
Yeah. Treasury agencies and the mortgage back. So all
they buying straight trash cans.
They buying everything again. All the debt market, HYG, the TNN, the TLT, they get and the REITs. They definitely buy a lot of, again, the regular REITs, commercial REITs, bonds, and regular domestic REITs. They buying all that. They buying all that. Again, they backstopping JCPenney real estate right now, even though they going bankrupt. Right? They buying all that up. They buying all that kind of stuff.
So do you think there are certain people who trading based on this? Like, they see they about to do this injection with the mortgage-backed securities. Like they gonna go ahead and buy some too, just based upon that.
Yeah, that's what everybody been running to the bonds. Big money runs to the bonds. People like Leon Cooper, Bill Ackman, Dole Type, Nelson Peltz, Tepper, man, who else I could probably say that's the well-known? A lot of big fund managers, obviously, on terms of your basic crew, your JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley Bank, them people buying them bonds. People like me, retail, a lot of us kind of like, no, that ain't how I feel, but because you got to have money to play in that lane.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can trade in it. But again, they backstopping the market. They know that's where all the Fed money at. And the Fed came out literally this past week and told y'all what they may now also be thinking about buying what now finally. Actually, what? Equity stocks themselves. Remember we talked about that literally months ago. Yeah. It's gonna be at some point they're gonna get real desperate. They're gonna start buying stocks outright at some point. Remember I just said that? Yeah. They already bought it.
They say they're gonna do whatever they need to do to get it jumping. They definitely said that whatever need to get done, we will do.
He just need the excuse to do it. He already commandeered the Treasury. Obviously, because the Fed typically works for the Treasury. They're not a standalone institution outside of the Treasury.
Yeah.
Right? You can get the Fed mixed up, right? Like how people look at the police department. They just look at the police department there. The police kind of, you out there, mercy. No, the police department actually work for you.
Yeah, that's why they call it a quasi-government.
Right. People don't understand that, the parameters of that, because once you get intimidated by them for so long, you're like, man, look, I just don't even want to do it. Man, you the one pay their salary. The taxpayer pay the police salary. And if you learn how to coalesce your organization, you know how to go put that file on behind, make sure they stop, terrorizing your community. But people don't think that way because they're too busy trying to get out of the way of these people, out of their lands and all that kind of dumb stuff. Right? Yeah. I'm like, no, man. You gotta know what you're dealing with. Come on, man. You got power. You gotta know how to utilize and organize it. So that organization, you have no power. Right? These people waiting on you to, fall in line, lockstep, in a fearful perspective, and kind of, they just accept what they're offering. But no, man, not happening. Yeah, but these people again, they going full blown. For some of y'all Dragon Ball Z people, these people going full blown Super Saiyan right now.
They Super Saiyan 3 right now.
Yeah, so they looking for a reason to kind of print more money. Why wouldn't it? Right? Because again, only people who are gonna really eat off of it is who? Markets, their constituents, their lobbyists, right? Their brethren, so to speak. They basically, man, came out. If you read this headline right here, what does that headline really say to y'all?
Their power set. That's what Americans.
Put that in layman terms. What is he really saying?
He's saying less well-off Americans are bearing the brunt of economic fallout. So he's saying we bearing it, right?
Who less well-off Americans?
Yeah, less well-off. If he's saying less well-off, he's talking about the people who are not well-off, right?
So anybody who's not rich, basically.
Yeah.
And probably ain't even the 1%. They probably talking about, man, look, if you probably even the 3%, you might be solid. But anybody below that, I call that belt line around. Here's how you know it to be true. Here's how you got to gauge how they looking at you. What was the backstop amount that a person have to make to be really qualifying for the stimulus check? What was that amount that you had to be making at? Y'all remember that number?
60 grand or 80 grand, something like that.
Like 75 racks.
Yeah.
Right? It was 75,000, right? They use that. Why do you use 75,000 of all members?
75, because maybe that's a certain tax bracket.
Right, you kind of get close to tax brackets and all that stuff too, right? The top 1% is anything above what? What the top 1% is equated to in America. If you above this certain number amount, you in the 1 percentile in terms of so-called riches and wealth. How much you got to make to be in that 1 percentile? Anybody know that number by any chance?
250,000.
So roughly around about 200, a quarter million, right?
Yeah.
So if you think about that, how far is 75,000 away from what, a quarter million?
Yeah. This is what about
Right, that's
about a third. Well,
yeah, about, you know what I'm saying? And you think about 75 is what, buck 50? Then another what?
mhm.
You see what I'm saying? Another, you know what I'm saying? So you roughly around that. So if you look at it from the aspect that the level of what we well now since we've been cutting tax now, I mean, yeah, you can somewhat slightly stretch that that 75 rack, but a highly inflated market, you know, that 75,000 really ain't no more maybe like about 55, 60, you know, barring any kind of economic headwind, yeah, you're gonna have some massive, you know, lost value in terms of your revenue, right? In terms of economics,
Mm-hmm.
right? So again, if you already, because people that at that point they're kind of living somewhat still, you know, a little bit, maybe slightly a little bit above the means, but they can't really sustain, you know, take any kind of massive losses, right? Any kind of abrupt losses, right? Because they can spiral right back into a poverty zone, like I say, right back down into, you know, what we consider to be poverty, because you hit poverty once you be in a position where you can't afford your liability assets, right? Your bills and things like that, house notes, stuff like that, car notes. At that point, maybe you got a couple cars. Again, you can't pay those bills. It can get real ugly real quick, right? So most of the people that's in the unemployment line are people that make about how much a year?
They're like 30,000, something like that.
All around 40. We saw some people that was in there making around 40, 50, 60, 70,000, 80,000 a year was in that soup line too.
Mm.
Y'all remember seeing them pictures when they showed people unemployment line? You had people that dressed like they to go to work, corporate America. Then you had your average day people that probably work with them. So they can't afford to take no L. So that means they had no what? They had no savings. They had no backstop. Right? Wealth is generated from, again, when you got wealth, you know what it is. Right? Wealth replenishes wealth. Right? If you're rich, you got to keep working. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you rich, you got to keep working. You got wealth, you ain't got to work, really. Because your money starting what? It's an assembly line. It's an auto, like auto line. It replenishes itself at that point. Right? So, again, it ain't nothing for people who were around 70, 80 grand a year. Even some people around there, if they got shut out because of the coronavirus situation, then imagine you being down about a month. Even now they're 2 months. And people already got caught somewhat, quote unquote, unfortunate with their pants down, and then they didn't have no kind of sense of savings. And keep in mind, you got kids too.
Man.
So they sent you a $1,200 check. They sent you a $1,200 check for 1 month.
Man.
A month, a $1,200 check. That breaks down to how much a week?
Man. Is that 300?
A person that just been making $70,000, $80,000, a year, you could do the math on that, break that down, reduce that down to what a weekly salary would look like on a $75,000 per annum basis, and they just gave you a $300 check, and you got bills obviously superseding your annual salary, because that's what happens, right? When you make that kind of money, you got to get your little, if you out living like that, house about a $40 million, car note, on about a $30,000, $40,000 car note, whatever the case. You may got stuff, and you got kids, and you got other bills, and they give you a $300 check, and they didn't give you nothing else after that. And they just said you got a moratorium. They didn't say we wiping those bills, those debts clean. We just gonna put a moratorium on it. Where after this end of this emancipation date, you got to pay all that stuff back. You ain't been paying. Well, how you paying if you ain't got no money coming in, and your savings are already in the garbage, and your credit already like, bro, forget that. You got a low interest rate, but What's low interest if you can't even pay, the backstop on that? Who's to say your credit wasn't already near maxed out at that time?
Exactly.
So again, you're dealing with where they think that they can throw money at the markets to fix it. How can the market fix your personal?
That's facts.
You see what I'm saying? Convince me, how can that fix your personal situation, the markets?
And when we supposed to be the ones consuming, like spending the money, it's kind of backwards if you think of it.
So this is the game they play on the people who always vote against their own interests and play that Hollywood code soundbite. I don't need nothing from the government. I don't need none of this. I don't need none of that. Man, go sit down. Please go sit down, because you don't understand what's happening here. This is a major transfer of wealth, a theft transfer at epic proportions right now. Balance sheet up near 7 trillion. The Fed's balance sheet is up near 7 trillion of taxpayers' money that the taxpayers is not getting. Amazon, Boeing, Royal Caribbean, American Airlines, all them people getting it. The bond holders, the insurance holders, and that accredited bond insurance holder office, the difference between the regular, they the ones getting it. They fattening up those people, the real parasites. You, hey, bruh.
Yeah, it's fake trickle down economics.
Fake trickle down. So it's still, the economic fallout from the coronavirus pandemic is falling on poor Americans. Federal Reserve Chairman, we are in the midst of economic downturn with modern precedent, without modern precedent, right? Policy and remarks in the central bank forum, blah, blah, blah. All right. The economic downturn was sudden, severe, erasing all job gains of the past decade, 10 years.
Wow.
So again, 38 million people unemployed. About 39 million people unemployed after yesterday. 39 million. How many people in America? About 350 million, somewhere around there, give or take. And about 40 million of them unemployed. Imagine how much money that third or that amount generates. That's about what's the percentage on that? What is that's about a little over 12%, 13%.
Yeah.
And then y'all already know everybody in America don't work, so you can't even use that full
Yeah, they ain't counting everybody.
Right, because that means that's only the workforce. So out of 350 million people, you may have maybe 300 million working, if that. Right? If that, 50 million is kind of, hey, whatever. So put it in the context. So you got roughly, if that's the case, then it's, again, you're talking about roughly around about 10% of a global GDP coming out of a country is a ton of money missing from the area. You already running the fine line anyway. Because you know how hard it is for a city president to make 3% on GDP. You know how hard it is for a city president to make 3% on a national GDP. All their goals is always to be above 3%. Y'all know how hard it was. Trump came in close around about 2.6, 2.7 and thought he was doing it. Right? The whole thing kind of trace Obama, because Obama actually cheated I think on his second term, he was able to get up near 3%. But what he had to go through to get that, crazy. Go pull it up. Go see what I'm talking about. So that's hard. So that means the country, in that moment, in that perspective, the entire country is living, meaning the corporation of America is living paycheck to what? Paycheck. The corporation of America is living paycheck to paycheck.
Facts.
Where's your surplus? When last time America had a surplus? Clinton.
We don't run a number of deficit.
Right. Last time America had a surplus was Billy Clinton. Billy Clinton was in president back in the mid 90s, somewhere around there. We ain't seen surplus since.
Yep, we see 3% inflationary year though, minimum.
So again, this is the hustle. So again, when you faced with something like this where everybody get exposed, right? Your government gets exposed, in come the blame game. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. It's the state's fault. It's the state's fault. It's the state's fault. It's the city fault. It's the city fault. It's the county fault. It's the county fault.
It's China fault. It's China fault.
You know, straight to China, right? Straight to China from there. Right. So again, this is more the same. This is the level of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result from the American voter, all the way to the federal agencies, departments are trying to throw the same economic backdrop band-aids on the same, different problem, but at the same rate of thinking is going to turn around. 2008, 2009 subprime housing crisis was a disaster in terms of monetary fiscal policy. They bailed out everybody and they still went under. Wasted American taxpayer dollars. Corporation said, okay, helicopter money. For us, we give more big executive bonuses. It's free money. It's grant indebted. You know, so there's no payback aspect to it. We got to a get out of jail free card pass. A get out of jail free card pass, unlike none other. What did the American worker have to do? Hunker down, take 2 or 3 other jobs, this, that, and the third. They just got a chance to get debt at a much lower price, but it was still debt. Nothing got forgiven.
Mm-hmm.
But they give corporate debt. Well, that's basically what's happening right now. The feds are buying corporate debt in the bond market.
Exactly.
They ain't buying your debt. Your credit card bill, it's on moratorium. They didn't wipe the debt. It's on a moratorium. Meaning it just on in the freezer until they unleash. Then you got to come right back to paying. So again, this is the hustle. Right? So this is the hustle. Right? So they know what's going on, but they know that most people don't.
Man,
it just emboldens people to want to say, okay, well, if nothing else, let me make the people who really so-called quote unquote make America what it is, let me at least keep them happy and keep them from running the jumping ship. Worst thing you need now is for corporations in America to do more fleeing out of the country as they already been doing and going overseas and shell companies and Cayman Island accounts and different supply chains outside of America because they don't want to pay that real American tax, that patriotic tax. That they gotta be ranting and raving about and lying with that fake outrage. I ain't miss me with all that dumb nut. Look at that. And I ain't into none of this. I'm here to use this corporation the same way it's trying to use me.
Facts.
You can get me on a little patriotic spiel. You can say that for the crows, bro. Right? I'm here to do my own castle and take care of that because I can care less about all this fooling because I already know this is farce, right? This is all a farce. It's a game. As long as people sleep, at the wheel, they're gonna keep doing what they're doing. Right? Because emotional people always gonna make irrational decisions. I'm taking hydroxychloroquine. I'm gonna pop me some too. Did you get a prescription for it? No. Did you get it? Well, he did it because he's the president. That kind of stuff.
Man,
I'm gonna sacrifice, for the country. I'm gonna sacrifice for the greater good of the country, right? We're gonna open back up. We can sacrifice our elderly people. We gotta get the country back going again. Well, in the midst of that, you just printed over near $3 to $4 trillion and gave only the American people about a good, what much was it? Was it like 600 billion, somewhere around there? For the take care of everybody on the stimulus check that first round. But the other,
what's that went straight to the big dogs.
Well, how can you stimulate the economy if you ain't putting the money in the hands of the consumer? Just because you can inflate asset prices in terms of stocks, that ain't a consumer aspect. That's just you actually doing it indirectly, stealing their money and fattening up stocks.
Yeah, you basically doing the same thing that you criticize these companies for doing. with these buybacks.
Right. That's all it is. They're buying back debt equity holdings, which is somewhat, again, unconstitutional in terms of what, if you really read it from that perspective, that's not their business to try to backstop corporate debt. Not like that. It's a default. You gotta let stuff fail, right? They don't let you fail, right? I mean, they don't stop from failing, basically, right? But you know, it's man. Again, I know this stuff is all like, man, who wants to go read all that stuff again, the Constitution, all that. But when you realize how the Treasury Department is so connected to that aspect, okay, it's the banker of America, right? Your banking system of America, literally, is the Treasury Department. But it's, man, again, we'll be here for hours, but you have to follow these people, man. You gotta follow them. You gotta know who they are, what they're doing, you know, why they're doing it. Again, this article here, I'm getting ready to close out here. What does that say?
Almost none of the $500 billion in coronavirus relief fund for business has been spent.
It's May the 22nd. At the time of this article, it was May 18th. What do you mean the relief fund for business has been? So I see this first line here. It says what? The Treasury Department has dispersed less than 8%, just $37.5 billion of the $500 billion of emergency funds that Congress approved 2 months ago. 2 months ago for loans guarantees to help stabilize the economy. According to a report Monday from the Congressional, this ain't no off-brand site. This primary source, the Congressional Oversight Commission created to monitor how money is spent. 37 billion out of 500 billion, and it's 2 months later.
Could you put that article in the back chat, Uber?
Yeah, no problem. Who in charge of dispersing that money?
That committee?
Meaning to the actual, business people. Who in charge of dispersing it to the businessmen? To these, these people that got businesses.
The banks.
Hey, and then loan agents and banks. Who the bank, or if the banks ain't letting the money go, either by instructions from the Feds or the Treasury Department, in this case, Steve Mnuchin and them that ilk. Then who getting money? Who protecting their business right now? Who getting? You see where I'm going with this?
Facts. What you doing with it? But you just sitting on it? Like, what's going on?
37 billion out of 500 billion, and it's 2 months later.
That's crazy. So is it because they're holding it, they're not giving it to, like, because I know it was an issue with a lot of businesses wasn't getting approved for, like, it kept being turned down basically.
Why? You're on the right path. Why? If Trump said let that money go again, like the little Pharaoh, let my people go, let that money go. Why didn't let that money go?
Yeah.
It's money. Keep in mind, this is taxpayers' money. Congressional vote, taxpayers' money. Meaning we're gonna be stuck with the bill. How the banks get to decide whether who get the money, who don't. Y'all remember they came out that article a little about a month and a half ago, when the banks were saying this is why they wasn't lending money, because and they were charging people more upfront free, more upfront to get the money because they didn't want to get stuck holding the what?
Yeah, hold the bag.
But it's the taxpayers' money. How is it your money?
Facts.
They worried about transaction fees and paying their employees and their bookkeepers. So as if even if people defaulted, it's still not y'all money. It's the taxpayers'
That's what I was
money.
That's what I was thinking. Like, if people did default, they wouldn't even be held liable for it, right?
Man, this man, look. I was born last. What saying? I keep messing it up. But what saying? I was born.
I was born that night, but not last night.
I was born last.
At night, but not last night. Ain't that what it is?
Yeah.
Bro. None of the 46 billion Congress set aside specific for airline industry and business critical maintain the national security has been allocated as Treasury officials continue to review applications for that money. Let alone the airline even need 54 billion because they set aside 54 billion for us. That ain't accurate. And these people just crooks. Again, blue money on, again, y'all know that we had that spiel like a million times. Buybacks and corporate bonuses. Straight scum, straight gutter.
Yeah, yo, but Monica was dropping some comments in the chat about it too.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You follow that bag, you follow that bag, that bag, then you know what's going on. $500 billion again, or was it? And only one, excuse me, and only one of the five. Dang, this thing keep doing. I hate this. I was sitting behind y'all who find it or whatever y'all. All right. Yeah. So it's saying and only one of the 5 programs the Treasury Department and Federal Reserve has credited to get $454 billion into the economy to help states and local governments is operating. What? That little part right there. And only one, let me highlight one of the 5 programs that the Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve has created to get the $454 billion into the economy and the states and the local government is operating. Bruh.
Man.
2 months later, and only one of them operational. And y'all supposed to be the best country on the planet. We're supposed to have the best economy if all this happened. We're supposed to have the best this and the best that and the best banking and the best this. Man, miss me with that bull crap. Miss me with all that fake, fake patriot bull crap. Don't brag if you can't brag. Right? Simple as that. Right. False hope, false narrative, and people sitting there cheerleading and happy and clapping and ain't got nothing. Vote against their own interests.
Tax documents and financial. Yo, Monica said they states asking for tax documents and financial statements.
Taking you through every length they can to make sure they shake you down in order to give you the money that's already yours. Couldn't make this stuff up. As if you've been through it before, you know exactly what's going on. No, people new to this. It's a pandemic. Cut that check. All I know, my business was up and running yesterday, and today it's not. And I got miles to feed, payrolls, all this stuff. And man, cut that check. It ain't like I ain't want to go keep my business running. I was in business. I was running a legal business. You know what I'm saying? A legit business, and all that got disrupted. And now you finna see and take me through all this rigmarole. That's that banking system. I always talk about the banking system. They want to know your credit, your great grandmother last, 3 addresses, and all this stuff. Like seriously? So $500 billion relief program, right? Passed by the Congress in March, sitting on the shelf right now, collecting dust. And they got another stimulus package. They trying to come down the pipeline, and they ain't even got this one here through the system. But all of a sudden, all this magical money coming into the stock market every day. Every day. Gonna make this stuff up. People don't follow this kind of data because they feel like it's useless, because they feel defeated. In essence, to understand governance, right, and how it really works. But that's why you got keep reiterating. People always gonna vote against their own interests because they don't follow the money. They claim they do, but they really don't.
They just follow the news.
That's what they follow, right? The sensationalism. Right? They follow the sensationalism. So, and I'm saying that because even though you probably can't do nothing to change this deal, but you can call BS on it. You can call them out, and you can get people who are following the gruel of the news media and the lies of the government and all that, and say, bruh, don't stop. Stop.
Yeah, you're supposed to be applying pressure, calling your representatives,
Right. And all of them charlatans. and they know this happening. They ain't doing nothing about it. Again, so when the news come out like this, when you got oversight that can get this kind of information, this shows you the inefficient aspect of the government. They claim to be the strongest this, the strongest that, and the strongest this, and the best this, and the best that, and this, that, and third. You send these same charlatans to Washington every day to do literally nothing. To sit on your money. Again, it's your money. Again, need I play that clip again from Vic, right? Need I play that clip again? It's our money, not yours. You know.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Do I need to play that clip again? Because again, people don't. Man, when you working hard, it's hard to auto that. I get it. When you people. That's why I say that $75,000, you could be broke tomorrow, even at a $75,000 a year job.
Mm-hmm. It don't take much.
So again, you already thinned out, and then you looking around for help or a backstop, and it ain't there. But again, Wall Street ain't missing no meals. Remember, I've been saying that for the past 2-3 months. Wall Street ain't missing no meals, man. they ain't. Y'all see this look at the market. The market almost about 30% off thing there. If that, what that 300? Yeah, man, look, bro,
Eating good.
muni bonds.
And you know, they some of the ones they getting approved for they loans.
They had to return them. The Los Angeles Lakers got approved, but mom and pop down the street has been open longer than the Lakers organization even been in business, ain't even got their money yet. But the Lakers got $4 million. Harvard got 20 million. Harvard, they got an endowment over there near $1 trillion. How they get about 20 million before a real mom and pop or even a private school that I was pulling down something to help? Man, this is kind of that lets you know how rigged it is, and they got it instantly, no drawbacks, no nothing, just on the strength of their names, just on the strength of their names being in the pool. Ruth Chris, Shake Shack, man.
And you know how much they already got? Like, that's crazy.
Got unlimited debt potential because they can tap the equity market out of their shareholders. Unlimited reach to get money. You can't go tap nobody. Go get you some Dave Spencer. Get you some rocks. I'm gonna give you some rocks. I got my rocks. What are the character? What are they? Tyrone Biggles. Ooh, give me some rocks. Get on the block. You can't tap nothing because the credit market even frees up and screening you hard now. And we got low rates all of a sudden, and now you still can't even tap that. It's a farce, man. People can't sit there and talk me blue in the face, man. I'm like, spare me, because I know what's happening. Right? I know when I see it coming, and I see people rearing to have that conversation again, like some of my little neighbors around here, whatever. And and I'm like, man, okay. Eventually, it's beginning to listen. Right? It's like this one little golf course I go fishing on. It's 1657. It's that golf course, right? It's a little, again, very little upscale, whatever. So I pull up to go fishing, whatever. Guy pulls up next to me, and again, a little coupe, little Rolls Royce. And so get ready to go fishing. Yeah, I'm gonna test it a bit, man. I was like, yeah, it's just kind of crazy watching this crazy market. Just trying to stay, happy, as much as possible with this coronavirus situation. Yeah, man, the market is all over the place, and apparently hopefully they'll get a chance to kind of fix everything before it's over with. And I'm like, if they ever let some of the money go, really to the people who need the most and still let it come, they could probably get fixed a lot faster. Well, I mean, apparently, they're doing it. They're doing what they can, and I was like,
oh, you think so?
Okay. I was always like, here we go. It's one of these types. Right? Yeah, so it's the guy in the two-door coupe Rolls Royce, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, his pockets agrees if it's necessary, but. And like, I didn't spend too much time going. I was like, yeah, in the real world maybe, but or in the world maybe, but not in the real world. But we'll see. Hope they'll get around to really put more money in the hands. Kind of, and I was like, outside of that, we'll see. Have a good day. Right? I just kind of grab a little post about business, but I ain't gonna. I just know, again, they say, that's the kind of people like, again, I don't want to make it look side, but those kind of people that say, well, like the Ahmaud Arbery situation. What was he doing? What was he doing? Them type. Well, he had been talking doing something. Like, no, what do you mean he had been doing something? To get hunted and run down. That type of mindset. They're just so busy, they so bought into the ideology of there's only two types of people in America. Shades of gray. These people don't think in shades of gray. They have no shades of gray meter in their body at all. It's either one way or the other.
Facts.
That's what in a more other way than none. There's others, but those kind of people. Right. You got rare out there that of that ilk that got money that really understands the fold of the actual common person, especially if they came from it, like a Mark Cuban. He gets it because he deal with players. Of course, those as employees, they get a chance to tell all their stories to him and keep him what? Humble to a degree.
Yeah.
So he can't get around that. When them dudes like, man, I came from this and this and that, man. Look, you got to be able to relate. It's still to help. So again, obviously he was pushing for that $2,000 a month. But a lot of people of that, echelon with him were pushing back against that. No, why you want to do that? Why wouldn't you? That's who's gonna spend the money, idiot. They ain't getting it and sitting on it. People got bills that need to be paid months ago, idiot. They're gonna let that money go. So a study came out that they found out, how much money was being spent on certain things, when people got their stimulus check, so be it. So turned out people buying iPhones, they were buying Nintendo games and stuff like that. Okay, granted, people sitting down. Of course they're gonna make those kind of scenarios, right? They're like, man, they never get used to getting there from the government. They think about how people gonna act, right? But I mean, they still took care of some of their essentials in terms of food, I'm sure. But again, they got more in turn. They ain't finna rush to pay their bill. But again, that still went into businesses, corporate businesses, regardless. Right? It may not have been what y'all wanted to do, but it still they let it go, right? That's up to them, deal with that whether you spent the money in, but they let it go. So it's no different if you turn around and do it again. You basically, oil in the machine. Now the machine oil. It's man.
Let the market make the decision. You feel me? Where this money gonna go?
These people trying to play oligarchy, authoritarianship. I mean, it's a fascism government at this point, as it is, right? Let's keep it what it is, right? So we're already in a socialist dynamic because of the fact you got the helicopter money in, right? The whole theory behind the helicopter money. That was produced by the gentleman that came up with that theory. But even so in doing that, they hadn't realized again, where the strength of operations like that are more effective at. Is in the hands of the corporate, well-to-do already, or is it more in the hands of the people that you prey on every day to make your company stay afloat?
Facts.
This is the backwards hustling of government to say we can never give them nothing, because if we ever give them something, they'll keep coming back for more. But it's already your money. You got people trying to tell you how to get dressed, when to get dressed, when to leave, what time to leave, all that kind of stuff. As if you can't make those own sovereign decisions on your own. Hence, you give up that right Social Security card, because basically what that is, that means that you're incapable of being sovereign to make decisions on your own, and you need a government agencies to do it for you. That's another conversation for another day. I don't want to get into that, because I know the more brothers finna hit me up. Read, bro. Pull up that Black Dog Dictionary. Let's get it. Read. But that ain't nothing that we don't
read, huh?
Yeah, we already know this stuff, because again, we understand CUSIP number. What is the CUSIP? Right? What is the prospectus? What is the stock equity holding in the company? You get it what? Prospectus. What is a prospectus? Right? It's a coupon. Right? What is a coupon? no more than a CUSIP number document. Your birth certificate, your social security card, the CUSIP number that's held in a bond market ticket under the Treasury Department.
Right.
That means it has to be backed and certified, and that's basically like a more founded notary public, which is the Treasury Department, on your what? Your body, your person, your straw man, which is your social security and your birth certificate. And it's making your birth certificate, obviously, probably if you over the age of, 30, 32, 33, it already matured. And it's worth probably about $40,000, $50,000, $30,000. And you can't even cash out on it. You can't even cash it.
That's crazy.
Part about, that just, I mean, again, hey, it's just where we traded all that in just to have McDonald's at 1 a.m., bro. I go to McDonald's at 1 a.m. You can't do that in the bush. Woo! I don't need to eat that late anyway. I need to do some more food. Right.
But what tripped me out too is they act like these corporations don't make dumb decisions with this money.
No, that's why they got their hand out fast and you got yours out.
Man.
I got this little one meme of where that thing at real quick. I'm gonna get off in a minute too, guys, because them fish calling me. They calling me. I'm gonna be like, Pookie, boy, calling me, boy. oh man, calling me right there. But I hear you, Mr. Bass. I'm coming. I'm gonna hook you in the lip for it's over with. I'll be out there at nighttime still too, because the weather's perfect for it. I mean, it ain't nothing out there. Everything manicured. I don't worry about that kind of food, man. It's like being at what they say, club fit on Fish Creek. But whatever. Let me find this one here. But this is the basically what's happening in so many ways. But again, it's
crony capitalism.
Yeah, that's all it is. What let me over here real quick.
Could you put that on that link in the back chat? Oh, I definitely want to.
This one here too. The coronavirus relief money.
Yeah, that Yahoo ad. Definitely want to go over that.
Let me throw that over here and that one. Then let me throw and then the Facebook group. I think did I put that? Oh yeah, I did put it in there. I did. Was it that one or the other one, the Fed one? That was the one you wanted, right? The one.
Yeah.
The one?
Nah, it was this one. Yeah.
Oh, this okay. I don't know if I dropped that one or not. I might have did. I got them confused. I put both of them in there. Nonetheless, that way. Excuse me, anybody in there? The YouTube back chat might want to peruse it. And that one. But yeah, so let me show this real quick here. And these people, man, I tell you what, they something funny. They are something funny. Well, I mean, you know what it is, but like this is pretty much sums it up. Right? It pretty much sums it up. Small business, right? That's you, the small business, whether you in business or not. Because if you are an employee of any corporation or company, you are in actuality still a small business, right? You still got a social security number. You may not have an EIN number, but your social security number is basically your EIN number.
Yeah, if you were sole proprietor, that's what you use.
It helps to be connected. You funny. I need that picture.
Facts. Yeah, put that in the group too.
Your little ventilator pipe ain't nothing finna go up in there but some dust, some damn dust, right? And all your little pipe leaves in your feet, right? You just smell your feet
doing
right now.
sucking up some more Corona.
That's about it. Right.
This remind me of Billions. Y'all be watching Billions, man. Oh man.
Yeah. And the credit department, which is pumping it right into this whale right here. This go whale. So again, this picture sums up everything that article that we just read in terms of that 500 billion. Also in terms of that article about the feds. Bearing the brunt. This is greed. This is what greed is. Greed says, well, hey, at least you got something, but but in order for the stimulate to come, we need to kind of make sure we protect corporate interests. What? Wait, what?
Insanity, man.
You got no business if I ain't spending no money in it. Idiots. But they can care less because they're only going to look out for themselves. But whatever. I'm no accountant. I'm none of that. Again, I just rationalize what I can. But this is what you're dealing with. So again, don't vote against your own interest. Take the government for everything you can get. If you can get it, get it.
Everything.
Get it. Because if you don't get it, guess who's gonna get it? This guy. This guy.
Yep.
And he gonna roll by you in some old car that you can't even pronounce. And you can be like, ooh, wow, wee. I'm like, man, okay. All right. Well.
He got plenty already from the looks of things.
Right.
He using your right now money for his great grandkid.
Mm-hmm.
Work hard enough and you study long and you keep your nose clean, then eventually I'll be able to buy another car like this. What? How about I'll be able to get no, I need another one. I need you to stay working hard. I thought you were gonna say before I can buy one, I own, be a part of no, it ain't gonna be inside. Everything I gotta go to my kids. I'm sorry, you gotta build your own.
Mm-hmm.
Find to the false reality, and they start again living vicariously through their bosses and their corporations, and don't even go chase their own dreams, go chase their own bag. That's the worst thing you can do. Again, ain't necessarily it's a bad thing because you supposed to do what you're supposed to do, pick their brains, get them to give out all the secrets they can while you're there, and go reverse engineer to get your own. But sit there just to kind of blow smoke up and live. No, look, I'm a man's man, bro. I gotta live vicariously through myself or my peers, my immediate peers.
Right.
I ain't finna be sitting there gloating behind a person because they already got you got good. You got what now I need to reverse engineer what you got, but I need to go find a team or a village of people we can strategize and find ways to and do the same thing. So that's the mentality where people you're gonna go against their own energy because they're gonna run right into the vulnerable to the same charlatans back to Washington so they can sit around and do nothing and say they're doing something. And you still going hungry, but you say, I'm doing it for God and country. What Dan Patrick, the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, told y'all? It's okay for grandma to kick the can and die and catch the virus. Right? His word is not mine.
That's fact.
These people playing with your livelihood, and I'm like, no, you don't play with mine. Y'all are lie. You play with mine. I'm gonna find me a way. And so we got something. Right? We got this market. So that's why all that and showing all that and saying all that was the reason is to say this. We got something that they can't shut us out of. They can manipulate it. They can do that now. They do manipulate the market by all intent and purpose. They can manipulate it and do all kind of stupid, funky stuff to it sometimes. It gets you headaches and picks you up, but they can't shut you out of it. That part. They can't shut you out of it. Right? They can't run your credit, keep you from it. They can't check your background to keep you out of it. They can't worry about how many baby mothers you got. They can't keep you out of it. They can't care about your sexuality to keep you out of it. Your color, they can't keep you out of it. It's an even playing field, even though whatever. You know what I mean when I say that. They got billions and trillions, but at least you can go in there. You can go in there with your 20 and come out with 40.
I know that's right.
Right? So that's your incentive to want to learn it and get better. Right? That's your incentive. I mean, again, I can't make this up. Because those type of articles or those news reels are always going to be relevant and prevalent. I mean, come on, it nothing new. And greedy, they already telling you they're going to do away with the middle class. It's only going to be rich and poor for over with. Keep having these pandemics, or keep having something of this nature, or recessions and fights. And okay, they just slowly chipping away at that 75,000 a year person. They just slowly chipping away at them, breaking them down. And they still got college debt. That ain't going away. It's just sitting on the shelf. It ain't going away though. See what I'm saying? So it's just debt and on top of debt on top of debt.
Yeah.
So again, so we got something to work for. We got something to thrive and strive for. We got something to kind of stay, hungry for. We just got to go out there and execute under it. Right? We have to go out and execute for it. So again, I always tell people, and no disrespect people out there who got all this and that. Again, that's fine. You still in the rat race like me. You still in the rat. It just depends on how much backstop or a cushion that you got, in your level of, in your coffers, whether or not you are, protected or not to a degree. Because you can have a person who makes $75,000 and got no savings, and you can have a person that makes about $27,000, $30,000, but they have a better savings than that person that got $7,000 and they got less bills. Who in a better position to weather a pandemic right now?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
People don't want to stop that.
And the people with a 75 shoe, they got that complacency issue. They feel like, oh, I'm good,
Point being, and they can't even get the bag either right now. So the person that got the better saving habit and the best investment habits and the best, living within their means habit, and they might make less money, but when you get a moment like this, the person who got the most and living outside their means and can't do this and that third, they're the ones to get exposed first. They're gonna be the first ones in line at unemployment office.
Yeah, because they got big bills too.
And they got to tell you that $1,200 stimulus check or basically $300 a month gonna backstop all their bills, but that person got living around about 25, 29,000, got less bills, this, that, and the third. That $1,200 go a long way, and they might be living in a strategic place in the country where the bills ain't so high. A $1,200 stimulus check in New York
ain't gonna do nothing.
Are y'all kidding me? Are y'all kidding me?
So it's nothing in DC, DMV either.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Man, these jokers right here, man. Look, these jokers been right here. Man,
yeah.
Ain't nobody do nothing with that, man. Like Captain said, ain't no gas in that car. Ain't no gas in that car.
Yeah,
put
y'all know.
Click time you hit that gas there. Click. There ain't no gas in that car. So, that's what we're dealing with, right? There ain't no gas in America's car right now. There ain't no gas. There ain't never been no gas in it. It's the facade that it is. And people running around here thinking it. So for us, we know what we need to be doing. In layman terms and in closing, we know what we need to be doing. Strategizing, use your buddy system, meaning your peers, garner information that you can at your disposal, change your narrative, change your outlook, learn how to be a good chameleon, maneuver in any environment, any plane, any crowd. Really, really expand your mindset where you ain't living in this box mentality like they always try to put people in. Just kind of act like you kind of special to somebody else because you ain't willing to challenge yourself or do something that somebody else won't do. And I'm saying that in all fairness and in the sense and understanding where to put your time and attention to. Right? It's a difference in that level of challenge yourself. I'm not saying go out there and try to prove you the best worker or you the best, dash game shooting, play, whatever. I'm saying in essence where you really have a purposeful aspect of challenging yourself in events like this, in arenas like this, because again, your least path of resistance to get to so-called quote unquote, the promised land is a lot more easy here, even though it seems complicated, starting out for a lot of people, but than it is, on the soup kitchen line, a 20-year time span in the side of a job or just trying to figure out, some other aspect. Because basically my point is the entrepreneur, you have to have the entrepreneur spirit, even when you're still working for somebody. Like when I was in corporate America, I still had the entrepreneur spirit. I'm like, wait, to get out, stack me some money up and go do my own thing. Right? So in a position I went into it like I got to be somewhat of a partner here, right? If I can put on a third of my production, that makes you feel like a partner, right? So if I'm producing 10 racks of business in a week, I need at least a minimum of 25 to 3,000 of that. Minimum.
Right.
The other third goes to the supply, the wholesaler supply chain, this, that, and the third. The logistics the fees and handling, and the other one go to the partner who offers to establish a business.
Right.
I move in thirds, either thirds or halves. That's my mentality, guys. I always been that way. Third and halves, right? If I ain't getting a third or half, I can't do that 1/8 anymore. I'm sorry, I can't do the quarter. I can't do the quarter opposite. I can sustain with the quarter, but that all that 1/16 and 1/8, right? Of production, I can't do that stuff no more. I ran the numbers. It don't even add up. It ain't worth it. All right? But again, it's a byproduct to keep you until you can get to that point. Now, I'm not saying go turn away the money. If you in the door, keep getting it, right? And stack it and invest it, grow it, and then you say I'm out. Right when it's time to fire Mr. Charles, then you throw in the deuces. Don't make no rash decision. Just go straight to no. Be strategic, right? Be very strategic. Then you make that move, but you do it with the auspice that you are front running or front loading your what? Your greater opportunity, right? Your greater opportunity. Right? Opening your own business, establishing an S corp, C corp, LLC, trading a bit to a business, right? LLC, your trading life, right? Write off everything. Get you some credit, go buy you some equipment, this, that, and the third, and grind. And grind. Yeah. Flip that credit in the market, right? You know, you might be that person who ready now, can get that 25,000, PDT type account, right? Leverage that credit. If you got 25,000 worth of credit, get that account. That payment ain't gonna be no more, especially in a low interest rate, about $300-400 a month. And plan to make a minimum of what? $100 what every week, and that's gonna pay that what? That card off, and the rest is what? Gravy. The rest is biscuit wheels and gravy.
I know that's right.
Biscuits. Popeye biscuit, cheddar bay biscuit.
Especially you can leverage it on one of them accounts like trading that. You really get it in.
Any of them leverage-based accounts, CLDs or just a great margin. Again, but having the skill sets to be able to do it, that's the priceless aspect. So we ain't lost, man. We closer than we think we are. That's what I keep saying. Just pace yourself, be patient, but learn everything you can. Challenge yourself. Get in the forums with those other people who don't look like you and talking that talk. Let them talk it. They absorb it. Sit right there and soak it up.
Facts.
Soak it up.
Facts. I done been through about 4-5 courses now from these folks, man.
Yeah. Soak it up, you know what I'm saying? Then translate it back to your folk, your people, your peers, or whatever, your people that's in the fight with you within this. Because again, in this case, it's just you against the market. It ain't really, it's not even really a racial divide, and not on this aspect of the house, because it's you against people got money. Period. It could be anybody.
Yeah.
Right? You just need to have insight and people that can help you watch this market. And the rest is just again, that's what I like in terms of this aspect. It's us really against the market, the market makers, the banks, and all that kind of stuff, right? So utilize these things at your advantage. You have to, right? And so you're not again dependent upon waiting for people to cut the check that's owed to you anyway. Right? So, but that's it, guys. So I'm gonna get out of here, man. Well, I got a little, it get dark out there, but I'm still finna get it. Still, I can't. It's calling me, bro. I had to get my little mosquito spray. I'll put my gloves on, my mask on, get out there, and do my thing. Right, like Mike Epstein, go do my thing, book them.
Yeah.
Right, so, man. So it's been awesome, guys. Again, I appreciate you guys, man. I respect you guys immensely. Again,
appreciate you too, Oba.
Yeah, definitely appreciate you, Oba, man, rocking out with us, man, and continuing to drop this info.
No doubt.
We go into this next week powered up.
Yeah, man, because that's it, man. We got 3 days to sit down, and I mean, man, good time too, because I've been good studying there. Last week you got family, all that too, but you got some time to kind of strategize and keep your ear to the news. Enjoying yourself and ahead of them, much as you can. At least you can. At least keep up with them, right?
Yeah.
So, I will throw you in the curveball because again, there's a lot of 38 million people that's unemployed. It ain't by accident, and it's a reason why they ain't trying to get back to work too, because their unemployment benefits are better than their paycheck.
I'm telling you.
That's telling you that they've been lied to them and all that for the loan. So how all of a sudden, how they came with a magical extra $600 if they knew? Yeah, these people, man, whatever. Let me get out of here. I know it's people. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. 100%. Monica, you're right. So thank you as well. Thank you, over T, brother Mathis. Again, everybody, over Brandon, I was in the house here on the panel. I know everybody kind of came through. Over Sideline, over Gordon, over Ian, Camille, everybody. Sister Beautiful One, Sister Play High, everybody. Right, over Day, over Day, always family. You know, love it when I see the family come through. Over Raul, you know, family, all you guys, everybody. So, you know, thank you, you know, again for coming through. So, we'll convene. I'm gonna try to do some Saturday again. You know, I know pretty. I hope Sister Mo, I know she's gonna be cracking this weekend because we got a lot of people big ready with the B-boy talent. I love it. So, you know, anytime she go live, definitely go support the Dragon Squad channel when you see her. You know, definitely get going in on everything that's on the empowerment side of the house, or even the other side too. Either way, but for what we're trying to establish here in terms of a village mentality of people get people financially, you know, excited about this aspect of market value. Definitely go support it. You know, so you know, obviously do what you need to do, but these are the places I want to be around. Is my point. I guess I'm rambling a little bit, but I want to always be around people who think about this kind of stuff, right? Who moving in this path. I'm trying to respond off of it. Right, so yeah, see, so I'm gonna get out of here, guys. So again, I'm gonna try to put something together myself Saturday. So be on the lookout if Sister Mo go live. Definitely go, you know, go be a part of it, support that channel too, or even her own channel, her personal channel as well. And we're gonna keep doing things out. So any last words, over my keys?
Yeah, just man, peace, power, profit, man. Y'all, you know, stick to it, stay learning, and you know, y'all know where to come. You know, when you trying to get this info, you know.
Thanks, appreciate that. Over Chris, last words, family.
Man, this is the pandemic. I call this the time of opportunity.
Thanks.
Opportunity, obtain a bag, obtain a new skill. You know, hell, you might even obtain this may be your retirement, early retirement right here, depending on how much you get done and how serious you are about it. You know, but the time is now. You can see clear as day what type of system we dealing with. So you get ready to go back to work. You just going right back into the matrix. Nothing changed. So
Facts.
come on, family, we can do it. It's a village mentality. That's the whole thing for, you know, for this year and going forward.
Right.
That's it for me.
Thanks. Love it. Love it. Over Brandon, any last words? Over.
Like always, man, I appreciate the build. I like when you guys come together and just bring this knowledge to people. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, again, I appreciate you over Emporium, man. I would be lost if I didn't come across this channel and you said just come on every day, staying consistent, you know, and everybody on top of the build, you know. I appreciate you guys too, Chris, Marquise, Camille, Monica, everybody, you know.
Likewise,
thank you,
bro. Likewise. Thank you, man.
Humbled by it, man. And I want to give a shout out again. I know hadn't really had a chance of getting around to it, but I've been getting a couple little, you know, offers. I like to call them offerings. I even call them donations, little offerings lately. So I thank you guys that, you know, definitely hit me up, you know, on the cash out, you know, threw me a couple dollars, whatever. You know, I'm always eternally grateful. You know, I don't want to ever come off as if I don't acknowledge, because obviously I do. Y'all see when I kind of respond to you, but again, I want to give you guys a shout out for that too. Again, I don't, you know, sit here and beat my drum for that kind of stuff, because you know, I go to work like everybody else do, but I'm appreciative of it, you know, and I thank y'all, you know, for valuing my time enough to want to, you know, give me a little, you know, a little peace offering, if you want to call that. Usually like they call grandmama style, a little peace offering. I ain't taking that and going to buy no Cadillacs. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do. There ain't no Reverend Pop off and none of that. It's one of them type, old Benny here. No, but no, seriously, I seriously appreciate it. So for me, again, it's always an honor to be able to help and share what I know, and I'm learning the process too. So again, we peers, like I always say. So and Bond,
shout out to Mo, man. Definitely appreciate Mo for doing what she's doing. And
definitely, again, definitely Eva Camille, Eva Monica. I mean, come on, guys. That's why I would say you need that balance too. Right? Can't have a where the testosterone just running rampant all over the place, even though you won't act that way over here. But again, it's still good to have a woman in the house because you need that to have a balance, right? You need to have a balance. And I'm happy that we have a respectful environment where we trying to make sure we keep that balance solid, because there's some very sharp, intelligent women out there who necessarily don't get the platforms that they need to kind of help bring some some clarity, especially to these kind of conversation talking points where you're not just being overly dominated, by a male thesis. Because in this market, we already know market don't care who you are, right?
Facts.
Male, female, straight, gay.
No respect of person.
Right. You get your behind whoop just like everybody else. Right. You got sisters who are a little bit more calculative. They got that good long-term memory and can remember what that thing did, and be like, oh, I remember, bam. And she walk away with the bag. Sitting there like, hey, how did that? Man, look, bruh. So, you need everybody even in this thing. So I love it for that reason. They ain't dominated by no certain culturistic perspective, It's just about who can stay, ready, who can stay more prepared. All right. So thank y'all again. So again, peace, power, profit, everybody. On Bantu, I am because we are Shimotep.
Peace, power, profit.
Yeah, definitely. Until next time, we go live. Again, I'm gonna try to put some together tomorrow. I'm gonna be watching this, Monica, just in case you go live. I know I think you might be trying to cook something this evening. I got a feeling you might cook something. I'm gonna be ready.
So we're gonna be ready right there with a plate.
Yeah, I'm ready, bro. So just in case I would be,
Mo don't go to sleep.
Oh, dude, Sister Mo invigorated, man. She got that, man. Mo chasing that bag now. She getting that bag.
She don't get. Yeah, she be up all night and all morning getting that bag.
That in it. I love it, man. So that's it, guys. So I'm gonna get on out of here. Let's tackle this water here now.
All right, over peace, power, and profit to you.
Thank you, O. I see you guys in the back chat.
All right, family. Peace, power, profit.
Peace, power, profit.
Peace, power, profit, y'all.
All right, peace,
peace, everybody.
Peace.